Muito boa tarde, meus amigos. Hoje, 25 de outubro de 2023, 14 horas e 26 minutos, pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos iniciando mais uma transmissão aqui no nosso canal PTV e hoje, então, trazendo para vocês mais uma caminhada espacial pelo lado russo. Hoje, então, caminhada espacial de número 61, que será realizado dentro de instantes na Estação Espacial Internacional. Então, lembrando qual é o objetivo então desta caminhada, que você deve estar se perguntando aí. Então, esta caminhada espacial russa do número 61 será conduzida então pelos cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub, que eles vão então para instalar um sistema de comunicação de radar cinético e implantar um satélite com tecnologia de vela solar e substituir painéis solares de conectores elétricos e fotografar também o radiador externo do módulo de laboratório multifuncional. Então, esses são os objetivos de hoje, que serão aí realizados no dia de hoje. Lembrando que o tempo então de duração desta missão, será de aproximadamente aí 7 horas. Nós vamos aí transmitir tudo para vocês ao vivo. E lembrando que logo mais, nós também vamos aí transmitir também a missão Shenzhou número 17, que aí vamos então ver o lançamento do Long Mark 2F, que ontem, nós acompanhamos aí o anúncio dos nomes dos tecnologias, que irão embarcar ainda hoje, lembrando que o lançamento será no início da madrugada de amanhã, dia 26. Então, os nomes que foram anunciados ontem, foram o comandante Tang Hongbu, os operadores Teng Shenghe e Jiang Xinin. Então, esses são os 3 novos tripulantes da missão Shenzhou 17, que vai ficar então a bordo da Estação Espacial Tiangong por 180 dias. Nós vamos aí transmitir também ao vivo para vocês logo mais. Então, estamos aguardando aí o contato lá com a Centro Espacial Houston, na NASA, e também com o Centro Espacial lá em Moscou, da Rússia, porque hoje é a caminhada espacial russa, e com a Estação Espacial Internacional. Então, o início da operação da caminhada espacial de hoje deve acontecer aí por volta das 5 para as 3 da tarde e deverá terminar por volta das 9 horas da noite. Lembrando que são 7 horas de duração, geralmente aí em torno de 6 a 7 horas de duração aí, então, a nossa caminhada espacial. Vamos ficar juntos então acompanhando toda esta transmissão aqui ao vivo. Aí dentro de instantes, então, entraremos em contato com o Centro Espacial em Houston e com o Centro Espacial em Moscou e com a Estação Espacial Internacional, porque hoje, caminhada espacial pelo lado russo. Para quem perdeu, então, a explicação, do que vai ser feito hoje, tá na descrição aí da nossa transmissão, que vai ser, então, ser realizado hoje, então, pelos cosmonautas da Rússia. Já estamos aí ao vivo, então, agora com a transmissão em conjunto com a NASA. Vamos acompanhar juntos durante essas 7 horas de caminhada espacial. Será comandado, então, pelo Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub. Já estamos aí com imagens do módulo russo.
completing their pre-breathe procedures, ready to venture outside for a planned 7-hour spacewalk to reconfigure a leaked radiator on the nearby Naoka multipurpose laboratory module and to install and deploy scientific payloads. Good day for Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control
Então
Room.
aí já estamos ao
At
vivo
this
aí com as
hour,
imagens
Oleg Kononenko
da
and Nikolai
Estação
Chub are
Espacial
all set
Internacional
for
com
an
o módulo
ambitious
russo,
outing in the void of space, set to exit the Poisk airlock
onde
about
estão os
20 or so
cosmonautas
minutes from now
Oleg
in a
Kononenko
revised
e o Nikolai
spacewalk that will
Chub.
see them isolate the external
Então aí
radiator
vão
on Naoka that
daqui a
developed a
pouco então
coolant leak
realizar
October
aí
9th
as missões
and
de
to
hoje, né, que
conduct
estão
a
aí na
thorough
descrição
inspection of the leak site on that
da
radiator.
transmissão.
We'll talk more about that work in a moment. The two cosmonauts also plan to install a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture on Naoka and install a payload deployment mechanism from which a nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for
Lembrando que
sail, will be
Oleg
spring ejected
Kononenko
to
então
test
vai
solar
utilizar o
sail
traje
technology.
espacial então com a
This will be
tarja
the
vermelha
268th
e o Nikolai
spacewalk in support
Chub
of
então
International
vai
Space
utilizar o
Station assembly,
traje com a
maintenance and
tarja
upgrades. The
azul.
11th spacewalk out of the International
É
Space
só para a
Station
gente
this
poder
year, the
fazer a
first
identificação.
for Expedition 70
Então
crew
esta será
members.
a sexta caminhada
Today's
espacial
spacewalk
do
will be the
Oleg
sixth for
e a primeira do
Kononenko
Nikolai.
and the first for that veteran cosmonaut in 4.5 years. His 5 previous excursions have totaled 32 hours and 13 minutes of spacewalking time. For Chub, who launched to the
Então, de
station last
acordo então
month,
com o
this will
cronograma,
be
né,
his
falta aí
first
22
spacewalk.
minutos então para a saída
Kononenko will wear the Orlan spacesuit
dos
bearing the red
cosmonautas,
stripes
né,
as
para o lado
extravehicular crew
externo da
member
Estação
number 1.
Espacial
Chub will
Internacional,
wear the
lembrando que eles
Orlan suit with the blue
integram então
stripes. He is
a
extravehicular crew
expedição
member
de
2.
número 70 na Estação Espacial
Both, as usual, will be equipped with
Internacional.
helmet cameras to provide up-close and personal views of their work around the Russian segment modules. Kononenko's helmet camera will show the number 16 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen when we have those views. Chub's helmet camera carries the
Então
number
lembrando
20.
que o Oleg, né, Kononenko tem acumulado aí em torno aí de
The
quase
radiator in
23 horas de
question and
caminhada
an
espacial
experiment
ao longo
airlock, and
dessas
there's
6
a great view of
vezes,
the
né,
Naoka module. That
dessas 5
bulbous
vezes que ele já
section at the
caminhou, né?
top is the node
Esta será
module.
a sexta vez que ele vai.
Prishal,
Então temos aí
docking
imagens
a
da
multi-hatched docking port.
Nauka, né,
Just
que é o
below
módulo
it is an
espacial
experiment
russo,
airlock, and
por onde eles vão
just below
fazer
that
então a
is the
saída.
extended radiator that is the subject of interest for today's major activities that will occupy about the first 3+ hours of this planned 7-hour spacewalk. The radiator and the airlock were launched on the Rosviet
Lembrando também
module
que
on the
temos também o áudio
STS-132 mission
original
of the
aí da
Space Shuttle
transmissão para
Atlantis in
vocês,
May
para
of
vocês também
2010. The
acompanhar
radiator was
em
removed from
inglês também.
Rosviet and attached to Naoka during a spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev
Estamos
and
então aí
Dmitry
na
Petelin
caminhada
back on May
espacial de número
12th.
61 pelo
A
lado
month
russo.
later, the
Lembrando que
radiator
logo
was
mais
filled
então à
with
noite,
coolant from the fluid
depois desta
service
transmissão, vamos
reservoir
acompanhar
that
aí
provides the two
a
coolant
missão
loops
Shinzo
that are the object of
17,
interest
lá
for
direto então
today's
da base de
activities.
Ryukan,
The
na
coolant
China.
loops.
Missão tripulada chinesa.
The coolant loop number 2 is the active loop that is still functioning normally to provide regular coolant for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. The thermal loop that
Então,
leaked
pelo
the
horário de
coolant
Brasília,
back
são
on
14
October
horas e
9th is
34
thermal loop
minutos.
number 1.
E
Now,
vamos aí
during the
acompanhar aí
spacewalk,
esta
Kononenko and
caminhada
Chub
aí
will
por longo
configure a
de
series of
7
valves
horas
both at the
de
point where the
transmissão.
external radiator attaches to Naoka and also at the coolant fluid service or reservoir further nadir, or just below that, on the Naoka module. Both thermal loop number 1,
Então aí
the
temos aí
loop that leaked
o
out,
módulo
and
Ioka.
thermal loop number 2, which is the current active loop functioning normally, will be isolated from the deployed radiator. Naoka has body-mounted radiators that flew attached that both loops will be using.
Estamos então com as
Naoka has
imagens
sufficient heat rejection
ao
to
vivo então
only
da
use the
Estação
body-mounted
Espacial
radiators.
Internacional
That
pelo
external
lado
radiator
russo.
is specifically designed to provide
Estamos
additional
então
cooling,
acompanhando
basically
agora
backup
neste
cooling
momento
for
o
payloads
procedimento então de
that will
início
be
aí
in the Naoka module in the years to
caminhada
come,
espacial.
scientific payloads that will require additional heating. Right now, both external loops flow through both the body-mounted and deployed
Lembrando
radiators.
que ao todo
Only
então
loop
esta
2,
caminhada
the
deverá
current active
levar em
loop, will
torno de
remain
7
active
horas
until additional coolant
de
is flown
duração.
to refill the leaked loop, loop number 1, at a
E nós
future
vamos ver
date.
tudo aqui ao
Also,
vivo
as
para
part of the
vocês. A
valve
próxima caminhada
reconfiguration
espacial
that will
então está
occupy the first
programada para o
section of
dia
today's spacewalk.
30 de
The
outubro,
section of
né, que
the
será
active
então a
loop
vez
2
do lado
in the deployed
americano,
radiator
caminhada espacial
will
de
be
número
connected to that fluid service
89,
or
então
reservoir
será no
to
dia
provide needed pressure
30 de
compliance
outubro.
for changes in temperature and pressure over time, since that coolant in the loop will not be vented.
Yeah, I will call you in maybe 5 minutes.
There's a good view in the right-hand portion of your screen of the deployed radiator. Once the two cosmonauts, Kononenko and Chub, make their way outside of the Poisk airlock, in which they're completing the depressurization of at the moment. They
Estamos
will
então
set up
aguardando
shop, get
a
all of their
questão da
tools and all
despressurização
of
do
their other
módulo, né, para
equipment.
poder
They will move
que os
first
cosmonautas
down to
Oleg e
the
o Nikolai
Naoka module from Poisk
possam aí fazer
and
então
set
a
up
sua
shop there
saída, né, para o
for
lado externo.
the inspection of the
E aí
leaked
tá
radiator area. And
a discutir
for
então por onde
a
eles vão
variety of valve
fazer a saída.
reconfigurations, there are a number of valves involved, basically closing 4 valves to that coolant fluid servicer for the external
Então, o
radiator
início
and
da
opening an additional
caminhada
series
está
of valves
programado para
that will
acontecer
ultimately
a
isolate
partir
the
das 5
external
para as 3 da
radiator from
tarde,
the rest of Naoka's
no
cooling
horário de
system.
Brasília.
Yeah, so
E assim vamos
not
seguir
much
por
space
7 horas.
I think it's fine.
Nós também tivemos aí modificação na nossa programação, né? Aí com a missão Starlink, vai ser então as duas programada aí para o dia
To play it
28,
safe
tá?
and with an abundance
As
of
duas
caution,
missões Starlink.
as a result of
Uma
detailed
que seria no dia
analysis of
27, né?
the
Foi para o dia
contamination risk after
28 e
that
teremos
coolant
outra
loop
também
leak occurred on that
no
backup
dia
radiator, the
28.
external deployed radiator on Naoka. NASA and Roscosmos teams
Então aí
worked
temos aí o
diligently
módulo
and agreed to
Ioka
implement
da
procedures
Rússia.
at the end of today's spacewalk to reduce any traces of coolant from entering the International Space Station. Through analysis, imagery review, and other testing, it was concluded that
Então lembrando, né,
quantities of
que
contaminant
quem
entering the
quiser então
space station
acompanhar,
and
né,
any risk
o que
to
vai
station
acontecer
systems
hoje
is
na
negligible,
Estação Espacial
expected to be
Internacional, né, pelo lado
extremely low.
externo. Então
But
aí
mitigations
está
were
na
agreed
descrição
to keep the risk
da
as low
nossa
as possible
transmissão
for
aí
the protection of the
o que
hardware
vai ser
inside the
feito,
space station. So at the end of
hoje
today's
na
spacewalk, before
Estação
re-entering the
Espacial
Poisk
Internacional
airlock,
pelo lado
the two
externo.
cosmonauts, as usual, will inspect their Orlan spacesuits and the tools used during the spacewalk to look for any signs of coolant that they may have acquired during the course of their work outside today, and they'll wipe off any coolant as necessary with towels that will be ultimately put in bags. The cosmonauts also will wipe down their suits and tools as usual after the airlock is repressurized to further reduce the introduction of any
E não se
trace
esqueça, claro,
contaminants
de
into
deixar
the
aí o
space
seu
station
like na
environment.
transmissão, de
And
estar
a
se inscrevendo
filtration
no
system will
canal,
be activated for about 24 hours
compartilhando aí a
inside
transmissão, né?
Poisk
Somos o
to
único aqui, canal
remove from
brasileiro, a
the
transmitir para
atmosphere in the
vocês
space station
por
any
completo aí a
possibility of
caminhada
any
das
contaminant
caminhadas
that they may
espaciais.
bring inside
Hoje então
that
pelo
could
lado
harm any
russo,
equipment
aí na
in the
Estação
space station.
Espacial
So a number of
Internacional.
actions have been agreed to and will be implemented to ensure that there is no risk
Hoje
to
então
any
será
hardware
conduzida aí a
inside
caminhada
the
pelo
International Space Station
Oleg
at the end
Kononenko
of
e
today's
Nikolai
spacewalk.
Chub,
Reactivate.
da expedição,
Okay, so
os dois
You
cosmonautas
will
ainda
have to deactivate
integrantes
your
da
activating
expedição
pump
70
and fan first.
da Estação Espacial Internacional.
As we have mentioned before in previous Russian spacewalks, the elapsed time of the spacewalk is measured from
Estamos então
hatch
aguardando
open
a
on the
saída
Poisk module
dos
to hatch
cosmonautas,
close, unlike a
para então dar o
US-based
início aí
spacewalk that is
à
measured
caminhada
from
espacial de
the
número
extravehicular
61.
mobility units being placed on internal battery power until the repressurization of the Quest airlock
Lembrando que a
begins.
caminhada então
So we'll
espacial
be
de hoje, né,
monitoring the exact start time,
será
verifying
então
that
para
start time
instalar o
with the
sistema
Russian
de
shift flight
comunicação de
director of the
radar
Russian Mission
cinético,
Control Center in
implantar
Koryazov, outside
sistema
Moscow.
com
You see there,
tecnologia de
and a
vela
view from a
solar,
balcony camera overlooking their
substituir
space
painéis
station
de
control room.
conectores
We'll be waiting
elétricos
for a
e
firm
fotografar
confirmation
o
of the
radiador
start time of
externo
today's spacewalk.
do módulo de laboratório multifuncional. Então esses são os objetivos de hoje desta caminhada espacial. Estamos aí com imagens do Centro Espacial
The
em
two
Moscou, da
cosmonauts are
Rússia.
running slightly ahead of schedule. The spacewalk was scheduled to begin at 12:55 p.m. Central Time. We expect the hatch to open a few minutes ahead of schedule. The two cosmonauts have just transitioned their Orlan spacesuits to autonomous power, basically battery power. So we'll be standing by for the word on hatch opening and the start of today's excursion.
EV1 deactivated. The spacesuit EV2 also deactivated.
Here
E aí
in
temos
Mission
imagens
Control
então
in
de
Houston,
Houston.
the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers has just completed a handover from the Orbit
Então
2
menos de
team
15
that
minutos
oversaw
aí para
the
o
first
início da
portion of the
caminhada
cruise day.
programada para hoje.
Today's execute
Vimos
team,
aí
if you will,
agora há pouco
for
então
the spacewalk is led by Flight
as
Director
imagens estão no Centro
Nicole
Espacial
McElroy,
em
who is the
Moscou.
second from the right on this screen. She is joined on console by spacecraft communicator
Lembrando que
David
ao
St.
todo então
Jacques from the Canadian
essa
Space
caminhada
Agency,
espacial aí
and
terá em
Diana
torno aí de
Trujillo, a new
6,
flight
7 horas de
director, is
duração.
also joined McElroy on console. She is at the bottom of the
Será
screen
conduzidas aí
for
pelos
today's
cosmonautas da
spacewalk.
expedição de número 70, Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub.
Once again, a view of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. On
E aí
top is
temos aí
the
a visão do
Prashal node
Naoka,
module,
módulo
a
Naoka
docking
da
port
Rússia.
for multiple Russian vehicles arriving and departing from the International Space Station.
Estamos aí
So
aguardando aí
put the electrical umbilical away.
a saída então dos cosmonautas.
Okay, Dima, the electrical umbilicals are dematted. Copy.
On the right of your screen, a good view of the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft
E no lado
that
direito
was
temos a
used
visão aí da
as
Soyuz
the ride to orbit for NASA's Laurel
MS-23.
O'Hara, as well as Kononenko and Chub back in September. It
Então
is docked to the
esse
Rosviet
módulo
module.
russo aí levou aí
That Rosviet
para a Estação
module was the
Espacial
module
Internacional, né,
delivered
os
to the
cosmonautas
station
que
13 and a half
sairão
years ago.
daqui a pouco.
That also included the airlock and the radiator, the external radiator that is the subject of interest in the first portion of today's spacewalk.
Okay, the umbilicals are dematted for EV2. Do I understand it correctly that you have the timer on the left reading 0? Yes.
E lembrando
and
que
the
hoje mais tarde,
same
né,
for
teremos
the
aí então
operator number 1. Okay, so
a
that should be in
a
O2
transmissão
close
então do
position
lançamento do Long Mark 2F lá na China, que será tripulado aí.
now.
O
EV2
início da transmissão deve ser por volta aí das 11 horas da noite,
the closed
dia
position.
As we
25,
stand by
e o
for
lançamento
the opening
programado
of the
para
hatch to the
meia-noite
Poist module.
14 do dia
At the beginning of
26.
today's spacewalk, the International Space Station is flying into an orbital sunset to the south of Africa, about to begin a southwest and northeasterly trajectory in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
4 atmospheres of 4. Okay, actually for me, EV1 it is 403.
Где планировали. И закрываем общие разъемы коммуникации на скафандрах клапанами EFT.
Now please close the electrical connectors with MLI caps. Yes, we did that. Sounds good.
Ну что, я вам желаю шикарной работы на ВКД, спокойной ровно.
Now, guys, I wish you a very successful EVA, not eventful at all. And Kostya will help you with the hatches, and you will start slowly translating to the EVA hatch. We don't have to hurry because we are ahead of the cyclogram, okay?
Дошла как-то поправить на пакет. О, поправил? Да, вроде стал нормально. Так.
Okay, adjust it here a little bit.
Дмитрий Николай, добрый вечер.
Okay, Dima Nikolai, good evening. Good evening.
Серег, можете чуть-чуть погромче говорить?
Sергei, can you
Menos de 10
please speak
minutos
up
então
a little
para
bit?
o
We
início
did
da
not hear you
nossa
very well.
caminhada espacial.
Буду говорить громче.
Okay, I
Pelo
will
horário
adjust
de
my
Brasília,
headset and we'll
14
try to
horas e
speak up.
45 minutos. Estamos aí então, imagens
What did
do
you say?
módulo,
Once
do
again,
módulo
Kononenko
russo.
and Chub were suited up a few hours ago with
Estamos
the
aí nos
assistance of cosmonaut
procedimentos finais aí
Konstantin Borisov
dos ajustes
inside the International Space
então,
Station.
do
Borisov is
uniforme, né, do
monitoring
traje.
space station activities from inside the Zvezda
para que eles
service
possam então
module.
realizar aí a sua
The two
saída para dar
cosmonauts
o início aí à
completed a
caminhada
pre-breathe of
espacial.
pure oxygen a short time ago to cleanse nitrogen out of their bloodstreams, preventing any condition known as the Benz or decompression sickness from occurring when they step out into the void of space.
Cover, the drive cover, it is in the operating position and it is installed. Nikolai, will it be convenient for you? Yes, it will be comfortable. Once you're ready, rotate it counterclockwise up to the hard stop and make sure that the rollers exit the guiding slots. Okay, yes,
The two cosmonauts are about to begin the procedure to open the hatch to the POISC module, that is the
Nesse
airlock,
momento estamos aí
also
vendo
serving
o
as a
início então
docking
do
port for
procedimento da
Russian vehicles.
abertura da escotilha.
when the hatch is open. Okay, are you ready? Have you
Estamos então no
performed
aguardo
the
aí da saída
rotation to
então
the
dos
hard stop?
cosmonautas.
Not yet. One moment. It's not very
Lembrando que o Oleg
convenient.
Kononenko
Okay,
então vai
let me
utilizar o
help
traje
you, Nikolai. I
com
will
a tarja
turn you,
vermelha
around also a bit.
e o Nikolai Chub com
Okay,
o traje
can
com a
you see
tarja
my
de
left
cor
arm?
azul.
Not yet. Okay, now I can see it. Unintelligible. Okay, you can give it to me then.
Menos de 7 minutos e 40 segundos, então, para a saída dos cosmonautas. Vamos aqui continuando, então, acompanhando todos os
Once again,
movimentos
a good
dele.
view of that deployed external radiator at the right-hand portion of your screen from the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. On the left, that's the Quest airlock, where U.S. spacewalks are staged from.
Yes, I'm ready on your go.
And we're in a short handover between satellites on our tracking and data
Tivemos
relay
aí uma
satellite
perda
system.
normal aí de comunicação de
You're looking at a
vídeo.
view of the Russian flight control room, the
Estamos aí
International
vendo
Space
então o
Station
centro de
flight control
controle da
room,
Rússia em
and the
Moscou.
Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow in the town of Korolyov.
14 horas e 48 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Lembrando que para esta transmissão, né, da caminhada espacial não tem chat ativado, tá?
Okay, so I'm giving you the adjustable tether. With your left hand? Yes, with my left hand. Maybe I should turn around. Okay, yeah, let's try to do it. Okay, so did you work with the flap? Yes, I am ready.
Então estamos aí aguardando então o momento da saída dos cosmonautas.
Okay, is the hatch
Então já estamos aí chegando no lado escuro.
Yes, it is half open. Okay, so when I releasing the handle, it closes again. Could you please hold it in place? When you open the hatch completely, let us know. It will be the final hatch opening time for us. Okay?
Estamos então aguardando, né, para que eles acendam as luzes externas aí da estação.
Well, I'm holding it, but the handle would go back. Maybe you should apply some more effort.
Menos de 5 minutos então para a saída dos cosmonautas. Nesse momento a escotilha está aberta.
So the time of the EVA start.
Nesse momento então a escotilha está aberta, 14 horas e 50 minutos.
Is it okay, Nikolai? I do not understand what position should I take in order to
Он мне в камеру просто
egress.
попробую.
Okay, of course the camera is preventing me from that. It pushes against something.
Нет.
А чуть-чуть возьмись наверх.
Сейчас, давайте я стану вверх.
Well, I will try to acquire a vertical position.
And the hatch to the POISC module now open. The official start time of today's spacewalk, 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time, a few minutes ahead of schedule. Kononenko and Chub now have begun the 268th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. 12:49
Então, já nesse
p.m.
momento, já
Central,
temos como
1:49
oficialmente
p.m. Eastern
iniciado
Time.
aí a caminhada espacial às 14 horas e 49 minutos no horário de Brasília. Então, já temos 2 minutos já de caminhada espacial.
The first order of business will be for the two cosmonauts to install a protective ring. This is basically a mechanism that is installed on the circumference of the hatch to prevent any micrometeoroid debris hits to the hatch seals themselves on the POISC module. Chub will be
Estamos
the
então
first
acompanhando
to
neste
exit
momento
the POISC module,
começando aí o
adapting
início
to
então da
space
caminhada
conditions
espacial
on this his first
pelo lado
spacewalk.
russo de número
The two
61. Já
cosmonauts
estamos aí
then
com
will
3
take out
minutos
of
de
the
caminhada.
POISC airlock two bundles of hardware, including
Temos aí
the
então
Parus
os cosmonautas
nanosatellite,
que
as well as
estão
the
conduzindo aí a caminhada de hoje,
other
né?
hardware that
O
they'll
Oleg
be using
Kononenko e
for
o
the
Nikolai Chub,
inspection, valve closing,
It should be
and
que fazem a integração,
documentation
então
of the
fazem
external
parte aí da
radiator
expedição de
on
número
the
70
Naoka module
da
as
Estação
they move into
Espacial
place a
Internacional
short
pelo
time
lado
from
russo.
now.
Так. Вот я у себя поставил.
E hoje, então, o Oleg Kononenko faz aí está realizando agora, neste momento, a sua 6ª caminhada, e o Nikolai Chub a sua primeira.
Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 7 hours in duration. The first
Então,
3
lembrando que
hours or
estamos
so will be
agora,
devoted
esta caminhada,
to
então,
the work
terá
to
duração aí
reconfigure
em
a
torno de
series of
7
valves
horas.
to isolate the external
Já
radiator
estamos só
that
no
leaked
comecinho.
out on October 9th from the prime cooling loops that are servicing the
Então,
body
não esqueça, né, de
radiators
deixar
on
o
the
like aí
Naoka
na
module
transmissão
itself that are
e,
operating just
claro, de
fine.
se inscrever no nosso canal. Lembrando que mais tarde,
Еще
a
разок.
parte da noite, aí, início da madrugada no Brasil, teremos então a missão Shenzhou 17.
Stand by 1. Where is the joint here?
Собрать в обратную сторону.
Okay, you are trying to rotate it in the opposite direction. Yes, that's correct.
Lembrando, né, que para qualquer outra atualização, então, durante a nossa programação da semana no canal, né, basta seguir a gente nas redes sociais, no X e no Instagram. Né, os links também estão na descrição, né, para que você possa aí acompanhar tudo que acontece aí
Так, все.
no mundo e também nas caminhadas espaciais aí na Estação Espacial Internacional.
Пошел у меня.
Установлено.
Estamos aguardando o sinal de vídeo da Estação Espacial retornar.
Copy.
Сергей, защитный
Já
кольцо
estamos aí com
установлено.
5 minutos
Okay, so
de caminhada.
we have installed the protective ring and,
Lembrando que a caminhada espacial então teve o início oficialmente às 14 horas e 49 minutos no horário de Brasília. Aí, se você quer saber o que está sendo conduzido, está sendo realizado hoje, né? Basta ler aí na descrição então da nossa live, né? Tem aí o que será realizado então hoje aí pelos cosmonautas russos.
First, that tether was a bit too high. All right. So, Nikolai, you go to egress, to go out of the hatch.
Зафиксирован.
Okay, so the fixed length tether is secured. Copy, Nikolai, you go to
Так.
go out of the hatch. Okay.
Я туда.
Угу. Так, я снаружи.
I am outside,
Примерно
and now I am securing the adjustable length tether. You are outside? Yes. And
Estamos
Hearing
então
the interpretation
aguardando
of
o sinal
conversations
da
between flight controllers at the Russian
da
Mission
Estação
Control
Espacial
Center outside
retornar
of
aí, sinal de
Moscow.
vídeo.
You're looking at a live view
Nesse
from the
momento aí está
balcony camera of
interrompido
their
aí no
flight
momento,
control
né, que
room,
são
talking
pequenos
to
pontos de
Oleg
interrupção, né,
Kononenko, who
que
has
há
begun the sixth spacewalk of
em
his
torno então da
career,
sua órbita, né, da
and
Estação
Nikolai
Espacial, né?
Chub, his
Você já
cosmonaut
deve
crewmate,
saber, né? Então
beginning
tem
the
alguns
first
pontos
spacewalk of his
que não tem
career.
contato de
The
vídeo, né? Estamos aguardando então o
hatch
contato de
opened at
vídeo
12:49
da
p.m.
Estação
Central
Espacial
Time,
retornar, mas
1:49
os
p.m.
cosmonautas
Eastern
da
Time to begin
Rússia já
today's
estão aí
planned 7-hour
pelo lado de
spacewalk.
fora da Estação Espacial
The
Internacional.
two
Então a caminhada
cosmonauts will be
espacial internacional
isolating
começou
the external
às
radiator on
14
the
horas e
Naoka
49
multipurpose
minutos
laboratory
e terá
module that
duração
leaked coolant
de
back on
aproximadamente
October
aí
9th
7 horas.
from the other external thermal loops that are servicing the body radiator on Naoka, which is operating in perfect fashion to provide coolant for the module. They'll also inspect the location, the presumed location of the radiator leak, and document imagery, both still photography. We hope to see something from their helmet cameras as well. They'll be installing a payload adapter on Naoka, upon which a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture will be mounted for scientific investigations. And later on in the spacewalk, they'll deploy a nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for sail, as part of a solar sail space experiment.
So if you are ready, guys, you can start taking out the bundles. Oleg, Nikolai, if you need the lights on your helmet, you can activate them. You can switch them on.
Então, nesse momento está sendo
What should we
feito
switch on,
pedido aí
Gennady?
para
Come again.
ativar então as luzes
Your
no
helmet
capacete.
lights. You know, you can start with the Orlan lights first. They
E
are
também a
on
câmera também.
already. Okay, copy that.
Все, камера у вас выключена, установлена на...
So your camera is deactivated. It is installed in place. Okay, are you ready, Nikolai? Yes. So the first bundle is being taken out. All right.
Так. Взял один карабин.
So I have one hook in my hand. I am holding it.
The two cosmonauts making their way outside of the Poisk airlock with all the equipment that they'll bring over to Naoka, the International Space Station, flying 260 miles over the Indian Ocean on a trajectory from southwest to northeast.
Yes. Yes. So we have taken out the bundle. So what exactly were you talking about? I'm
Pelo horário de
talking about
Brasília, então,
Parus hardware.
14 horas e 58 minutos.
Yes,
Estamos
of
aí
course, we
acompanhando
activated it
ao vivo,
before
então,
we
o
donned
início
our gear.
da nossa caminhada espacial,
Yes, yes,
de
we
número
activated
61
it when
aí
we
pelo
were
lado russo.
inside. All right, so first panel is out.
Então,
Now
nesse
we
momento aí
are
estão sendo
taking out
ativados
the
os
second
sistemas,
panel.
né,
Okay,
do
copy.
traje, né, incluindo a câmera e a luz, né, que
Okay, so
ficam
number 19
no capacete
bundle is
dos
outside,
cosmonautas.
and now it is the 20 bundle, and I secured it on the gap spanner. Okay, and we are now taking out number 20.
Né, lembrando que os cosmonautas de hoje, então, estão sendo conduzindo então esta caminhada são o Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub.
Pull it out. It is going in the
Então
wrong
o Oleg
direction.
está
Slow
utilizando
down,
o
Nikolai.
traje espacial com a tarja vermelha e o Nikolai
So the panel number
com o
2
traje de cor,
is
tarja de cor
outside.
azul.
All right, copy. Okay, the second kit, optical bundle, is outside, and it should be secured with two equipment tethers. Have you secured it with two equipment tethers, guys? Yes. Different rails according to the rules. Okay, copy.
Lembrando que esta caminhada espacial então tem duração aí de em torno de 7 horas.
On P3, we have first tether, and the second tether is attached to an SM handrail, but I cannot read the number. Okay, Nikolai, let me take a look.
Я сейчас большой дам.
Okay, the small hook isn't going to work. Hand me a large hook. And we are taking out the paros. Copy. Concur.
Так.
All right. Okay, let me put this on.
Так. Есть застраховали пару.
Okay. Paros is tethered on my large red. Paros is outside on the hook. Copy. Are you holding it?
15 horas
I'm
pelo
holding.
horário de Brasília, você
Ok,
está assistindo
Krulok
ao
back.
canal
Ok,
UPTV.
Paros is
Estamos
out.
aí no comecinho, então, da nossa caminhada
Как мне?
espacial,
Nikolai.
número
Go ahead.
61,
It is
pelo lado
secure.
russo,
Okay.
na Estação Espacial
Can you,
Internacional. Né?
secure
Estamos
it
ainda
with the
tentando
safety tether on the
recuperar
handrail
aí o
where my hand
contato
is?
de vídeo, né, com a
Okay,
Estação Espacial
Paros is
Internacional,
secured on the exterior.
né,
Nikolai will
utilizando então aí satélites
direct
que
it
estão ao
towards
redor
the
da Terra.
payload adapter. Copy.
Lembrando que esta caminhada espacial internacional então está sendo
Next one
conduzida
is the
pela Rússia, né,
Krulok
pelos
back bundle.
cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e
Okay,
Nikolai
we're
Chub.
taking it out.
Teve início agora há pouquinho, às 14 horas e 49 minutos.
Okay, let me turn around. Okay, I'm holding it. Okay, Krulok back will go towards Paros, the same direction.
Сначала поставлю.
Okay, use the large hook. Okay, let me first put it in place.
Я немножко развернул, и поэтому я
I had it a little
можно
rotated.
Ну так, чтобы я вышел.
Okay, make sure I'm able to egress.
Сейчас.
Hold on.
Ты парус на две точки зафиксировал.
Okay, Paros is on 2 attachment points.
Парус, да.
Affirmative.
Можно отстыковать, да.
Okay, we need to unhook this one.
Для Олега и Николая, когда...
For Oleg and Nikolai.
Также за мой большой рот.
Олег, Николай,
Oleg, Nikolai,
переведите кран тепло-холод
when possible,
тумблер тепло
place hot cold switch to 0. Verify handle
Принято.
thermal control handle in middle position
Хорошо.
and go to inaudible.
Николай.
Наверное, отвалилось. Я хочу пару
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай,
I would like to remove the tether from the Paros.
Мы поняли.
We had a small
Геннадий, у меня
LOS.
холод в нуле, а
And Sergey, my hot cold is at 0,
Принято.
tether is on, and the handle is in the middle position. Okay, copy.
Ну, теперь выводим адаптер полезной нагрузки, правильно?
Okay,
парус, подождите.
taking out the payload adapter.
Парус установлен на
Hold on.
50-35.
Paros is on handrail 6035,
Мы продолжаем.
secured with 2 tethers in the nominal location.
Да, Коль, отлично, все.
And we are pressing on, taking out the Krulok bag. Yes, Nikolai, we concur.
Страхую.
Okay, I am tethering.
Так. Я вниз еду куда-то. Так, Крюлок бэк. Сейчас, подождите, я еще не застраховал.
Okay, hold on, I still have to tether the Krulok bag.
Так. Один есть.
Okay, 1 is done.
это путается. Вроде удобно, но неудобно. Да вот это будет все время так.
Okay. This is not really convenient. Well, better get used to it.
Так, все, на двух.
Okay, got 2 attachment points.
Пошли туда его ставить.
Let's move it over there.
Так, вывели крыло.
Okay, crew log back is outside. Nikolai is going to
Приступим к выводу адаптера. Адаптер вес
place it
один.
in the position, and then we'll start with the adapter. We'll attach. I'm attaching the adapter to the suit on a hook, and then I'll pass the hook to Nikolai once the crew log back is secured.
This is Mission Control Houston. About 16 and a half minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, the 2 cosmonauts outside of the Poisk airlock. The spacewalk beginning at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. The 2 cosmonauts are moving all the equipment that they will use during today's spacewalk into position so that they can carry all of that gear to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station, where they will do most of the work today, not just the work involving the external radiator on the Naoka module, but also the installation and deployment of scientific payloads.
We see your KVO is at 10 degrees. That's pretty low.
Но у меня пока активная работа.
Well, I'm actually actively working right now, and I'm ready to activate it.
У меня тройки сейчас стоит.
Hot cold is at 3. Yeah, your cooling garment is at 10 degrees. That's too low. Okay.
Тепло, холод нули.
Okay. Warm, cold switch is at 0. Oh, this one. Yeah.
Да.
You put it in this position on purpose? Yes, I'm fixing it now. Ready to take the adapter. Okay, I need to do these additional lights. It's a little dark here. Nikolai, how about I turn on the cameras? Moscow. Go ahead. Sergey, can I turn on Nikolai's cameras while he's nearby? Oleg, negative. Only once both of you have completely egressed, we will turn on the cameras. Okay. All right. Do it from the bottom.
Так, раз, два, есть.
Okay, got it.
Там по направлению. Да. Я улетаю. Ты меня главное, чтобы я не вылез.
As long as it does not interfere with my egress. All right, it's on. So
The cosmonauts are in the process of activating helmet cameras on their respective Orlan spacesuits to provide us with an up-close and personal view of their work outside of the International Space Station throughout the course of the day. Just to recap the work that's coming up with the external radiator, the 2 cosmonauts will configure a series of valves, both at the point where the external radiator attaches to
Então,
Naoka,
pelo horário de
and
Brasília,
also,
são
just
15
below
horas e
that,
9
the
minutos, né?
coolant
Estamos aí nos
fluid
primeiros
servicer. It's
minutos
basically a
da nossa
reservoir
caminhada
for coolant
espacial, né? Que está sendo
that is
conduzida aí
nadir on
pelos
the
cosmonautas
Naoka module
russos, né? O
itself.
Oleg Kononenko
Both of Naoka's
e
external
Nikolai
thermal
Chub,
loops, loop
né?
number
Que eles
1,
vão
which
então
leaked
fazer
out
aí a
on
instalação
October
de um
9th,
sistema de
and loop
comunicação
number 2, which is
de
an
radar
active loop,
cinético,
still servicing
implantar
the body radiators
satélite
to
com
provide
tecnologia
coolant for the
de
module.
vela solar,
Both of those two
substituir
loops will be
painéis
isolated from the
de
deployed
conectores
radiator through
elétricos
a
e
series of
fotografar
configuration of
radiador
valves.
externo do módulo de
Naoka has
laboratório
body-mounted
multifuncional.
radiators
Então
that flew
essas aí são
attached
os
to the module
objetivos
when it launched
aí então de
13 and a
hoje
half
que
years
serão aí
ago that both loops
que
will be
estão sendo
using.
conduzidos agora,
Naoka
né?
will have sufficient
Por
heat
esses
rejection
cosmonautas
to only
russos na
use
caminhada
the
espacial
body-mounted radiators, that
número
external
61,
radiator
né? E o
that
trabalho
we'll
então
be
de hoje
seeing
deverá
later
aí
on in the
ser
views once we
realizado aí
regain
por
our
volta aí de
view in
7
daytime
horas
outside of the
da de
International
duração,
Space
né?
Station.
A caminhada então só
That
começou.
external
Vamos
radiator
então acompanhar
was
juntos
attached
aqui ao vivo, lembrando
to
de
Naoka
deixar o seu
back
like
on
na
May 12th
transmissão
during a spacewalk by
e,
Sergei
claro,
Prokopiev and
de
Dmitry Petelin, and later, about a month
deixar aí a
later,
sua
that radiator
inscrição
was
aí no
filled with
canal. Lembrando
coolant
que
from
logo
the
mais, então à
fluid
noite também,
surface reservoir.
vamos acompanhar aí a missão Shinzo-1
They'll be doing a detailed
17,
inspection of the
direto
leak site on the
da
radiator
China.
to try to determine what may have happened that caused the coolant to leak out of the radiator, that external deployed radiator, back on October 9th. Right now, both external loops, loop 1 and loop 2, flow through both the body-mounted and the deployed radiators. Only loop 2 will remain active until additional coolant is flown to refill loop 1, the leaked loop, at a future date. As part of the valve reconfiguration that they'll be conducting, the section of the active loop 2 in the deployed radiator will be connected to that reservoir, the fluid servicer, to provide needed pressure to changes in temperature and pressure over time, since the coolant in that loop will not be vented. So the isolation of the deployed radiator from
É a
the
nossa
external
próxima
thermal loops
caminhada
is first
espacial,
on
então está
tap
programada
for
para
the two
acontecer
cosmonauts today,
no dia
following a detailed
30 de
inspection of the
outubro,
radiator
aí já
leak location
será
on that
a
external
parte da manhã.
radiator.
To prevent contact with the hatch. No, you can release. There's enough safety tether to control. Okay. All right. So now position the adapter on the Strela. Okay, one adapter is tethered to my safety tether, and I am taking the second adapter tether under the handrail. Okay, now
The cosmonauts in the process of attaching all of their payload hardware to a Strela boom. That's the Russian word for arrow, a telescoping boom that they will use to maneuver themselves from the Poisk module over to the Naoka module, which will be their work site for the bulk of today's activities.
inaudible.
Ух ты, неограниченный иллюминатор.
Okay.
Стрела. Стрела совсем рядом.
Okay, Strela is right here.
Так, смотрим. Жарковато.
Getting pretty hot.
Мне нормально.
You're hot? I'm feeling pretty cool.
Луна светит сильно.
I guess it's the moonlight making it warm.
Так,
All right. Are you attaching it? Yes. Okay, one end is attached.
Куда зафиксировал?
Okay, where did you attach it to?
Пока что за подвижное звено на мобильной стреле.
The mobile link on Strela. Copy.
Так. Фига. А там, конечно, днем такие вещи делать.
It's better to do this during the sun orbit.
Слишком обзор маловат.
Oh, you got plenty of lights there, right? But the field of view is not sufficient.
Так, на мобильном звене адаптер.
Okay, adapter is on the mobile link with two tethers,
Растянут, да?
and
Но пока не растянут, пока только зафиксирован.
the slack removed? Not yet. In progress.
Один выбран.
Okay. On one tether, slack has been removed.
Прям растянуть ее, конечно, но придерживать будем, кое-что не получится.
I don't think we'll be able to tension it, but we'll be holding it.
Ориентироваться можно.
And this way, we can use safety tethers to secure the adapter. And it's done. Slack is removed. Okay, Nikolai, we copy. Is there a way to attach one tether to the operator post?
Я не вижу пока что расстояние до поста оператора.
I can't judge the distance to the operator post, but I will give it a try.
А ты сориентировал УФА в сторону поста оператора, правильно?
The
Vamos aí com
UFA
imagens
side
ao vivo,
is
então,
towards the operator post.
lado externo da Estação Espacial
Affirmative.
Internacional.
Okay, copy.
Дальше.
Então aí voltamos com as imagens do lado externo da Estação Espacial Internacional.
Так, наблюдаю пост оператора, подошел к нему.
I see the operator post. I'm nearby.
Сейчас один стал немножко подрастил еще.
Let me see if I can tether to it. Our first helmet camera views of the work being performed by the cosmonauts outside of the International Space Station. Almost 28 minutes into today's planned 7-hour spacewalk, the cosmonauts are setting up their equipment for transfer from the POISC module to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. And the first work associated with today's activities, that being the configuration of valves to isolate the leaked external radiator on Naoka from the rest of the thermal coolant systems that is keeping the Naoka module nice and operational and in the proper temperature. Okay. Naoka being cooled by the body radiators that it was launched with. The external radiator is essentially a backup radiator to provide additional coolant and cooling for the module for the future use of scientific payloads that will come online in the months and years ahead.
Estamos aí com a visão aí do módulo Naoka, que é o módulo russo,
So yeah, you can
na Estação Espacial Internacional.
actually proceed. Yes, it's already in progress. I'm heading there.
Então essa aí é a visão do Nikolai Chub. Visão do capacete aí do
The
Nikolai
view from
Chub.
Nikolai Chub's helmet camera. He is extravehicular
Verdade,
crew
Chub,
member
é
number
Nikolai
2
Chub.
in the first minutes of the first spacewalk of his career.
Is the heat rejection working for you? Well, I'm working now, so it's actually pretty warm. All right. Then place the manual handle to position 3 for a little bit. And once
E completamos a nossa
cool
primeira
down,
meia hora
put
aí
it
da
back to 0.
caminhada espacial de hoje,
Ok,
de
will do.
número 61. Lembrando que temos aí mais 6 horas e meia de caminhada.
STR is off. Lever is position 3. Oh, you don't have to turn off the STR.
Просто если АСТР включать,
If ISTR is on,
тепло-холод средний опять поставить.
the hot-cold switch should again be in the middle position. Okay, got it. All right. Okay, we are starting with the mini RSA.
Да.
Okay, start taking it out. Make sure you mind the thrusters.
Карабином запорочный 60-21.
Okay, first tether attached.
The mini RSA that you heard referred to in that translation communication, you're looking at Chub taking the radar synthetic aperture equipment out of the Poisk airlock and fixing it to a tether that will enable it to be transported over to the Naoka module, upon which it will be attached later on the spacewalk
Então
today.
perdemos aí mais uma vez aí contato de vídeo com a estação. Pelo horário de Brasília aí 15 horas
Okay, I see
e
it.
20 minutos.
That's really bulky. All right, it's out.
Então para quem está chegando agora, estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial pelo lado russo, de número 61,
Is
da expedição 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional, que está sendo conduzida então pelos cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub.
Дмитриевич, мы получаем картинку с ваших камер.
Oleg, we're getting video from your cameras.
Estamos aí com imagens de vídeo novamente aí do Nikolai Chub.
Inaudible. Okay, now you can connect it. Okay, can you move the engine away from me?
Как будет у тебя возможность, можешь включить камеры на шлемные.
Nikolai, when you have a minute, turn on helmet cameras. I cannot do it right now. Okay, Napor is outside. Copy. Okay, Nikolai, head this way. Okay, let me turn around. Looks like we got everything we needed out of the airlock.
Cosmonauts reporting that all of their equipment now outside of the Poisk airlock, that they will move over to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
E agora também temos aí as pernas aí
Once
do
again,
Oleg
the prime
Kononenko.
objective today in this
Vocês
revised
podem observar aí na
spacewalk
câmera
is the isolation
Nikolai
of the
Chub.
leaked external radiator on Naoka that leaked coolant back on October 9th, isolating it from the external thermal loops that are servicing the body radiators on
Então,
Naoka,
para saber mais aí
providing
o que eles estão
normal coolant
realizando hoje, né,
for
na
the
lado externo então
multipurpose lab.
da Estação
They
Espacial
will also
Internacional,
conduct
né,
a
basta
detailed inspection of the
aí você
location
ver aí na
presumed to be
descrição
where
do,
the leak
da nossa
occurred back
transmissão.
on October 9th.
Зафиксируйте камеру.
Oleg,
They will install this mini radar system with the synthetic aperture on Naoka later in the spacewalk once
Então,
the
mais uma vez
radiator
aí
work is
perdemos
completed,
contato de vídeo.
and will install a deployment mechanism in which
Então,
a
lembrando o que eles vão
nanosatellite
realizar
called
hoje, né,
Parus,
que
the Russian
serão
word
os
for
seguintes
sail,
objetivos, né, da nossa
is
caminhada de hoje,
located.
né?
It will be
Será o
deployed and
seguinte, né?
will unfold
Será o seguinte.
two sail
Eles vão
type
instalar então um
arrays
sistema de comunicação de radar
and
cinético e
be
implantar
basically jettisoned from that
satélite com
deployment
tecnologia
mechanism to
de vela
conduct
solar,
scientific work on solar sail technology.
substituir painéis de conectores elétricos e fotografar o radiador
to do these
externo do
large-scale
módulo
ops
de
in
laboratório
installation.
multifuncional.
Talking at the
Então,
same time.
esta caminhada então tem
Okay, so I'm
duração
heading
aí
to the
de 7
operator
horas de transmissão aí para
affirmative,
vocês.
and I will
E a nossa próxima
pass
caminhada
the
espacial então está
RSA
programada
to you,
para o dia 30 de outubro,
and
né, que será pelo lado
once I join you, we will
americano. Né? Então, temos imagens de volta aí
position it and
da
attach
estação.
it.
Então, quem ainda não deixou o like aí na transmissão, né? Deixa o like na transmissão e também a sua inscrição.
The International Space Station is currently orbiting 260 miles over the Bering Sea and soon will enter an orbital sunrise.
Yes, Krolak Beg and Parus.
We're about 35 minutes into today's excursion by Kononenko and Chub.
All right. Adapter, stay lá. Shall we insert from that side? No, from my side.
У нас еще стоит заглушка на замке.
We still have the lock capped Sergey, first we need to get into position, then we'll deal with the gap on the lock. Copy. Okay, Nikolai, lower your sun visor. Complete. Did the same. Looks like we need to have it above the strela. Okay, let's try. Let me get on strela. I don't think you will be able to do it from above. Guys, coming up on 3 minutes of Raticom. Copy. The sun is really bright. Okay, mobile link. Let me attach to the mobile link. Yes, Nikolai. So adapter is below. Okay, we're going to put it on the side. I just need to get there.
The two cosmonauts are in the process of securing tethers to the base or monoblock, if you will, to the miniature radar synthetic aperture device, so it can be transported over to the Naoka module, upon which it will be installed later in today's spacewalk.
Okay, let me just assume the correct position. Oleg, Nikolai, how about a break? We're not tired. No need for a break. And once we're near each other, we'll turn on all cameras. So my cameras are on. Yes, your camera is on, Oleg. We are getting a video from it. Which one? Okay, we'll sort it out later. Okay, one camera is on. Heka is the one on the left or on the right? Okay, Nikolai, one. Let's get with the ops. One is enough. Okay, I got the Heka one. Heka camera on. All right, I'm holding it, pushing it to the side. Okay, it's ideal if you put it on the mobile link from above. Careful, careful.
Você está assistindo ao canal UPTV pelo horário de Brasília, são 15 horas e 29 minutos. Completamos aí a nossa primeiros 40 minutos aí da nossa caminhada espacial pelo lado russo na Estação Espacial Internacional, que está sendo conduzida então aí pelos cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub, da expedição de número 70 na Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos vendo aí imagens de capacete, né? A câmera instalada no capacete aí do Nikolai Chub.
All right, so it's in the top position. See the lock, black mark.
Okay, I see the black marking. No, actually, I cannot, but I'm removing the cap. Okay. All right. Let's remove it first. I have a trash bag. Give it to me. Say it again. I'm holding trash bag. All right, then I will remove it and give it to you. Okay, I secured it with a large red. Removed. The black marking is directed down towards the hatch. And on Parus, it is actually facing me. In other words, I need to rotate it relative to this axis. Go ahead and rotate, only in the other direction. Will the tethers allow this rotation? Oh, okay, it fits now. All right, let's rotate. Okay, it doesn't want to come back. Koля, please rotate it back because it's snagged here. It caught the cable. I'm holding the adapter. Okay. But the tether is on the way right now. Let's rotate it then. Will you be able to rehook the tether? The center tether. Can you lower it? Wait a minute. This is the center. Right. And this is the one that wouldn't let me rotate it. Rotate now. Towards me. No, it's still on the way because it's below. Let me rehook it. Hold on. Let me hook it. Now it's ready. All right. Handing it to you. Okay. Hooked it here. Something else is stopping it. But actually, I'm in a very advantageous position. But I will need to get close, or I will have to turn around and rotate it in your direction. No, hold on. Let me step back. Okay. All right. I disconnected one. Let me bring myself up. A bit more. A bit more. Okay. No. Are you holding it? When you will receive it, I will start rotating. Okay. Which way are we rotating? Towards me. That's how I understand it. Okay. Do you see the marking? Yes. So we need to switch to the gap spanner. Okay, right now the center is hooked to the gap
temos
spanner.
agora imagens de capacete aí do Oleg
Well, you know,
Kononenko.
I wouldn't call the radiator
Porque eu
damaged. There are no
lembro que o
holes in
Nikolai
it,
Chub,
so I think it looks
né,
normal.
está aí
Have you
com
seen
traje
anything?
de
No.
cor azul, né? Traje de cor azul.
I am ready. Let me rotate it. Okay. Let me grab it. Okay, let's start rotating. Do you see the marking? Yes, rotate it towards me and down. Kind of push it in my direction. Like this, is that okay? Do I need to rotate more? Yes, by about 30 degrees. Okay. Well, now no more than 3 degrees because it's being stopped now. Okay, it's in there. Hold on, I need to reach it. Let me get closer. No, that's fine. Is it closed? Let me check. Yes, I'm trying to pull it. It's closed. Sergey? Yes. So you closed the lock, right? Yes, the lock is closed, black on black.
45 minutes into the spacewalk by Kononenko and Chub, a view of the mini synthetic aperture radar system that will be installed on the Naoka module later in today's spacewalk, as the two cosmonauts make sure that it is properly affixed with tethers to move it toward Naoka, where it will be temporarily stowed, allowing them the time they need to address the leaked external radiator on that module, the multi-purpose laboratory module, Naoka. That external radiator leaked coolant back on October 9th. It is believed that all of the coolant leaked out at that time. It has not affected the cooling of the Naoka module, which is being cooled by its body radiators through the two thermal loops associated with Naoka.
In such a way
that deployed external radiator that was launched on the Rassvet module along with an experiment airlock in May of 2010, and which sat idle for the past 13 and a half years until it was installed during a spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin this past May, and subsequently a month later was filled with coolant. That radiator is mainly designed to supplement the total heat rejection capability for Naoka for scientific payloads that likely will come online in the future. There are very few payloads active in Naoka right now, and the additional heat rejection is not needed. So the multi-purpose laboratory module is being cooled just fine through its body radiators. But the desire and the intent of the main objective of today's spacewalk is to isolate that leaked radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system on the module.
Yes, here it's all secured. Okay, then here, what we need to do is, well, I'm holding it anyway, but I need to secure it on my side. Now, where should we hook it to? To the main beam, but do not run it under it. To make sure that the tethers will not get entangled. Okay, so far I don't see. Well, you are holding at the mobile link. Yes. You see on the side. Slava, do you see it? All right, I secured it to the beam. Very good. Now we can attach Sputnik to the same point. All right, I'll be holding it. Did you secure Sputnik? Yes. Yes, where the wing nut is, where I tightened it. We need the large retina for the satellite. Okay, Sergey, the angle between the base and the adapter of the payload is about 150 or 60 degrees. It's not normal, it's not parallel. Yes, absolutely. Yes, the angle should be there. It shouldn't be normal, it shouldn't be parallel. Okay, understood. If you can, let's take care of your cameras. Can you turn both cameras on? One is already on, but right now, with one hand, holding the unit and holding the mobile link with the other hand. Okay. No, Sergey, let's wait. This is very inconvenient. Okay. So, but anyway, one camera is on, I think, but we did not receive any video. Okay, understood.
Николай,
Nikolai,
и когда будет возможность,
when you have a chance,
у тебя 7 градусов,
you have 7 degrees cooler. That's a little bit too cold. Okay. Yes, at least move it to 2.
Хорошо, пока не могу руку.
Okay, right now I don't have a free hand. Okay, understand.
Солнце бьет вообще ничего не.
The sun is so bright.
Está assistindo o canal UPTV pelo horário de Brasília, 15 horas e 41 minutos. Estamos aí com 52 minutos, quase chegando a 1 hora de caminhada espacial. Lembrando então que a caminhada está sendo conduzida aí pelos cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub. Estamos aí na caminhada espacial de número 61 pelo lado russo,
Okay.
da expedição de número 70.
Oh, I lowered it down. There's so many tethers.
Полотенцами.
Yeah, we need to take care of those towels.
У нас 11 палок,
We have 11 tethers,
не считая своих, собственно.
and that's without ours on the suits.
Так,
Okay.
станет он на изогнутым.
I don't know if it
Станет он на изогнутым. На прямой.
can be installed and aligned.
Что на привод ручной закрепить?
Unintelligible.
Да, вперед.
Sergey, what did you say?
Привод ручной на поручень, привода ручного может.
Okay, maybe you should install it on the handrail of the manual drive.
Выпихал, и туда не станет.
Well, no room.
А здесь это мешает.
And here, this thing is on the way.
Я ставил
Do you see it?
квадратный.
I was installing on the square.
This is Mission Control Houston. This view from one of the helmet cameras on the cosmonauts as they work outside of the International Space Station. Some 54 minutes into their spacewalk today.
Against the other piece.
Oleg Kononenko in the 6th spacewalk of his career. This view from Nikolai Chub's helmet camera. Now almost an hour into the first spacewalk of his career. They are
Estamos
in
aí
the
com a
process of
câmera então
moving
do Nikolai Chub
equipment and
neste
scientific
momento.
payloads down to the Naoka module, where they will be attached and affixed temporarily, while the two cosmonauts attend to the configuration of valves to isolate a leaked external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, isolating it from the other coolant loops that are currently servicing Naoka, providing the proper cooling through its body radiators.
Maybe on the side, yeah. We could try on the side.
О, пробежал.
Okay, I fit it through.
Вот это вязанка. Тут еще,
All right, that's quite an impressive bundle.
как говорю, смотрится.
It looks great.
Так, подержите секунду.
Can you hold it for a second? Yes. Let me take care of this one first. What do you want me to hold?
Так, спасибо.
Напор.
And peering through the structure of the International Space Station, a view of the 2 Russian cosmonauts as they continue to secure all of the equipment and the payloads that they're in the process of moving down to the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
So did you manage to secure it with a couple of paros?
Então, nesse momento, na verdade, não estão fazendo a instalação do radar cinético, não. Estão fazendo aí o trabalho do radiador, tá? O módulo, então, multifuncional na IOCA. Tá, então estão realizando aí o trabalho então, de substituição de painéis, né, de conectores, e aí também vão fotografar aí o radiador aí, então, do módulo, radiador externo aí do módulo na IOCA. Tá, então está fazendo esse trabalho agora. Certo? Então estou fazendo aí a parte do radiador. Tá? Só fazendo então a correção aí para vocês.
I turned one on. I don't see the green LED. Neither do I on your side. Okay.
Então, nesse momento, no horário de Brasília, 15h46.
One more time.
Virou aí para 47. Estamos aí acompanhando então o trabalho aí dos cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub, cosmonautas aí da Rússia, na caminhada espacial de número 61. Da expedição então de número 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional.
But not now. Do you see it? No. And now? No. And this one? This one is illuminated now. So I see one green LED. But I cycled it several times. Let me try one more time. Okay. Now you have 2 greens. Okay, so I turned it on. Let's try it one more time. No, Nikolai has no LEDs illuminated. How about the lights?
Светильники-то работают?
Yes, the lights are on.
Я бы не включил, светильники тоже не работали, да?
All right, because, you know, without activating RIBA, we wouldn't have had the lights operational. The one that's above your forehead, the LED, is now green. Yes, it is green. But again, it's blinking. It turned itself off, and now it's illuminated again. Okay.
Tivemos aí uma perda de comunicação em vídeo. Estamos aí com imagens novamente aí do Centro de Controle de Moscou, da Rússia. Estamos então aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 61.
Okay, Sergey, so shall we keep wasting time on it? It doesn't work. I don't know why the LEDs are not yet illuminated. What did you say about the dropout? We had a very short dropout. But we understand.
Lembrando que ainda hoje, mais tarde, teremos aí a transmissão da missão Shenzhou 17. 1 hora já de missão. 1 hora já de caminhada aí completadas neste momento, faltando 6 horas. Já tem mais 6 horas ainda pela frente. Estamos com imagens novamente de volta aí com a Estação Espacial Internacional. Ok, podemos observar ali ao fundo, né, os cosmonautas.
Well, so far we spent about 5 minutes on that. Do we need to secure it? Is it okay? Yes, it's already secured. Very well. All right, close it. All right, we're about to start translating with the mobile link. Yes. Start with the hooking the equipment tether. Okay. Now, on the mobile link. So far, I'm the one hanging on it. All right. Yeah, indeed you do. Now, you need to rehook the hook that is currently attached to the Strela beam. I'm taking the adjustable tether. It's right here, connected to the beam, and the second hook that runs from the magnetic mechanical lock ball joint. It is now attached to the gap spanner. All right. Now you need to use two adjustable tethers to carry the mobile link. All right, so I need to remove it from the adapter, yes. Yes, this one has to be secured. Then let me secure it first, and then I will unhook the other one. The more security, the better.
Oleg, скажи пару
Oleg,
слов. Как у тебя тепловое состояние?
Tell me about the temperature. Are you comfortable? So far, I'm comfortable.
Принято.
Copy.
Куда фиксируем?
Where should we hook it to? I believe to these handrails.
Мы их, видишь, зажали до упора.
You see, we clamp them. We push them together.
This is Mission Control in Houston. 1 hour, 3 minutes into today's spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub now have secured all of the equipment, the scientific payloads that they will be installing on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module later in the spacewalk today. The crew will shortly use the Strela telescoping boom to transport themselves to Naoka from the Poisk module. Kononenko will move to the coolant fluid surfacer reservoir on Naoka, while Chub will move toward the interface where the external radiator is attached to the body of Naoka. That's the external radiator that leaked coolant back on October 9th.
Tethers is that they always twist in the area of the lock.
Once they are at their respective positions on either side of that radiator, they will begin to work in tandem
Nós
to
estamos vendo
configure
então
a
aí o
number of
processo
valves
de
that will
instalação
isolate
então
the
do
external
radiador,
radiator from the rest of the
que vai
thermal
ser então
coolant
instalado no
system
módulo
for the
Naoka.
multi-purpose laboratory module that is being
Então
cooled
ele está sendo
by its
aí
body
conduzido então
radiator,
pelos
the
cosmonautas
radiator
ao
on
redor então
the
do
structure
telescópio
of the module itself
Estrela.
that it launched with back in May of
Também aí
2010.
está no módulo multifuncional
What
Naoka.
about the second one? Holding the second one. All right. I'm holding it.
Пока не отстегиваем.
Do not pull it back yet.
Перепутались? Нет, они не перепутались, я просто его распускаю.
Any entanglements? No, I'm just loosening it, and as soon as I'll finish loosening, I will hook it to the ring right away.
Нужно свои
We need to attach our rods to the attachment point. Give me a second. It does not reach all the way to the end. Can you release this hook and attach it to the mobile link? You see that hook, right? So to the mobile link and closer to me. Oh my God, what a beauty. Right here, give it here. Okay? We have an attachment point, right? Let me rehook it. So it looks like. Okay, one. One equipment tether is secured. Sergey, can you hear? Yes, I copy you guys. Secured to the mobile link in the lock area. The other end is connected to the movable ring. No, the second one is attached to the beam. Yes, it's secured on the beam, correct. Now this one can be unhooked and reattached to the beam, right? Okay. Let me hand it to you here below. And can you hook it to the beam? Yes. All right. Okay, that's the first one. Where's the second? I can see it. This is the second one. It's in front of me, attached to the transportation ring. Well, what now? Shall we start translating? Wait a minute, let me reattach myself to the transportation ring.
Flying just to the west of Peru from northwest to southeast, the International Space Station, supporting the 268th spacewalk for assembly maintenance and upgrades in station history that began almost 25 years ago on the STS-88 mission that mated the Unity module and the Zarya module at the beginning of station assembly.
All right, I'm secured.
1 hour, 9 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. They are about to
Estamos aí
make their
com
way
1
down
hora
to
e
the
9
Naoka
minutos já de
multipurpose laboratory
caminhada
module.
já
You see a view
concluída.
of Chub wearing the Orlan spacesuit bearing the blue stripes.
Com os
This from a helmet
cosmonautas
camera on
Oleg
Kononenko, who
Kononenko
is
e
in the
Nikolai Chub.
6th spacewalk of his career.
Coming from the clear side, but still you'll be doing it
Estamos aí
head
então com a
down.
câmera
So
do
let's
cosmonauta
do it the
Oleg
way we
Kononenko.
initially planned. Okay. So do you suggest to go to your side? No, but I can find support on the module here. My legs are now supported. Okay, when you'll be positioning yourselves, pay attention at the target on PHO. You need to position yourselves to make sure that this target will not be on your way. Yes, we see. Yes, but there is a small hook.
Então, lembrando que a caminhada espacial começou às 14 horas e 49 minutos, pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos então aí com 1 hora e 10 minutos de caminhada espacial, número 61, aí pelo lado russo.
You will have this mobile ring and I will hand it over and we'll start translating. And I'm moving to your side then, is that correct? Yes. And where do you have this mobile ring connected right now? It's connected with a French hook to MLM. Great.
16 horas pelo horário de Brasília, estamos aí então assistindo o canal Will PTV. Estamos então acompanhando aí mais uma caminhada espacial da Estação Espacial Internacional, então pelo lado russo. Estamos vendo aí a parte do radiador, né, que será instalado então aí no módulo então no módulo de laboratório multifuncional. Não.
Then Nikolai disconnected on at the other side. Okay. On my, is it on my side or on your side? I think it's on my side. Right. Now move forward a little bit so that I have my second transportation tether. And there is nothing in the way or grabbing onto anything, right? On my side, there are no handrails. And this tether, I have actually reattached it to the mobile ring. Is it it? Is it what we need? Well, have you disconnected the mobile ring? Well, I found some markings on the tether, so. Okay, you've got it? I did. I've got it now. And I am rotating. We're on the same side now.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 13 minutes into the spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub about to make their way to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, setting up all of the equipment that they have removed from the Poisk module airlock, attaching it with the appropriate tethers, securing all of that equipment, a mini synthetic radar aperture science payload, and a device that will deploy a nanosatellite called pelos, a solar sail technology satellite, once it is mounted on the body of Naoka a bit later in today's spacewalk.
Oleg. All right, I'm pushing the ring.
Once they are at Naoka and have secured the equipment at that point, the two cosmonauts will be preparing to do the work on the external radiator that leaked back on October 9th. Kononenko will move to the coolant fluid servicer, that's a coolant reservoir at the Naoka module, while Chub positions himself at the interface where the external radiator is mounted on the body of Naoka itself. The external radiator is the one that leaked back on October 9th.
And it's not, make sure you're not
the Naoka module still being cooled, however, in normal fashion through its body radiators that it launched with back in May of 2010 on the STS-132 mission. The objective today is to isolate the external radiator from those coolant loops so that the prime radiator, the body radiator on Naoka, can continue to be operated in normal fashion to provide the coolant and the cooling capability necessary for the multipurpose laboratory module.
All right, move forward now. Okay. All right, I'm translating. Everything's nominal.
16 horas e 4 minutos. Nós estamos ainda vendo o trabalho aí que eles estão realizando no radiador, né? Que está localizado então na parte externa aí do módulo Naoka. O módulo laboratório então multifuncional na Estação Espacial Internacional.
and move it in this position and decide whether you need to do that. And I'm not seeing, and secure it to the handrail. All right, secure it to the ring. Sergey. Well, the beam itself is floating a little bit.
Today's timeline was revised over the course of the past few days to enable the two cosmonauts to attend to that external radiator, isolating it from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka,
Supposed to be like that?
ensuring that it can be reserviced at a later date once the leak is identified, the leak location is identified, and repaired at some point in the future.
And Nikolai, where is the talking over each other? Okay, stop. The STO itself? No, that's not it. One is down under my blue one, and you go over. And the radiator? Okay, there it is. Okay, we have STO secured. Copy. To where? To the beam. Okay? To the handrail. Okay, I see. Now, we need to install the mobile ring or link. How do you want me to push it a little bit further? Because otherwise you'll be walking straight into the radiator. Maybe a little bit. It seems like we should move it a little bit. Use your hands, Nikolai. All right. Have you freed up this flag or tab? One is closed. And what's the configuration that it's supposed to be? Well, you need
While
to
the
have it in
two cosmonauts continue to work outside and their activities being monitored by
Copy.
fellow cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov inside the Russian segment of the station,
Now,
the 4 USOS crew
make
members,
sure that you're not scratching
Station
MLM.
Commander Andy Mogensen of the European Space Agency, NASA astronauts Jasmine Mugbeli and Laurel O'Hara, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa
With the
are
radiator.
proceeding into their pre-sleep period, their work for the day having been completed,
Install strela.
as their crewmates continue to work outside as they will for the better part of the next 6 hours or so.
We need to make sure the retainers are in the correct configuration. Okay? Now, we need to rotate it. Okay, 90 degrees. What does it look like? Hold it a little bit and we'll install it. And now we need to do, okay, there it is. Are you okay to work it yourself, or is it up to me? Well, we need to remove it and install it to MLM. All right, I'm going to hold the mobile ring.
Então, com 1h20 já de caminhada espacial, você está assistindo ao canal UPTV. Estamos aí então com a caminhada espacial de
The one
número
that's secured to the
61
mobile ring.
pelo lado russo na Estação
needs to be
Espacial
installed to the
Internacional,
MLM.
onde os cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub
And the second one is the same.
estão ainda trabalhando
Why
na
do you want me
parte
to put
do
it there?
radiador,
Well,
que
I'm
fica
holding it
localizado
with my hand right
na
now.
parte externa do módulo
What
na
tether?
IOCA, né, Módulo de Laboratório
It's the
Multifuncional.
transportation tether for mobile ring. With the mobile ring. Right, there you go.
Конечно, тоже плохо.
Unintelligible.
Так, вот, и теперь
Now we're going to turn it around so that it's in a better position.
Так, держу.
You got it? I got it. And let me secure it
Так, есть.
to the ring. Okay, got it?
Теперь пробуем. Опять что-то в натяг.
And now it needs to be tight too.
Ушел от меня. Все, запал, закрывай.
All right, now it's installed. Close it.
Не очень. Давай, держи. Держу.
Hold it.
Осталось только закрыть ручку.
Вот, он выскочил. А потому что...
And you see, it's too tight in front of me.
Дальше простыковать, вот это.
So, do you want to go to
Ну, да, но он не будет мешать.
4001,
Ее все равно куда-то надо.
4101?
Так. Там это полностью открыто.
Do we need to have it completely open?
Крайний положи. Держишь?
You got it? I got it.
Вроде стал.
I think it's installed.
Понятно. Нет, не стал. Где-то выровнять надо просто по оси вверх.
Go up a little bit and turn it up.
Меня крутит.
I'm turning.
Не пойму, как тут взяться, чтобы не разворачивало. Вообще опоры нет.
Let's try so that it doesn't turn me.
Ну-ка, попробуйте вот так.
And try like this.
А тот замок
Install the lock.
закрыто.
Is it closed?
Пока рано.
It's too early
Фиксатор рано.
to work with the fixture.
Должен закрыться, чтобы не было щели в стыке.
Do you want us to have it closed so that there is no gap? Right. Only once you close the lock on the attachments fixture.
Тут не видно, где открыто.
And Sergey, honestly, we can't see what's open and what's closed, and the stopper is what? And the stopper is well, is it on both sides?
Там ориентация, по идее, никакой роли не играет, правильно?
So it doesn't really matter how we turn it, right?
О, еще.
Just a little bit more.
Закрыть?
Closed.
Сейчас закрыт. Так.
Closed.
А и блокиратор тоже закрывайте.
The stopper's there.
Все. Блокиратор.
The stopper.
Ручка не повернулась.
Если ручку...
Just make sure.
Давай. Сейчас я пошевелю.
See if you can turn the handle. Well, it's kind of iffy.
Я поставил ее. Все.
And I've installed the stopper. Sergey?
Да. Слышишь? Блокиратор сейчас на замке.
All right, we now have it secured with a lock
Так.
on the ring. Good.
Практически можно осматривать. Ближайший.
Can you inspect it? Yes.
Плохого впечатления не производит такого прям.
I'm not seeing anything strange. Okay, let me move further.
Теперь переходим.
Now, Oleg, you're translating to error,
Да, здесь только сверху.
but go above.
Да, я сейчас отхожу назад.
And Nikolai, I'm going a little bit back.
Делать. Я отошел.
All right, I got away. Out of the way.
Серега, все-таки вот этот
Sergey,
блокиратор
this stopper
стрелу фиксирует.
that's holding Strela to the handrail, maybe we can use it still.
Потому что стрела болтает.
Because the Strela is swinging.
Коль, блокиратор, вот
Well, the stopper that you are holding,
то
It needs to be in a closed
For
position
those
as well.
just joining us in our coverage of Russian Spacewalk 61, the 268th spacewalk, in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub opened the hatch to the Poisk airlock at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. An hour and 26 minutes ago,
I just can't
made their
really
way
see
outside of
much
the
right
airlock,
now because
set up
my
tools
data
and
is,
tethers, brought outside with
around the
them
ring,
a pair
and
of
I can't,
scientific payloads, a
move
radar
too much.
synthetic aperture system, and
How does this look?
a nanosatellite called Parus, which will test solar sail technology.
Doesn't want to
They have
turn.
been configuring all of the tethers to secure that equipment
And this is what
while
I've
they make
been
their way down
studying.
to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module
Turned it and
to
turned
take
it and
their
tried
respective
turning it.
positions and begin the work
Now I
to
see the issue.
configure a series of valves that will isolate a leaked external radiator
There will be
on Naoka that was installed during
in
a
about
previous
4 minutes.
spacewalk on Expedition
So,
69 back in May,
Oleg,
and filled with coolant a month
close
later
the stopper.
that leaked that coolant back on
This is
October
a very
9th.
interesting thing about it.
The plan today is to isolate that radiator from the rest of Naoka's cooling system, which is flowing coolant
I'm trying
through
to
the body
make it so
radiators
that we
mounted
can
on the
work
module
normally
itself,
with
providing the
Trello.
proper cooling for Naoka.
Just look at that. Look at it all.
They also plan a
Now
detailed
it's in a much
inspection
better
of the
configuration.
site that is presumed to be the place where the leak occurred back on
So
October
you're
9th,
holding
to
it-
document it
holding on to it
so
with
that
your right
engineers
hand.
can study possible remedial action to repair that in the future.
Все принято.
Okay. And I'm going to hold on. Let me tell you what it's called. It's the support of the gas TM beam.
The external radiator and an experiment airlock were first launched to the International Space Station on the STS-132 mission of the Space Shuttle Atlantis in May of 2010,
Right.
where those two components sat idle for
Então
13
estamos aí
years.
acompanhando então
The
a
airlock,
caminhada
was
espacial número
detached
61,
from
né,
Rosviet,
pelo lado
the
russo, na
module upon
estação
which it was launched,
Espacial Internacional, né, no horário de Brasília, 16 horas
during a May
e
spacewalk as
18
well by
minutos.
Sergei
Nós estamos aí
Prokofiev and
completando a
Dmitry
nossa
Gagarin.
primeira
Followed,
meia,
in a
1 hora e
subsequent
meia
spacewalk
de
by the detachment of the radiator,
caminhada.
that external radiator, from Rosviet and its
Estamos
transport and
ainda
installation
trabalhando na
to
parte
Naoka.
do radiador do Naoka.
Air operator post. So
Que fica
now
então
use
localizado aí
the
pelo lado
lower
russo,
support
né,
on
que é o módulo
MLM.
de laboratório
Well, I see
multifuncional. Né, que é o-
4130.
Vocês estão aí no laboratório
4128.
multifuncional, no lado externo do
Copy.
laboratório, no módulo de laboratório, e estão aí fazendo então o procedimento aí com o radiador. Lembrando que essa caminhada então tem duração aí de 7 horas.
All right, you have 2 hooks. Yes, Sergey. And I'm holding with my left arm to the Strela. How copy? Did you copy? Yes, I did, and I see what you're talking about.
Primeira meia hora, 1 hora e meia de caminhada completada até o momento. Faltando ainda um pouco mais de
All right, I'm in the
5 horas e 30 minutos de caminhada.
area.
E vamos seguir juntos aí acompanhando esta caminhada espacial de número 61. Lembrando que a nossa próxima caminhada espacial né? Está programada aí
Can
para
I open up
acontecer
the
no dia
MLI and
30
have a look?
de outubro, que será
Yes.
aí pelo lado
KL1
americano.
and KL2 are your targets.
Так, открыл.
All right, I have it open, and I see that it's across the piping. Nikolai, could you point your camera
Нет, это
onto oh, that's just the edge. So, do you see my finger, my right hand? I see your left hand. Left one? Hold on. And let me try. I don't want to move too much MLI here.
так. Развернулся.
All right, and I turn around. Do you see anything? It's better.
Короче, они под
Okay. They are across.
смотрят, с какой камеры ты.
I just don't understand what camera you're seeing me on. Hold on, Nikolai. The specialists are looking now.
Хорошо.
Sounds good. Nikolai, let's start with KL1 and KL2.
Так,
Okay?
1 КЛ.
1 KL and 2 KL. KL1 and 2. Press down on the valve. Turn it counterclockwise 90 degrees. Do you want me to close or open it? Counterclockwise in the to the open position.
This is Mission Control Houston, Nikolai Chub, about to open up
Então aí
and
estamos aí
rotate
com a
a pair
perda
of
de
manual
vídeo
valves
neste
at
momento,
the
né? Aí 1
external
hora e
radiator
33 minutos.
interface between that
caminhada.
radiator and Naoka, the crew
Então nesse
now
momento
in
aí ele
position at the
abriu
warp
já
site.
a parte da interface aí do radiador, então aí do Naoka.
He will be opening up 2 valves on
Então ele
the
abriu
external
aí as
thermal
duas
loop
válvulas
bypass
aí do
lines
radiador.
between the cooling system, the cooling reservoir, and the external radiator.
Well, it
Que
is
fica
marked. I'm just
entre
handing
dois
upside
coolers.
down. How many turns? You just put it in the open position. Put it in the 90 degrees.
Есть. КЛ, 1
Ka-
КЛ.
L1
Lembrando
and
que ainda
KL,
hoje, então,
1
teremos
KL
também
and 2 KL are open.
a transmissão aí da missão Shenzhou-1. Né? Estou aguardando só apenas
Kononenko, meanwhile, is at
a
the
confirmação
coolant
então do
fluid
início da
servicer, the
transmissão, né,
reservoir,
para
providing
vocês.
coolant
Mas
through a pair of cooling loops
o Long Mark
to the Naoka
2F,
module.
né, será lançado
The whole point
lá na base
of
em
this valve
Ryukan
manipulation is
às
to
meia-noite
isolate that
e
external
14
radiator that leaked on
do
October
dia
9th
26.
from the rest of the cooling system for the multi-purpose laboratory module.
All right, MLI and KR1 and KR2 are open. Copy. Nikolai, could you take the picture of the valves that you turned?
Хорошо, я принял.
Copy, will do.
Né, e ainda hoje
Let
também
me
o
try.
Nikolai Chub e Oleg Kononenko também eles vão fazer aí a instalação do sistema de comunicação de radar
So
cinético,
Chub has opened up a pair of manual valves
implantar
to the
um
bypass
satélite
lines
com
for the
tecnologia de vela
external
solar
thermal loop to the
e ainda vai
radiator
fazer a
itself.
substituição de painéis conectores elétricos.
Я выполняю.
And Sergey, I am taking imagery. Copy.
Расстояние где-то
And
2 сантиметров
We are at a distance of about 70 centimeters. 70 centimeters is like as much as we can be at.
Estamos aí com imagens
Otherwise
novamente
it's
de
not
volta aí
convenient.
na Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos vendo
So
então
that's
o
good.
radiador
All right,
aí.
imagery is done. I'm turning off the camera. Now close the MLI. Copy. And I'm going to turn off the camera so that we don't waste the battery. Right, the camera is off. I'm returning it to its storage position. Camera is in place.
The next step will be for Kononenko to open up a thermal cover
And I'm
on a
closing
manual
the MLI.
valve at the interface between the external radiator and the pipeline, if you will, to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir. That's the interface between the radiator itself and the fluid servicer reservoir. He will be closing a valve on that interface.
Remove your adjustable tether from the handrail. And
then we'll open
hold on
a
to
series of valves
anything for the imagery.
to basically reroute the coolant for the body radiator that is providing coolant for Naoka.
Well, this one is fighting back. Is it Kyle 1? 2? All right, I have the 1 Kyle and 2 Kyle closed. Copy, Nikolai. Now, go to USA and open the valves there on the USA interface. All right, I see 4, 6, 8, 9, and 5. Copy. And is it, how deeply seated or recessed are they? I can't really tell. I can try and get to them from the side. No, Nikolai, don't do anything. I'm not touching anything. I'm just like trying to show you a better image. Just raise your head a little bit and that's it. Now, you need to get the MLI flap from the other side, from the hydraulic connector. And you will start working with USA screws, okay? And I am moving to the other side. All right, do you need to check it to see it from my side? I see it. That's neat. You can't really recreate that in Hydro Lab. Well, you're almost where I am.
Tá chegando agora, então estamos aí assistindo o canal UPTV. Estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial o número 61 pelo lado russo na Estação Espacial Internacional, aí pelo módulo, pelo lado externo do módulo de laboratório aí multifuncional na IOCA. Estamos aí acompanhando então a parte externa aí onde fica localizado também o radiador, onde também estão fazendo trabalho agora aí com a parte apenas visual neste momento. Estamos ainda com 1 hora, chegando a completar aí agora 1 hora e 40 minutos de caminhada espacial pelo horário de Brasília, 16 horas e 29 minutos. Então a caminhada espacial teve início às 14 horas e 49 minutos e está sendo conduzida então pelos cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko, que está utilizando o traje com a tarja de cor vermelha, e o Nikolai Chub, que está utilizando o traje com a tarja de cor azul.
This is Mission Control, Houston.
E
1
eles
hour 40
pertencem,
minutes
então,
into
aí
today's
a
spacewalk.
estação,
The work is a bit intricate at this point.
eles
The two
integram, então, o
cosmonauts
grupo aí da
working in
expedição de
tandem at the
número
external
70
radiator
da
on the
Estação
Naoka
Espacial
Multipurpose Laboratory
Internacional.
Module that leaked coolant back on October 9th. Nikolai Chub has opened a pair of manual valves on the
Então,
radiator's
Nikolai
thermal
Chub,
control
né,
system
aí
external
abriu
thermal
manualmente,
loop
então, a
bypass
válvula
line.
do radiador, né,
Chub
aí do
now is in
módulo
the process of closing
de
4
laboratório aí
valves,
da Ioka.
and Kononenko will open a manual valve at the interface between the radiator and
E
the
o
coolant
Oleg Kononenko
reservoir.
abriu uma
Basically,
outra
it's called the
válvula que
fluid
fica
servicer
entre
line
o
to
cooler,
complete the isolation of
né,
the
e o
radiator
radiador,
from
então aí
2 external thermal loops.
fazendo então a abertura aí
Loop
das
number
duas válvulas que
1
fica
is the
localizado
loop
aí
that
na
leaked
parte
back on October
externa
9th. Loop
aí do
2 is an
laboratório
active
de
loop
da
functioning just
Ioka,
perfectly, providing the proper
no laboratório
cooling
externo
for
aí
the
na Ioka.
module itself.
Lembrando que ainda hoje, né, também vamos ver aí na caminhada espacial de hoje, né, a parte então da instalação de um sistema de comunicação, né, de radar cinético, a implementação então de um satélite tecnológico de vela solar e a substituição de painéis condutores elétricos.
So, well, it
É
goes
tudo
without
isso
saying
ainda hoje.
that you shouldn't apply too much force. All
É,
right.
lembrando que vamos passar aí, né, aí ao longo então da caminhada, né,
Am I
por
rotating it
pontos,
along the
né, para quem ainda
arrow
não conhece, para quem ainda
open,
nunca viu,
or
né,
is it clockwise?
a
Can you
gente tem
confirm?
pontos aí cegos, né, de comunicação, né, e volta e meia pode cair
Yes,
aí
Nikolai,
a
that's
comunicação às vezes de vídeo,
Copy.
ou então aí blackout
Nikolai,
de
you're
comunicação
going to start
total com a
rotating
estação espacial,
clockwise to close.
né, mas é por um curto período de
Copy.
tempo, né, até que
Number 3
os
is
satélites sejam
tightened.
aí
This is
até
strong.
que a
I'm not
comunicação,
gonna
né, seja
tighten it anymore.
remanejada
I
então para
could,
outros
but it
satélites.
is pretty
Bom,
tight already. Okay, no need to do anything, Nikolai. That's excellent. Number 2. It is tightened well, and I turned it by approximately 10 degrees, and no need to do anything else. All right, Nikolai, go ahead and remove the wrench. Close out at this work site, and you're going to move over to the opposite side of the active attachment interface. Sergey, those two valves were actually along my translation path, so we didn't have to do that. Say again? I was saying, Sergey, that the valves, they are only 4 handrails away from me. MLI flaps are closed. And Sergey, for your information, it's not stitched up. It's just hanging out here. When I was doing operations there, I tethered it all, and it's not now. So you're saying that it's not sewn into anything, correct? It is not. That is affirmative.
The two cosmonauts working to configure valves that will isolate the leaked external radiator on Naoka from the rest of the module's thermal control system cooling loops.
I noticed that the second side is in the same config. All right, Nikolai.
We're at the 1 hour 45-minute mark into the spacewalk, the International Space Station, flying 260 miles over the Indian Ocean, moving from southwest to northeast.
Okay, so I'm on top. I am tethered on 4156, 4157. That's the handrails, and I do see the valves. Copy. Now you have to tighten the screws again. Screws number 4 and 5. Copy.
Так, направление
So, moving to closed position, start and tighten screw number 5, and I've turned to by 5 degrees approximately. Copy, Nikolai. Moving on to number 5.
Примерно тоже 5 градусов.
Approximately the same. It is tightened rather well. Copy. Okay, you're done working with the attachment screws.
Коль, может быть, тебе стоит отдохнуть?
Nikolai, do you need to take a break for a few minutes?
Ты знаешь, я не могу сказать, что я устал.
Well, I can't say I'm tired. I'm somewhat hot, but not tired.
У нас сейчас с тобой начнется работа с гидроразъемами.
Because we have fluid connectors operations coming up, which will take about 15 minutes. So you can take a break now, because we're going to start rotating soon.
Так, ты мне обещал, что с гидроразъемами...
So you were saying that fluid connectors, that's manual operations, correct? Yes, Nikolai, I did say that. All right, so let's take a look at it.
Подожди.
Stand by. Wait.
Рукой... Не, я пока не...
No, I'm not touching them yet. I'm not doing any rotations. I'm just checking them out. So they're so recessed, sunk in at this point, that they're not fully accessible by hand.
Ладно.
All right. Nikolai, whenever you are ready, let us know and we will press on.
Хорошо, дай мне минуту.
Sounds good? Give me a minute.
Так, ладно.
All right.
Начнем?
Stand by.
Я тебе сразу говорю, что
And
походу придется ключом.
I'm just going to tell you right off the bat that I will have to use a wrench.
Коля, а может...
I don't think it's doable otherwise. Do you need a wing knob for the wrench? Would it make sense to use that one?
Вариант.
Well, it's an option, yes.
Попробуем.
I could give it a try.
Это тоже не то, чтобы прям...
It's not easy as well using the wing knob,
Попробуем.
but I can try.
Так, хорошо. Я готов. Установил барашек.
So the wing knob is installed.
Я тоже готов.
All right, Nikolai, I'm ready. Let's start with row 1. Please install
Поворачиваем на четверть оборота.
inaudible and turn it by a quarter turn.
Четверть оборота.
Quarter turn in work.
Это в часовой
Так,
стрелке.
шестой.
Clockwise, quarter turn clockwise.
Ставлю на седьмой. А?
Принято.
Copy.
Против часовой стрелки.
Going counter clockwise.
Закрыто.
Too close. Is that correct?
Седьмой
Correct.
есть.
Number 7 done.
Принято.
Восьмой.
Number 8 done.
Принято.
Copy. Copy.
Так, девятый.
Number 9 wouldn't budge if I go by hand. Number 9.
1 hour, 50 minutes into the spacewalk, Kononenko and Chub continuing to configure valves at the external radiator that leaked back on October 9th to
Então, nesse
isolate it
momento, né,
from
1
the
hora e
rest of the
50 minutos
Naoka
de caminhada
module's
espacial.
thermal
Estamos
control
vendo aí
system cooling
a configuração,
loops.
então, aí das válvulas
Number 8.
Chub is in the
da parte
process of
externa, então,
closing
do
4
radiador, né,
valves
que está sendo
to
conduzido,
the
então, pelo
coolant
Nikolai
fluid
Chub,
servicer reservoir
né, o cosmonauta
that
russo.
provides the coolant itself to the cooling loops for the external radiator.
Number 7. Please go slower. Number 8, number 9. Go slower with what? What do you mean? Do you mean the time interval between them? Yes, that's what I mean. Between the rows. All right, so am I go for the next row? Yes, you're go for row 4. Okay, number 6. Number 7. 8. 9. Standing by. Copy, Nikolai. Ready for the next one. Your go for 5. Row 5 in work. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Row 5 is completed. Copy completed. Am I go for row 6? Yes, your go. The quarter turn. Number 7, number 8, all quarter turns. Number 9, quarter turn complete. And this row is done. Okay, copy. Am I go for the next one? Yes, go for 7.
Again, Chub is in the process of methodically closing 4 valves
7.
that link the external radiator to the coolant reservoir, called a fluid servicing reservoir for the external radiator. One more
Então,
step
nesse
in
momento,
this
né,
process
o
will be
Nikolai Chub, né,
Kononenko
fechou aí
opening a
4
manual
válvulas aí do
valve
radiador, né,
between the
foi
interface
localizado então aí
that
na
the
parte
radiator is
externa
mounted on
do módulo de
Naoka
laboratório
to the cooling system, to
na
the
Estação
pipeline, if you
Espacial
will, to the coolant
Internacional.
reservoir, and that will complete the isolation of that external radiator from the rest of the module's cooling system.
E também fez a instalação então do restante do radiador,
Go for row 9.
localizado então na parte externa, né, que a gente viu.
Row 9. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 10. Row 10 in work. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Nikolai, take a break for now. Stop for now because we're coming up on the short LOS. We will be standing by until we're back to stable comm. All right, standing by.
And the instructions that you heard through the interpretation from the Russian flight controllers in Korolyov at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, to the 2 cosmonauts working outside of the International Space Station, to take a quick breather as we will go into a very, very short handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We're approaching the 2-hour mark into the spacewalk, running some 25 to 30 minutes ahead of the timeline at this point, as the 2 cosmonauts are almost complete with the isolation of that leaked external radiator from the rest of the cooling system for the Naoka module that is being cooled by the primary cooling system through its body radiators, the radiators mounted on the body of the module itself.
In work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy, Nikolai. Go for row 13.
13 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 14. 14 in work. Number 6. 9, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. And your go for row 15.
The space station flying 260 miles over eastern India, about to cross the border,
Completed.
moving toward China. On this particular orbit of the Earth, everything continues to go very smoothly with this spacewalk, which is the 11th out of the International Space Station this year, the first for Expedition 70 that began in late September under the command of European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. NASA astronauts Jasmine Mogbelli and Laurel O'Hara, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronauts Satoshi Furukawa are in their pre-sleep period, having completed their work for the day, while Russian cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov continues to monitor the handiwork of his cosmonaut crewmates outside from his viewing post inside the Zvezda service
de
module.
laboratório na Ioca. Fica aí pelo lado russo.
6, 7,
Está sendo então conduzida aí pelo Nikolai Chub.
row completed. Copy. Go for row 20. 20 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 21. 21 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 22. 22 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 23. 23 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for 24. 24 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, completed. Copy. Nikolai, the subsequent turns on fluid connectors can cause the coolant to come out. Please be careful with that, and please make sure you're broadcasting your actions. All right, copy all, and your go for row 25. 25 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 26. 26 in work. 6.
And with that direction, Oleg Kononenko about to open up a manual valve at the interface between the radiator and the fluid servicer pipeline, basically the coolant reservoir.
27, which is the next one, is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for 28. 28 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 29. 29 in work.
Ao UPTV, estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 61 pelo lado russo, né, que está sendo conduzida aí pelos cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub. Estamos então nos aproximando da marca de 2 horas de caminhada. Portanto, 2 horas completadas aí de caminhada espacial, faltando ainda 5 horas pela frente. Lembrando que a caminhada espacial, quando teve início às 14 horas e 49 minutos, no horário de Brasília, e ainda eles estão aí trabalhando aí na parte do radiador que fica no módulo de laboratório
Nikolai, you're go for
multifuncional.
road 31. 31 is in work.
Módulo
6,
funcional na IOTA.
7, 8, 9. Copy. Go for 32. 32 is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Nikolai, row 33.
Выполняю 33 вперед.
Agora estão
33
fazendo
is
a
in
parte
work.
da configuração das
7,
válvulas.
8.
Estão aí no número 33
Nine.
aí da configuração aí
Completed.
das válvulas.
Copy. Go for row 34.
34.
34 is in work.
Так, шестой уперся.
6,
Уперся.
7,
Девятый уперся. Все в упор
8,
закрыты. Ряд закрыл, закончил.
9. 9 row completed. Copy and stand by for now.
В упор без усилия. Ключом надо подтягивать.
Should I tighten it or keep it like this?
Теплоноситель нигде не...
I do not see any coolant coming out. Go ahead and open cover 2 valve by rotating it to 90 degrees clockwise. 90 degrees clockwise, R2. To open. Oh, you said open. Okay.
Открыть.
It is open.
Клапан открыт.
The valve is open,
КР-2.
and I turned counterclockwise. This is R2 valve. Copy. EV elapsed time is 2 hours. Inaudible. Nikolai, take photographs of the connectors. Inaudible. Copy. I will take photographs. Yes, taking photographs now.
Nesse momento o Oleg Kononenko, né, então está tirando as fotos aí da válvula. Foi aberta manualmente.
Sun pass coming up in 3 minutes.
Камера включена.
The camera is on.
Так, видео пошло. Фото выполнено.
Video is on. Photography is in progress.
Выполняю фото-видеосъемку разъемов.
Taking photographs and videos of the connectors.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 4 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts have completed the closure of external radiator valves and valves to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir. They've also opened a manual valve at the interface between that leaked external radiator and the fluid servicer pipeline. As such, the two cosmonauts have isolated that external radiator from the two external thermal loops that are providing cooling for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. It is being cooled through its body radiator that's affixed to the structure of the module itself, providing the proper cooling for that module and its equipment inside. The two cosmonauts are now
São 2 horas
about to
aí,
begin
4 minutos de caminhada foram completadas neste momento. Faltando ainda menos de 4 horas e 56 minutos ainda de caminhada.
Please inspect the MLIs near the active attachment interface and
E vamos seguir juntos aí, acompanhando
I
tudo
see the 3 sides
com
of the area.
vocês.
I'm looking carefully, nothing to report, but there are darker spots on the MLI near MLM where it says there is a dark spot on one side. And then, speaking of the other side, I'm taking video now, and I guess we can review it on the camera. Okay. Video and photography completed. Copy. Turning off the camera now.
Então esta parte aí do radiador já foi, a tarefa então já foi concluída, incluindo aí a parte então de fotografia, né, que também faz parte aí dessa primeira fase aí com o radiador.
Take more photographs before
aí do módulo de laboratório multifuncional.
All right. Inaudible.
Então a parte aí da substituição de painéis e
So the radiator is clean.
Essa parte do radiador então já foi concluída.
I'm going to show you. Is it right here? It looks very neat. Well, you were saying that there would be a lot of openings here.
Pelo horário de Brasília são 16 horas e 56 minutos. Você está assistindo ao canal do PTV com a caminhada espacial número 61. E claro, não se esqueça de deixar o like na transmissão e de se inscrever no nosso canal. Lembrando que também ainda hoje teremos a missão Shenzhen número 17.
Yes, it's a lot. All right, so Nikolai, keep taking photographs and videos. And also go ahead and close the valve for now. Oleg. Oleg, it should be in your area, behind the radiator. Well, I'm actually holding on to it now. All right. And I will continue filming and taking photographs at sunrise. This looks the same. I do not see any traces of coolant. Same for the connectors. No traces of coolant on the connectors. And inaudible? Specifically on the connectors. While I'm taking videos, I'm going to be broadcasting what I'm seeing here. Black spots on the surface here. Right here. Copy. This is the radiator, specifically on the radiator. And could you please take videos of other areas farther away? Yes, I will do that now. I turned around somewhat, and I see the pipes bending, and there are some drops on the joint here, 25 to 30 milliliters approximately. I guess you will see better on the camera. Where is it? Is it on the opening? No. No, I'm pointing to it with my hand. That's what I see.
Сергей, я могу переместиться к рту поближе и поснимать?
Sergey, can you show it closer where the foot restrainer is? I closed the MLI flap. Yes.
Nikolai Chub reporting back to Russian flight controllers in Korolyov what he's seeing at the suspected site of the radiator leak on the external radiator, reporting some black spots on the radiator itself, and the possible source of the leak along essentially a joint on one of the radiator panels.
Ты тогда можешь перемещаться на
No, you can translate to the boom. Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand the corrections. Okay.
Причем больше визуально такое ощущение, что
Visually,
отверстий больше всего у
it looks like most of the openings are located
на панели
at the base
положены на второй и третий.
and less on the panels on planes 2 and 3. Okay, copy.
Chub is continuing his inspection of and documentation of the external radiator.
Okay, the recommendation
Então,
is
Nikolai Chub, né, ainda continua aí na
try to
parte aí da
activate it one more time.
documentação e fotografia e vídeo aí da parte do radiador.
Так. Кнопка, которая смотрит вперед.
Okay, that's the button that's directed forward, right? Yes.
Так, Сергей, я по оборотную сторону сниму.
Okay, I'm trying to take photos of the backside.
Но они смотрятся, я не знаю,
Well,
ощущение, что отверстие как бы
you know, the feeling is that those holes have very even edges, like they've been drilled through.
действительно много.
There's lots of them.
Там должно
Copy.
логическое отверстие.
Speaking simultaneously.
И они в достаточно хаотичном порядке.
And they are spread in a chaotic manner, but literally lots and lots of them on the first panel. On the panel second from the hull is less damaged, but closer to the lower part, yes, there are some holes as well. Okay, copy.
Серег, я довольно сильно нажимаю.
I am pressing with a fairly good force, but nothing happens.
Então, o horário de
Before dawn
Brasília,
and the suits
17
switch up
horas e
everything, and
3
both
minutos.
green LEDs were on.
Né, estamos ainda com a caminhada espacial de número 61 pelo lado russo na Estação Espacial Internacional, onde nesse
Okay,
momento ainda Nikolai Chub, né, então faz a parte da documentação de fotografia e vídeo aí da parte do radiador que fica localizado na parte externa do módulo de laboratório multifuncional aí do lado russo da estação. Né, que eles tiveram então que fazer aí a abertura, a instalação, né, e a abertura manualmente aí então das válvulas.
На камеру я убрал.
I put away the camera and the wrench.
Lembrando que esta caminhada então terá duração aí de 7 horas de duração e a gente acompanha tudo aqui, hein?
Так, выполняю закрытие гидроразъема.
I'm covering the fluid connectors.
E lembrando sempre, é claro, né, de deixar aí o seu like na transmissão do vídeo e também
Кстати, в Грейле
na
By the way,
transmissão
do
e
you
também
remember in
a sua
Hydrolab,
inscrição no canal.
we had a question
на тему того,
Né? Lembrando que a nossa próxima
about
caminhada será pelo lado americano no dia
MLI
30
flaps.
de outubro.
They are not stitched, and we were told that no, they were stitched, and in fact, they're not. On both sides,
ну, я со второй стороны
I can say for the other side,
отрывается и нижняя часть тоже.
but it can be ripped off, the lower part too. So I tried not to fully open it But again, it looks like it's not
Se você
secured
quiser
with the
também
station.
ajudar
Okay,
do
now
canal aí com uma
we'll know that it's
contribuição,
not
também
station. Yes,
temos a
2 hours,
nossa área
16 minutes
PIX,
into the
onde você
spacewalk,
pode
the
aí
two
estar ajudando
cosmonauts
aí financeiramente com a contribuição do
completed
nosso
their
canal.
inspection
Cada contribuição de
documentation of
vocês
the
também ajuda
leaked
bastante,
external
pois eu estou em
radiator
busca
on the Naoka multipurpose
aí
laboratory
de um
module.
novo computador, de novo PC Gamer,
All of their
para
comments and the
melhorar aí então
photographic
as nossas
documentation of the
transmissões e os
suspected leak
conteúdos
point
também, tá? Então quem
that
puder ajudar,
leaked coolant
também
back on
tem
October
a
9th
nossa área
will
PIX
be
aí na tela.
analyzed by engineers back at the
Mas a
Russian Mission
audiência de
Control
vocês,
Center
o like
to
e a
determine
inscrição é
a
fundamental,
remedial
para
course
quem
of
não pode
action
ajudar
for that
financeiramente,
radiator.
então deixa aí
In
o
the
seu like
meantime,
e
while
a
he's
sua
still on
inscrição
his
no
way,
canal, que também já ajuda bastante.
pay attention to the GSM.
Lembrando que nós somos
We need to make
nosso
sure
canal é o
that
único
the
canal brasileiro,
activities,
então
they
a
won't be
transmitir
scratching anything. Are
também a
you saying
caminhada
we'll need to rotate
espacial,
the ball
tanto pelo
joint
lado russo
or
quanto
rather
pelo lado
that
americano,
mobile link? Yes.
na Estação Espacial Internacional. Tudo na íntegra para
Yes,
vocês.
because in the area of transportation ring, they can scratch. And, you know, I have a feeling that the drop became larger. Do you see it?
Então a caminhada espacial teve início às 14 horas e 49 minutos no horário de Brasília, foi mais cedo do que o programado, O programado era para as 14 horas e 55, então foi mais cedo, a caminhada, então, o início da caminhada. E já estamos aí com o tempo de duração de 2 horas e 17 minutos, Eles já fizeram então a parte aí do trabalho então com o radiador, que fica localizado na parte externa do módulo na Yalka, não sei como se pronuncia direito, no módulo então de laboratório multifuncional aí na Estação Espacial Internacional pelo lado russo, Então está sendo conduzida esta caminhada os cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub, eles fazem parte então da expedição número 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional, E ainda nesta caminhada eles vão fazer ainda a instalação então do sistema de comunicação de radar cinético e vão implementar também um satélite de tecnologia de vela solar. Então fiquem ligados aí para vocês não perderem nenhum detalhe, hein? Lembrando que logo mais à noite, só estou aguardando a confirmação então do horário da transmissão, Estamos aí no aguardo somente disso para a transmissão então da Shenzhen 17. Terá lançamento já confirmado para meia-noite e 14 minutos no horário de Brasília do dia 26 de outubro. E ainda esta semana, no dia 28, teremos 2 missões Starlink, hein? Uma na madrugada e a outra na parte da noite.
We need to take care of everything at once, otherwise we will not be able to set the device in the normal position. You see the end of the boom is right here. Okay, secure it on the boom. Copy. And here. Okay, we'll use this hook right here. Oleg, when you have a chance, please help with pushing the camera button. Well, right now, we are still working on the inspection. Right now, it's loose. We need to somehow hold it, because it will always be loose if attached to the attachment point. It needs to be tightened somehow. And the restrainer is in a closed position, right? Yes, all in closed position. Take a look here. Unintelligible. All right, I'm holding.
Então esse aí com traje de tarja de cor azul é o Nikolai Chub e o de cor vermelha é o Oleg Kononenko.
Do you see the video?
Estamos aí com 1h20, 2 horas e 20 minutos então de caminhada completadas. No horário de Brasília, 17h10.
Check the titanium cable.
Então, você está assistindo ao canal UPTV,
Turn around.
a caminhada espacial de número 61 pelo lado russo.
We cannot connect it there. The caps are visible here separately. Yes, I brought them together to make sure they're not just loose. Well, visually the cables are connected. Okay, copy. I pressed it using 2 fingers. But when it was connected, or after they were connected, no changes. You need to translate to my side and then approach here. Okay, let me rotate myself. Yeah, just like this. Well, yes. It looks like it's been drilled. Oleg, it looks like you need to pull out the mobile link. Let me take some photos. Do you see the actual drop? No, not yet. Point it to the ball joint. And from this angle, there are even more drops. Actually, there is one more. Look at the second part.
E aí temos imagens dos dois, né, cosmonautas. Do lado direito, o Oleg Kononenko e do lado esquerdo, o Nikolai Chub.
I believe the towels will not be enough to remove it. Yes, you're right. Sergey, do you hear? Oleg, can you bring the camera for us to see? I'm extending Strela. Could I hold it? Yes, I'm doing my best holding it. I'm just, pushing it away from it, but it keeps retracting.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 2 hours, 23 minutes into the spacewalk. You can see some coolant at the source of the leak on the external radiator that is emanating from the suspected leak area on that radiator, perhaps disturbed by the manipulation of the valves to isolate the radiator from the thermal control system loops that was accomplished a short time ago by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub.
Reconnected but close, so let's hook it to this gap spanner. Are you holding it? No, not really. I want you to move a bit lower. Otherwise, the tether is on the way. Okay, now I reconnected the tethers, and now I need to rotate and go up.
You can see the coolant at the point where the leak was presumed to have emanated, while the 2 cosmonauts work to secure other equipment for the installation of scientific payloads on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
No. A little bit higher. Everything? Okay, now have you seen it? No. Tell me, to the left, to the right? Up. Left and to the right. Left and up. But again, the tether will not let me go up.
This is Kononenko taking close-up documentation of the site of the leak of coolant from the external radiator on the multi-purpose laboratory module.
The flow selector MLI flap opened. Okay, now it's back closed again. Sergey, let me change my tether attachment points. Okay.
Ixi, tá saindo bolhas de água lá.
Well, I believe the towels will not be enough here. It looks like it. Do you see it now? Do you see it? Well, we do not see from our camera, but we see it from the ISS cameras. You see that huge bubble, and it increased in size. It was much smaller when we used the towels the first time. You see, there is a tether here, and the tether is all wet. The tether on the mobile link, the one that is connected to the handle of the attachment point. Oleg, any drops reached the Orlan? No. But yes, that tether actually hit my visor. Okay. So now Nikolai will help me to wipe it off. Oleg, translate away from that area. Yes, that's what we're doing. What shall I do with the tether? Hold the wire tight. Move away. Move away, and we'll be taking care of other tasks. Yes, that's what we're doing. Moving away. I am taking towels with me. That's correct. Okay, I wiped the visor. The end of the tether is all wet. Do not, and we see the huge bubble growing. Did you see it? Yes. Do not touch the tether. Yes, we saw it from different cameras. Leave the mobile link in the same location. We are not taking it with us. Copy. Do we need to secure it? Let's remove it from the tether and stow the tether in the bag. Well, the bag is full. We cannot even stuff the towels in. No, do not touch the tether at all. Leave it as is.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, at the 2-hour, 29-minute mark in the spacewalk.
Well, right now we are terminated any steps of these activities. Go back to MRM2. But we need to secure the mobile link somehow. We'll think what to do with that while you'll be working on the next task.
Following the completion of the configuration of the valves to isolate the external radiator from the rest of the thermal control system loops for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, the operation to isolate the external radiator through the configuration of the valves to shut off the cooling system for Naoka, one of the two thermal loops for that external radiator, clearly disturbed some of the residual coolant at the leak site and caused it to emanate from this point that you're looking at right now. That seems to have subsided at this moment. But some of that coolant moved toward Oleg Kononenko
2 horas e 30
and got on
minutos
his
de
one of his
caminhada já
tethers
completadas.
that will be removed and placed in a bag, not to be
Ainda
returned
faltando
inside
ainda
the
4
International
horas
Space
e
Station.
30 minutos de caminhada espacial.
The crew is being
Pelo horário de
instructed to move
Brasília,
on to the next
17
task in
horas
the
e 20
spacewalk, which will
minutos.
be the start of the work to install a scientific payload on the Naoka module, a synthetic radar aperture system. But you saw clear evidence
Estamos aí
of the
acompanhando a caminhada
coolant,
espacial de número
any of the
61
residual
pelo lado
coolant that
russo.
was left in that external
Na Estação
radiator
Espacial
loop
Internacional, onde
that
eles ainda estão
was
fazendo,
apparently
terminando o
disturbed
trabalho aí com o
in the
radiador, que fica
isolation of
localizado
the
na parte
external
externa
radiator from the rest of the
do
Naoka
Módulo de
cooling system,
Laboratório
causing
Multifuncional
whatever
lá do lado
residual
russo.
coolant there was in that line to form a liquid on the outside and to move away from the leak point out into open space.
Be careful.
And you can still see that liquid that is formed at what is apparently the leak site on the external radiator for Naoka.
Turn around and use the handrail. Well, secure the mobile link the best way possible, but we will take it with us only at the very end of AVA. Let's secure it facing down towards the foot restraint, because that will allow me to move to it quickly later on, and in the meantime, it will not be on the way back to MRAP. Okay, let's do it. I copy, and I'm beginning translation.
E lembrando sempre, é claro, de você estar deixando aí o seu like na transmissão da nossa live. E direto da Estação Espacial Internacional, e também de deixar a sua inscrição no nosso canal. Nós estamos aí já com 713 inscritos e o nosso canal é o único que passa ao vivo aí a caminhada espacial aqui para vocês do Brasil. Então, se inscreva, né? Se inscreva. Como vocês podem observar, ali tem uma bolha de água ali se formando ali na estação, ali no canto ali, como vocês podem observar, mas é um residual que foi aí deixado aí pelo radiador, né?
And put into a bag, it will be jettisoned and not brought back into the International Space Station.
Nada aí de anormal, tá?
I tried to bring GoPro as close as possible, so maybe we'll see it there. Okay, I see. Nikolai, what's up? No, just looking. Yes, the drop was small, and right now it's grown huge. Yeah, exactly, it looks like a huge lens. It takes the entire volume of that half curve. Can you use the tether that will later be used for security? Can you reattach it to the farther end? Yes, because then its length should be sufficient. Otherwise, if we'll keep it where it is now, the length may not be enough. So, you suggest this tether, standby one? Yes.
Lembrando que esta caminhada espacial tem duração de 7 horas de caminhada.
I'm not sure. I'm about to give it a try. No, probably you won't be able to reach it. I translated to the lower surface. Oh, it's warm here. How about the foot restraint? Does it sit properly? Can you secure something to it? Yes. Yes, you can secure to it. Okay. So this is we are only talking about the length of the device that secures the radiator. This is a cable, and maybe we should run the tether under it. Go ahead and rotate the mobile link, and then I'll see what we can secure. So here, this is the lower part. Why are you talking about the lower part? It should be the upper part. Well, I was talking about the upper part, but no, then it will be on the way. But you may not be able to run it down. No. We need to remove that retainer from the...
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 36 minutes into the spacewalk. You're looking at the site of the coolant leak on the external radiator to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, and a blob of that coolant that emanated from the leak site following the closure and configuration of valves to isolate the radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system, providing a cooling capability for Naoka. Some of that liquid wound up sublimating itself and was liberated into the form of flakes that moved away from the radiator itself. Oleg Kononenko took a close-up documentation of the leak site that will be evaluated by engineers at a later date.
I was able to remove it. Now it will be possible to
detailed analysis of any contamination risk following that leak on the backup radiator, this external radiator, resulted in NASA and Roscosmos teams agreeing to implement procedures to reduce any traces of coolant from entering the International Space Station at the completion of today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts will be wiping down their Orlon suits and the tools that they've used to conduct the spacewalk very thoroughly. They will put those tools and towels into bags that will be left in the Poisk module airlock, and an air filtration system will be activated for 24 hours to cleanse the atmosphere as an additional precautionary measure once the airlock is repressurized and the cosmonauts are back inside the International Space Station.
This one? Yes, well, like this one, but on the side. It's exactly on the opposite side. Yes, it's next to the retainer. Yes, that's the one. Can you tighten it? No, not yet. Oh, okay. Now I see it. No, see, it folds up. Before that, it was just secured there. So here's my right hand. Push it forward and then a bit to the right. Now you grabbed it. So can you tighten it? No, no way. Almost. Okay. Are you? Did you grab it? Yes, I did. Now you are perpendicular. Now it's perpendicular to the hull. Can you rotate it? Can you rotate in a parallel way? If I rotate it like this, does it go away from you? Well, right now it's on the support, normal to the hull. When you'll be done with this operation, while you're in installation, please take photos of the radiator.
Estamos então aí com a breve perda de comunicação com a Estação Espacial Internacional.
That's it. I got it secured.
Na parte de
Let
vídeo.
me pull it up.
2 horas e 40 minutos de caminhada
All right, that
espacial.
was a short dropout.
Pelo horário de Brasília,
When
17 horas e
You're
30
done with that
minutos.
ring. Nikolai,
Estamos então aí ao vivo
could you
no
take imagery of the
centro de
radiator?
controle em
Okay,
Moscou,
we have one
da
towel.
Rússia.
Do you want us to take it with us or leave it? Because it's not very convenient to have it
Estamos aí ao vivo então aí para
unintelligible. That's
vocês.
good.
Acompanhando então
So
esta
this
caminhada
mobile ring is stretched
espacial.
between the anchor that's installed underneath the radiator and
Ну, собственно, стрелу.
the Strela boom
Ну, короче,
itself.
панель радиатора,
So the radiator is between the body of the MLM module and the radiator.
Хорошо.
Sounds good.
Давайте пока на солнышке находимся.
All right, while you are still in sunrise, let's take some imagery and work already. We got
Lembrando
your
que logo depois então desta transmissão nós teremos aí os
and
melhores
Oleg, could
momentos
you
de como
also
foi
join in and take a
então
few
esta
images?
caminhada espacial de hoje.
Because it would be good to have some of the thermal control system imagery from MLM.
Так.
All right, camera.
Lembrando então mais uma vez que a caminhada espacial então está sendo conduzida aí pela a expedição de número 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional pelo lado russo e
All right, the
pelos
situation is pretty much the
cosmonautas
same.
Oleg
There
Kononenko
is
e
a
Nikolai
well,
Chub.
Nikolai actually took imagery from there, from the anchor. I kind of crawled up and took imagery.
Nesta primeira parte então da caminhada espacial nós estamos
I take imagery
acompanhando
of the
ainda,
radiator as well.
né, que estão aí fazendo trabalho, terminando o trabalho aí com a parte do radiador, né, que fica localizado na parte
It kind of seems
externa
the same here.
do módulo de laboratório multifuncional.
Хайра можно изнутри тоже поснимать.
Unintelligible can be taken imagery of from below as well.
Ты там видишь этот, он уже высох, конец.
Move it a little bit,
Судя по всему, да.
the end
Часть воды ушла.
on this hose.
Рядом со мной. Так, все,
All right,
я снял камеру.
I took the imagery and I'm going to deactivate the
Она не увеличена
camera,
в размере, заняла весь объем изгиба.
the
Такая бочкообразная форма.
Да, мы ее наблюдаем с камер МКС.
All right, we are watching this droplet. The droplet has stabilized, but by the way, it's kind of like a little pile. Looks like a bud.
Ну что,
How is it?
Пойдем.
Well, we're going to move forward. Sergey,
Все, теперь переходим.
I am
This is Mission Control Houston, again looking at the leak site on the external radiator where the coolant provided for that external radiator first leaked on October 9th. Any residual coolant that was left in that coolant line for the external radiator was apparently disturbed by the closure and configuration of valves to isolate the external radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system for the external radiator for Naoka. You can see it swirling about a bit. Some of that coolant was liberated and made its way toward Kononenko's tether and his spacesuit, which was quickly wiped down by both himself and Nikolai Chub. There will be further mitigation steps taken at the end of the spacewalk before the two cosmonauts re-enter the Poisk airlock and after the repressurization of the airlock to ensure that none of this contaminant makes its way inside the International Space Station.
All right, and Nikolai, I am passing by the restraint fixture. Not too fast, though. Take your time. Well, because of the hook, the whole tether kind of rotates, and it's hard to get it secured. All right, I got it secured. Good. All right. You ready? You have it removed it from the ring? Because I don't see anything. Maybe it's like swinging somewhere around you. There it is. Just make sure that it doesn't get snagged on anything. All right, I got it. And you need to translate to the other side. Go, go, go. I'm going.
A good view from Oleg Kononenko's helmet camera as he and Nikolai Chub wrap up work at the external radiator
So be
at the
careful.
2-hour, 48-minute mark in the spacewalk. Once again, you could see visual evidence of any residual coolant on that external radiator leak site emanating from the leak site itself, following the completion of the isolation of that radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. And again, this view of the leak site, some flakes still moving away from the leak point where the leak first occurred back on October 9th.
All right, we are at MRM. All right, you've got this tether right next to you. Do you see it in front of you? I'm just looking around to see where I should be translating to. I'm looking into that direction. Sergey, how do you copy? Yes. Loud and clear. Do you want me to get into it and then untie it? Do you want me to take the crew lock bag? Yes, we are. You are taking the crew lock bag. And I can take the crew lock bag.
Você está assistindo ao
Once again,
canal
some of the droplets
UPTV.
from the
Estamos aí nos
coolant, the
aproximando da
residual
marca de
coolant
2
at the leak
horas
site and the
e
external
50
radiator
minutos de caminhada
were
espacial.
liberated
Estamos
and
ainda
made their way
acompanhando
towards one of the
a
tethers that Kononenko had
parte
on
então
his
ainda do
suit and
radiador.
to the suit
Em
itself.
2 horas e 50
Those
minutos
were
agora de
quickly
caminhada
wiped
espacial.
down.
Estamos ainda vendo
The tether was
a parte
bagged.
então do
It
radiador aí
will
com
not
Oleg
be brought
Kononenko
back
e
inside the
Nikolai
International
Chub,
Space
a caminhada
Station,
espacial de número
and the suits will
61.
undergo a further
Horário de
wiping
Brasília,
down
17
before the
horas
two
e 40
cosmonauts
minutos.
make their way back inside the Poisk airlock and close the hatch to begin the repressurization of the airlock at the completion of today's spacewalk.
All right.
Все. Лупек на мне.
Crew log bag has been secured to me. And Paros is on the adapter. Okay, that is true.
Lembrando que esta caminhada espacial então tem duração de em torno aí de 7 horas.
Не добавляет удобства.
It's not good. It's not making the crew log bag is not making our lives any easier. Oh, let's secure it to the adapter. Let me even get to it, and I'll try to secure the crew log bag to the adapter. Yeah, you can try doing that.
Так. Я, наверное, сейчас обойду.
I'm going to
Подходи ближе, я
get around. Yes, get closer to us
Звоним осекаем.
so that I'm within. So that
E a
it's
nossa próxima
within
caminhada
reach.
espacial está programado para o dia 30 de outubro, na parte da manhã, pelo lado americano.
Ты сейчас руку видишь?
Move your hand.
Вот руку убрал.
I moved my hand.
Далеко нет, неудобно.
Is it too far?
Давайте я
Глубоко зацепил.
Well,
As we approach the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk, the two crew members, still running ahead of the timeline, will now begin to take two scientific payloads, a miniature radar synthetic apparatus that will be used as a radar system. We'll attach it
E agora
to
então
the
nós vamos
NAOCA
seguir para
multi-purpose
a
laboratory
instalação
module,
então da parte
and then we'll
do radar,
attach a deployment device
cinético,
to NAOCA, in which
no módulo
is
da
a
IOCA.
nanosatellite called the Parus satellite that will be deployed. We'll unfold some sails to test solar sail
E
technology.
depois nós
All
vamos
that
aí
coming
para
up in
a
the second half of
implementação
today's spacewalk that is expected to last about 7
de
hours in
satélite
duration.
do,
item
utilizando
that the
velas
specialist
solares.
asked you to check.
здесь рядом.
It's right here.
The work with the external radiator is complete. The photo documentation of that radiator and its
Então a
leak
parte
site
então com
also
o
complete.
radiador, né, foi concluído com
It,
sucesso.
that
É tudo
documentation now will be
em ordem,
studied
inclusive então a
by the
parte de
engineers on the ground to see
documentação
what remedial
também
action
foi
may be
concluída.
possible to fix
Então
the
agora
leak
vamos seguir para a parte
and to
aí
replenish
do
coolant back into the loop that services that external
do radar
radiator, which is
cinético, né,
used
com a
as a
instalação do
backup
radar
radiator for the
cinético e
primary
com
cooling system for
implementação
NAOCA,
também
which is basically a body radiator that is mounted on
de
the
satélite aí
body
com o
itself
sistema de vela
of the module,
solar.
and which it was launched back in May of 2010.
Все.
The external radiator, originally designed to provide additional cooling, backup cooling for scientific payloads that will be
Sergey, what do you want us to check?
used inside the multi-purpose laboratory module in the future.
Point your cameras onto the sides of the mini RSA, the long side of the RSA. Yeah, this is perfect. The
Противоположный торец, можно его как-то увидеть?
SME wanted to
So again, the work with the external radiator is complete.
verify that everything is
Additional
correct there.
leakage of coolant from the leak source
То, что вы сейчас
was documented,
противоположной стороны.
Now,
and
same
some of
thing,
the
but on the other
droplets of
side.
coolant made its way toward Oleg
I
Kononenko.
understand it's
but his suit was wiped down along with his tools and one tether, and that tether was bagged. It will not be brought back inside the station.
That's okay. We're going to check it out when we transport the whole kit, and it's going to be easier. What do you want us to specifically see there? Nope, cannot tell you. We just wanted to inspect the sides. Well, inspect it for what? We have removed the film. They have an idea that one of the locks got triggered there, so they just wanted to inspect and make sure. A lock? There are no locks. Well, panel sections have locks. Let me set it up vertically. Hold on, I'm making my way to it. Okay. I'm turning it around. I've got it now. The awesome, wonderful imagery. Thank you. Okay. Do you want us to go up a little bit? No, Oleg, lower. Oleg, on the left side, do you see the pin for one of the locks of this section got out a little bit? Do you see it? Yes, I do. Do you want me to push it in? Yes, if you could. Oleg, and give it a try with the wrench. Do you want me to push against it with the wrench?
You're looking at the mini radar synthetic aperture device that will be installed and unfolded on the Naoka module to study radar technology.
Agora estamos vendo então a parte da instalação do radar no módulo de laboratório.
But it will still not reach any further than my finger, even if.
Just to recap, as we approach the 3-hour mark in the spacewalk, Kononenko and Chub manipulated a series of valves to isolate that external radiator from the rest of the cooling system for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. They then conducted a detailed inspection and photo documentation of that radiator leak location. During the inspection, some of the liquid coolant was liberated from the leak site, made its way toward Oleg Kononenko. His suit was wiped down, as well as his tools. One tether that received several flakes of the coolant was put in a bag. It will not be returned inside the International Space Station, and the crew will have other mitigation steps to further wipe down their suits and tools before entering the Poisk airlock at the completion of today's spacewalk.
Enough that it's going to stay in. Nikolai, do you have something that I could use to push it in? Let me check. How big is it? Well, here it is, sticking out. Have a look. I'm going to turn it towards you. Maybe you have a wrench or something that you could use there. Let me get a little bit closer to it. I got it. Do you see that pin sticking out?
Estamos aí então chegando na nossa terceira hora de caminhada espacial.
The situation is this.
Você está então acompanhando o canal Wilper TV. Trazendo para vocês então aí tudo por completo aí nas caminhadas espaciais, tanto pelo lado russo quanto pelo lado americano. Esta caminhada russa então é de número 61. da expedição 70
Hold on. Let me think.
na Estação Espacial Internacional.
Okay.
Está sendo conduzido então pelo
We
Oleg
need something
Kononenko
thin
e
there
Nikolai Chub.
to push that thing in there.
3 horas. 3 horas de caminhada
really easy to
completadas.
do.
Faltando aí 4 horas
Let
ainda
me
pela
turn around.
frente. Pelo horário de Brasília, 17 horas e
Which
50 minutos.
You see the wrench?
Здрасте, болтаете. Достать его?
Do you want me to pull it out? Do you see it? We can turn it around a little bit. That's what I was talking about.
Олег Дмитриевич,
Oleg.
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
Oleg, this is Oleg Nikolai. There is another option. Try to bend it, a wire tie together and push it in. Yeah, a wire tie would be too soft because we have to use a lot of force to push that thing in. It's going
Isso aí
to
estão
the
com
wire tie
dificuldade
is
aí
going to
de abrir
bend.
aí o radar, né? A parte do radar aí.
And let me
E ela tá
try
pedindo
though.
para que os dois façam ao mesmo tempo, né? Que puxem ao mesmo
Hold
tempo.
on, let me hold it. There is this little, what, Sergey, what is this, like, what is inside there that holds it? The spin.
Ну, такой рожковый ключ, который внутрь вошел.
Зафиксировался, отлично, Коль.
It's an open-ended wrench that we managed to, okay. That's what we used. That wonder wrench. So, we didn't take it in vain. It came in handy. Indeed.
Самое главное, прежде чем
The most important thing is before you install that mini unit, you will have to inspect every single pin there to make sure that they didn't slide out.
Так, ну что, мне как
Okay, so what's a better route for me to walk to get around? Let me lift it up and let's decide which side works best to carry it. Okay, I think from above is the best.
Да. Я просто сейчас на посту оператора.
Right, I am on the Strela operator post. And let me make sure it's secured on both sides to the circular handrail.
на ВКБ 3 часа ровно.
So PT is 3 hours sharp. Is it good or bad, by the way?
Ну, в целом все у нас хорошо.
In general, all good. Okay, in general, you say.
Нашел?
Did you find it?
Нет, пока я все еще
No, not yet.
искательным делом занято, вхожу.
Still translating.
Оказалось, существенно более трудоемко, чем я думал.
So it turns out it's more difficult than it looks.
Так, да что у меня тут сердце? Я просто здесь вот сверху, как
So here from above,
зайти вниз, проходить туда вперед, и только там я смогу подняться.
move forward and I can
Мы должны вот
lift up here. Okay? Secure yourself for that.
Так, вот он растянут.
And it's stretched out here.
В смысле второй фал сюда же? А, флагом.
Okay, so carry it together with the flag. Yes. And where is the second one? After we're with me. Okay. I'm holding the sides, the corners, and you will reconnect it. Got the kit. I'm going to reconnect it closer.
Держишь, да? Да, держу.
All right, you got it? I got it.
Так.
Okay. Oops. Okay, I see it. All right, to the Strela boom and to this thing. Now, let's the tether that is secured to the ring with this handrail. I'm going to switch second transportation tether to it. I would secure it to the unintelligible itself a little bit higher. Let me pull myself up a little bit. Okay, got it.
Para vocês que estão chegando agora na transmissão, estamos então acompanhando aqui no nosso canal UPTV, já estamos aí na marca de 3 horas e 7 minutos de caminhada espacial. Estamos acompanhando então a caminhada espacial de número 61 pelo lado russo, na Estação Espacial Internacional. Na primeira parte da caminhada nós tivemos aí já o conserto realizado então aí da parte do radiador, que fica localizado na parte externa do módulo na Yucca, aí na Estação Espacial Internacional, né, que é o módulo então de laboratório multifuncional, né, e agora estamos vendo aí então a instalação do radar cinético. Não se esqueça, claro, de deixar um like aí na transmissão do vídeo e na transmissão do nosso canal, e também deixar a sua inscrição, né? Cada like, cada inscrição aí ajuda bastante para que mais pessoas possam acompanhar junto conosco as caminhadas espaciais e também os lançamentos de foguetes, né? Lembrando que também nós acompanhamos então todos os lançamentos, né, que acontecem aí ao redor do mundo. E hoje
Control Houston, 3 hours, 8 minutes into the spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub are working now in the early stages of demating a series of cables and preparing to mate other cables for the installation of this miniature radar synthetic aperture
então eles estão fazendo as preparações aí, pegando os cabos, né, para fazer então a parte de instalação elétrica do radar cinético, né? Então estamos aí na fase então de instalação deste radar que está na mão aí do cosmonauta.
Well, are you using your short tether because the length is not sufficient for me to get there? Well, you can disconnect and reconnect one more time. Nikolai, check what's going on beneath you. Nikolai. Nope, it's the tail end.
Nikolai.
Well, guys. So your temperature settings are at 6. Temperature control handle. What's the? It's set to 6. Are you telling that it's a little bit too warm? Well, I need to check. Well, don't get too cold there. If you need, you can adjust the temperature settings.
So I'm gonna go below. Okay. It's not reaching there. Nikolai,
estamos aí nos aproximando da marca de 3 horas e 10 minutos de caminhada. Então aí eu vou fazer um pequeno intervalo, mas vocês vão ficar aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial, tá bom? Então já eu vou.
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
Oleg, Nikolai,
Есть предложение
I
отдохнуть.
have a proposal for you to take a break.
Но мы пока не работаем.
Well, we're not really working for now. We're just translating.
Тем не менее, до перехода давайте отдохнем.
However, before you start translating, please take a break. Well, let us configure everything here because on the side that I was just on, it's not really convenient to translate from there, so I had to move down a bit.
Так, и ты там рядом, да?
Да, ты прям рядом. Над тобой.
Is it nearby? Yes, it is below you. Oh, that's right.
Все, размещаемся на
Okay.
и отдыхаем.
Position yourselves at the translation ring and take a break.
Это тряпка.
Yes, we will do that. Is it a towel that's loose? What is it? Is it convenient now or not?
Или куда идите сейчас?
Where should I put it? Let me get over there first. Okay, you go ahead.
Ага, да. Кусочек будто бы стеклоткани.
This is a piece of fabric.
Так, все, я на подвижном кольце.
I am at the translation ring now.
Держишь?
Все,
Are you holding it? Holding. Okay, Nikolai.
Да.
Yes, go ahead.
отдыхаем.
Take a break.
Сделал потеплее.
Inaudible. I turned the temperature up a bit.
Так, второй файл.
All right, tether 2.
Там с той стороны был, я цеплял.
Was it on the other side? Yes, it is right here. Are you holding the bundle? Yes, I am. Okay.
Так, раз, два.
1, 2.
Они оба здесь.
So both are here.
Вы пока осмотритесь по файлам, но при этом все равно...
Make sure you inspect the feathers now, but also you need to be taking a break now. You need to rest. Well, we're not doing anything. We are resting. We're looking around. What about the second tether?
Вот ее надо за кольцо круговое, наверное, привести.
It needs to go around the ring.
Так, сейчас. Такие вот эти старого образца карабины неудобны.
The old style hooks are not the best ones. They're not convenient.
Так,
Вот в этом положении нужно...
Okay.
да.
So we need to be in this position, correct?
А вы бороду видите, где он там?
And do you see the front part?
Давайте я буду за бороду.
Yes, it is right here. So I'm going to be holding on to it. And
А?
what is it?
Я во что-то упер, что ли?
Am I stopped against something? Okay, I'm holding it.
Николай, пока не начинаем перемещение.
Nikolai, Oleg, please do not start translating just yet. Sergey, we're still resting.
Я понимаю, но тем не менее нужно отдыхать.
I understand, but however, you do need to take a break now. Yes, we are taking a break.
это фал, который...
What is it? Is it the tether that we removed that was on Shat 21? So I am attached to it. That was right next to the hatch. Well, it's going to be moving back and forth all the time. That's how we're going to have to carry it. Sergey, it is not vertically stable. It is moving back and forth. All right, copy. So you're going to have to carry this one as a heavy bundle. One of them will be holding it and then handing it over to the other one who will be reconnecting it. I'm trying to turn around to a position that would be most convenient for translation. And I'm pushing the ring, but there are two antennas here that I can't.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 16 minutes into the spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. The two crew members now working to install a payload adapter upon which a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture will be installed. This one of the scientific payloads to be mounted on the outside of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. This all coming after work was completed to isolate the leaking areas around the external radiator on Naoka that sprung a leak of coolant back on October 9th. The two cosmonauts went to inspect that leak site on the radiator after they closed a number of valves to isolate the radiator from the rest of the module's cooling system. Kononenko reported first detecting some black spots on the surfaces of the radiator itself, and then when he approached the leak site, noted a large bubble had formed in the area where the leak had emanated back on October 9th.
Como vocês podem perceber, então eles estão fazendo agora a instalação então do radar cinético, né, no módulo Naoka, aí na Estação Espacial Internacional pelo lado russo. Então estamos aí já com 3 horas e 17 minutos de caminhada espacial. Pelo horário de Brasília, 18 horas e 7 minutos.
Once the crew completes its spacewalk later this afternoon, this evening.
Do you see this tether? What is it, tether? Tether? Where should it go? On that side, okay, got it.
Stop.
What was that?
The two cosmonauts took extensive photo documentation of the radiator leak site. All of that data will be analyzed by engineers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow to determine what their remedial actions might be to repair that leak and restore a cooling capability for that radiator. The external radiator serves as a backup to provide additional cooling for payloads in the Naoka module. The prime radiator system, which is wrapped around the body of the module itself, is performing just fine with no issues, providing the proper cooling for Naoka.
Okay, got it.
The radiator was first launched along with an external payloads airlock on the Rosviet module on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010, sat idle on Rosviet for 13 years before both the airlock and the radiator were removed from Rosviet during earlier Russian spacewalks in May of this year. The radiator was installed on the Naoka module during a spacewalk on May 12th, and about 4 weeks later was filled with the coolant that eventually leaked out of that leak site on October 9th.
I've moved over. Okay. Can you see it? Yes, I see it. Hold it. I can't hold it for now. Nikolai, please hold it. Okay, that's gone now. Inaudible. So the cable? No? Can I hold it? Yes, please hold it. Are you holding it? Yes, holding it. There is something next to my right shoulder that's not letting me move. On top. There is another one that goes over your shoulder as well. No, go back and down. Am I going up? Please turn towards me. Towards me, the other way. Okay, and now move back and down. More. Back and down. Further down on the strela. All right, you're out. Are you holding it? I'm trying to release it. There is nothing there, okay. I'm going to untangle it. Okay, so please hold the bundle. Stand by. I need to secure on the strela. Is it convenient? No.
Pelo horário de Brasília, 18 horas e 12 minutos. Estamos já com 3 horas e 22 minutos de caminhada espacial neste momento. Lembrando que vamos aí ter duração de 7 horas de caminhada. Estamos aí então na parte de instalação aí do radar cinético. Então na parte do módulo de laboratório multifuncional pelo lado russo.
All right, so we're there. And I'm gonna
Lembrando que a caminhada espacial então teve início às 14 horas e 49 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí então transmitindo aí ininterruptamente com vocês aqui ao vivo. E devemos seguir assim até mais ou menos por volta de umas 9 horas da noite.
Make sure that the translation ring is secured. I will tether it in a second. We remember about that. We just don't have as many hands and not that much room here as well. Have you translated over there? Yes. This is handrail 4100. There is one attached to that handrail already. So, I got this one. Now, I'm going to take, where is it? Here it is. Handrail 4100. Tether is attached to that handrail. Is the ring secured? Yes. The translation ring is tethered. Make sure it doesn't float away. Are you holding it? I need the second tether. Do you have it? What second tether? The adapter. All right, so let me move forward. And I'm going to then get the bundle from you.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 25 minutes into the spacewalk, as Nikolai Chub and Oleg Kononenko work on preparing to install a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture, a scientific payload, on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. That will be followed by the installation of a deployment mechanism on Naoka, in which is a solar sail nanosatellite called pelos, the Russian word for sail, that will be spring ejected from that deployment mechanism. Once again, a scientific investigation.
18 horas e 15 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos então aí nos preparativos então, para a instalação então, do mini radar cinético na Yucca, então no módulo de laboratório multifuncional aí do lado russo.
During the spacewalk came right after Kononenko and Chub configured a series of valves to isolate that external radiator from the rest of Naoka's cooling system.
And I'm turned around.
The main cooling for Naoka is regulated by a body radiator on the surface of Naoka itself that is functioning perfectly at this point.
Please repeat your last. I didn't copy. This is Moscow. I had a question about the camera. Are you getting the video from my camera? Yes, we are. All right. Is it yours? Yes. All right then. Nikolai, are you holding it?
Estamos aí então com a visão da câmera do Oleg Kononenko. Lembrando que o Nikolai então está com o traje de cor azul e o Oleg Kononenko com traje com cor vermelho. Traje de cor vermelha. Estamos nos aproximando então de 3 horas e 30 minutos de caminhada espacial.
I'm holding it. And we can use an adjustable length tether. Are you holding it? Holding it. And the Parus hardware is powered up. Inaudible. Yes, I'm going to move farther.
Você está assistindo ao canal UPTV, estamos completando 3 horas e 30 minutos de caminhada espacial neste momento aqui no nosso canal UPTV e ultrapassamos também 4 horas de transmissão para vocês. Do horário de Brasília, 18 horas e 20 minutos. Neste momento, então, os cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub estão aí fazendo então os preparativos para a instalação do radar cinético. Ainda temos então pela frente mais 3 horas e 30 minutos. E 2 horas e 30 minutos, desculpa. Temos ainda pela frente ainda mais 2 horas e 30 minutos de caminhada espacial.
Kononenko and Chub are in the process of installing a payload adapter on Naoka, upon which this miniature radar system will be mounted and then unfurled to provide scientific data back to the engineers of the Russian Mission Control Center.
No, I think it's going to move through a recess here just fine. Just need to make sure that we're holding it. There is also ERA control panel here. It's not really helping that much. I think it would be rather difficult here. What about the other side? Do you mean on top? Using the gap spanners? Inaudible? Okay. Are you holding it? Yes, I'm holding it. Okay. 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 The gap spanner, are you behind the gap spanner? And you can go ahead and move now. Well, actually, yes, I am behind the gap spanner. And I am tethered right behind it. All right. There's a mess here. So let's do it this way. Go ahead and grab it. Grab it where? And I'm going to turn my back towards you now. Are you holding it? Holding it. Green audible. I don't see you now.
Então tivemos uma perda de comunicação em vídeo
I see you now. I see the handrail.
Com a Estação Espacial Internacional. Logo voltaremos.
4114. This is the handrail number. Yes, that's correct. Okay, tethered. I'm just trying to understand where we should translate from now on. Should we go up? Sergey, are we supposed to move up once we pass the era control panel? Or should we move back? No, we're supposed to move up. Yes, that's correct. And you need to be in the back. How exactly are we supposed to do
Estamos de
that?
volta já com as imagens
Shall I
da
start
Estação
moving then?
Espacial Internacional.
Well, let's get there first, and then we can swap. Well, this is the configuration that we left it in. So I guess we can carry it, install it, and then we can change places once it is installed. So we can change places on the other side. Okay. And we can adjust it here. Sergey, are you on? Adjust what? Well, the handrail is not installed correctly. It's crooked. The handrail that we're supposed to use for moving up. So this handrail is not oriented correctly. I guess they couldn't reach 4180. That is why it is right behind ERA, which only complicates everything. Yes, I see it. I see that I can move down and move from over there. Okay, got it. I'm going to move as far as I can. Oleg, Nikolai, how do you read me? 4129. 29, yes, 29. And then 4114, 4129, 4132, 4130. We are moving in the correct direction. Are you holding it? Holding it. And I'm next to handrail 4114. Okay, can we go down in this position? Inaudible. Oleg, Nikolai, how do you read me? We read you well. We had Reticom. Copy. Copy what? The com is not stable. Oleg, Nikolai, how do you read me? Sergey, we read you loud and clear. Excellent. Because like I said, we've had unstable comm. We are next to handrail 4129 near the valves. And we keep translating. Copy.
Use the safety tether. Yes, I can see it. All right, the sun is coming up. Well, I'm looking at the next attachment point, where to connect. Let me pull it away, and then it will be more convenient for you.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 40 minutes. into the spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. You can see the two cosmonauts at the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory
Estamos
Module,
aí então com
the
3 horas e
golden
40 minutos
or
de caminhada
orange-colored
já
device
completada.
that they are working with is the
Então deixa eu ajustar
miniature
aqui o nosso
radar
relógio.
synthetic aperture device that will be mounted shortly on the body of Naoka. Just below the two cosmonauts is the extended external radiator that leaked coolant back on October 9th, and which earlier today during the spacewalk was isolated from the rest of Naoka's thermal control system through the two cosmonauts opening and closing a series of valves. After they completed that work, a blob or bubble of coolant was noticed at the leak site on that radiator and was documented by Kononenko close up.
Então nós já
The
tivemos aí
blob
toda a parte aí
liberated
da
some flakes of
documentação, daí
coolant
da
in
parte
his direction. He wiped
que
down
foi
one of
trabalhada
his safety tethers
no
and his
radiador,
tools.
né?
The
Feita aí
tether
com
was
sucesso,
bagged.
né?
It will not
Desculpem
be
aí
brought back inside the
pelos
International
ajustes
Space
aí
Station.
do cronômetro, né?
And
Vou deixar do
additional
jeito que tá mesmo.
precautionary measures will be
Estamos aí com
taken to
3 horas
further
e
wipe
40
down
minutos
the
de
two
caminhada
cosmonauts'
espacial
suits
completados
before
até
they
o momento.
re-enter the Poisk airlock at the
faltando
completion
ainda
of today's spacewalk.
algumas horinhas ainda pela frente.
Yes, I'm holding it.
Lembrando que vamos aí até mais 9 horas da noite.
I can push it forward a little bit if it will be more convenient for you.
Estamos aí na instalação então deste radar, né, que vocês estão vendo nas mãos aí do cosmonauta, né?
We can do it between the two of us.
O radar cinético.
For your information, I'm holding on to the 41.
Lembrando que a nossa próxima caminhada espacial está programada então para acontecer no dia 30 de outubro.
And actually we see the markings on two handrails.
E a caminhada espacial de número 89 pelo lado americano.
Okay. Unintelligible. No, Sergey, we are not tired. We don't feel any fatigue. So if we were to feel it, we would certainly we would have taken a break by all means. That's good to hear. But yes, right now we are at rest. Look at the panel. Unintelligible.
You saw a view of the synthetic radar aperture system.
I don't understand. What are we talking about?
That will be installed, there it is, at the top of your screen. It will be installed on a payload attachment device on Naoka a short time from now.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Okay, I secured it.
Então agora nesse momento está sendo instalado então o radar e no módulo de laboratório na Naoka.
Yes, Sergey.
Estamos então acompanhando tudo de pertinho aí para vocês.
Okay, we can rest, whatever you say.
Estamos então aí na instalação então agora do radar. Aí que vocês estão vendo na mão do Kononenko.
Rest while still holding it. Well, let me route it first. I'm holding it. Now I'm completely at rest.
Прокинулась сейчас бутыль? Да.
Unintelligible.
Единственное.
Yes.
Все. Я бы ее оставил на 41.
I would keep it on 4137.
Что у меня дальше на этом же поручне.
Can be
Para quem está
attached to
chegando
the
agora,
same
estamos aí
handle.
acompanhando a caminhada espacial do lado
And I can
russo,
stay on it.
a caminhada
Or
de
then
número
hold it,
61, né? Estamos aí
for a
acompanhando
moment,
agora, neste
and
momento,
I will
a
reconnect.
instalação,
Okay.
então, deste radar. Está nas mãos do Oleg Kononenko, né? Do cosmonauta Oleg Kononenko. E temos também o cosmonauta Nikolai Chub, que também está
Let me pull it
auxiliando
back a bit. No, it's
nesta
not on the
caminhada
way.
espacial.
Так вот, я бы повыше.
A bit higher.
Lembrando que a caminhada espacial teve início às 14 horas e 49 minutos, no horário de Brasília.
Now it's a different story.
E a previsão é que ela tenha
The pipe remains
duração
on
aí
the
de
airlock.
aproximadamente 7 horas.
Sergey, go ahead. The recommendation is for you to rest. Well, we are doing nothing.
Так, у нас ПП.
Now, panel FP13, right? That's what we're working with. Correct.
По-моему, 3, 4, 6.
3, 4, and 6 are inside. Let me just look at it first. Which connectors do we need? Yes, it's 3, 4, and 6. I can see 2, 3, 4, and 6. Everything except for number 5.
Вот, 3.
Okay, I see 2 and 3.
А их можно сейчас...
Can we demate it right now, Sergey?
Сейчас мы отдыхаем, просто наблюдайте.
We are at rest. Just keep looking at it.
Наслаждайтесь видом, пока отдыхайте.
Okay. Okay, guys, rest.
Мы не работаем, мы отдыхаем.
We are not working, we are resting.
Курорт. Так. Вид тут такой, что просто закачать.
But the view here is just, it can knock you off your feet.
Просто нереально.
Well, there is only one handrail. All right, guys, relax, rest, and enjoy the view. That's exactly what we're doing.
Вы, я думаю, дайте...
3 hours, 48 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts are going to take a breather here. You can see the mini radar system that will be unfurled once it's installed on a payload adapter on Naoka. And on the right of your screen, the big experiment airlock that launched along with the external radiator on the Rosviet module on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010. That airlock and the radiator were installed on 2 consecutive Russian spacewalks back in May of this year.
You guys, you seem to be quite active right now. We cannot copy you. What are you saying? You're having a very active race. Well, right now we are looking at the eye of the hurricane. Actually, we see the eye forming. It's already formed. Where are you flying? Above the Kurils Islands. Oh, okay. Do you see? Yeah, can you see the Kranovsky volcano? It's right there. Yes, really, that's what it is, Kranovsky volcano. I cannot turn around because you pulled that thing together with you. Yes, I actually lifted it. So now you can. I see the ocean. Yes, and I see those circles. And I see the volcano. Wow, that's some eye. Yes, it's a huge eye.
Это сколько он... А, вон все вулканы видел.
Yes.
Смотрел, да, они белые.
And now I see the volcanoes. They are white and covered with clouds.
Так, ну что, заводим. Все, отдохнем.
Okay.
Заводим, да?
Did you have enough rest? Yes. So, can we bring it to place? No, guys, keep resting. Well, I'm freezing. We're freezing resting.
Держи, я заступлю в эту.
So, let me grab onto something.
Развернусь. Так,
Okay, I'm holding it.
можно... Так, ну забавьте чехол. Да. Нет, до ручки.
The cover, unintelligible. Okay, here is the handle.
Все, есть.
Done.
Бантик можно развязывать.
Now we can untie it.
А похоже, ред на стопоре.
It looks like the red is on the retainer.
Угу. Так вот, ну, по-хорошему...
Well, strictly speaking,
Если вы чуть-чуть подвинетесь,
the most convenient option would be to bring it a little bit more to the left.
мы с двух сторон тогда сможем хорошо стабилизировать.
And here it will be a good position to put it in place and secure safely.
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
Так.
Nikolai?
Ставим
Nikolai, hold on.
адаптер, но не спеша.
You can proceed with installing the adapter, but no rush. Don't hurry.
Есть какое-то положение? Тут предварительно...
Sergey, is there any preliminary position?
Один удерживает
No.
адаптер, и
One
другой за поручень. Мы
must hold the adapter. The other one is putting it in place. And that's the only position that can be used to install it. The rod in the... listen to me. The rod is looking away from the parallel.
Да, все правильно. У нас ориентир.
That's correct.
Адаптер ставится на мишень.
Your reference point is the target. The adapter is must be installed on the target. So, and you have to have markings match. And yes, they match.
Так, проволока не застрахована тоже, да? Проволока, она навязана, нет, она не застрахована. Ну, вообще можно на нее...
Unintelligible.
Так вот. На всякий случай.
Well, just in case.
Там ваша сторона прижата, нет? Нет.
Is your side pressed against the seat? I am positioning myself at the moment.
Много намотали, говорил. Оборотов сколько мы сделали?
How many turns did we make?
Сделали, нам сейчас нужно сделать порядка 60 оборотов.
We need to make inaudible turns.
После скольки оборотов она уже не выпадет и будет уже...
How many turns are sufficient to make sure it will not fall out and will sit there stably? Well, I guess you should feel it. That's the best way to determine. Okay. All right. We need to untie something here, or rather untangle. So hold it for now, please. Yes, I'm holding it. Okay, I'm trying to undo this. It's not really convenient for me to use my hand like that. Let me do it. Because I do not see anything behind my own hand. I will do it one more time. Again, I can see my hand now. Are you holding it? Yes. Yes, but my hand actually blocks my line of sight. You can't see what I'm doing. Okay. Looks like it's done. I'll keep pressing it. Yes, if you...
As we approach the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk, you're watching Nikolai Chub in the blue stripes on his Orlan suit, and just below him, Oleg Kononenko wearing the suit with the red stripes, as they are attaching this mini radar system with a synthetic aperture to a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. At the very top of your screen is an experiment airlock that was moved from the Rossviet module, upon which it was launched 13 years ago and installed on Naoka back in May during a Russian spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin.
It's still moving. So I don't know whether it's okay or not to start turning. What is actually moving, the adapter or the wrench? Well, the adapter, or rather both. Is the wrench supposed to remain on the surface? Yes, it has to be on the surface. There should be a small gap, actually. I'm holding it, but... So it looks like the wrench actually came out. Nikolai, look, when you were rotating the wrench, there is a manual drive, and you can see some extra rotation. Yes, the shaft is rotating. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's check behind the cord. See if it's been wound. 15, 16, 17. I'm holding it as hard as I can. 22, but it's not going down. 24. Maybe the wrench is not sitting properly. No, actually, I checked it. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Is it holding in place? No. No, it is not. But I'm trying to pull it out. It's not coming out. Let me try to make those turns now. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37,
Я покрутил. Почему? Ну ладно, как скажете. 39.
Do you want me to try? Why? No. 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Oh. Okay.
Ну, она уже так плотненько.
Well, right now it's set much tighter, and the cord is wound on it.
Хорошо.
Well, when I'm turning the key, I hear the clicks. Okay.
Держи мне сюда,
Hold this, please.
50.
50,
Да, 61.
51, 52,
53.
E 4 horas já completadas de caminhada espacial. Neste momento, faltando 3 horas para o seu término. Estamos aí ao vivo ainda no nosso canal UPTV, pelo horário de Brasília, 18 horas e 50 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando aí a parte de instalação do radar.
59,
61.
60,
62.
61, 62, 63, 64.
Нитка.
Hold on, there's a thread.
Чуть-чуть назад нитку.
Back it up a little bit, that thread, okay? No, that's a thread.
Надо ее размотать.
4 hours even. Now we need to unwind this one. Copy.
Она, по-моему, она непонятно. Она вроде не выскакивает.
No, it's kind of strange. It's not coming out, not falling out, but it's still loose.
Ну, это срабатывание механизма ходового, я понял.
Well, I guess this has something to do with the ratchet cycle.
Ну, так, мы крутим. Хочешь заводить?
Okay, we are turning clockwise.
Давай, стой.
Yes.
Вот так подержу. Удобно?
If I hold you like this, is this convenient for you? Okay, clockwise. Yes.
Наматывается на вал.
Inaudible.
We've passed the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk that began at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, now I can.
Kononenko and Chub continue the installation of a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture on a payload adapter on the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. This following work to isolate the external radiator on Naoka that developed a coolant leak back on October 9th.
Right now,
the work today configured a series of valves to basically shut off any residual flow of coolant into the external radiator that sprung the leak back on October 9th. In the course of inspecting that leak site on the external radiator following the valve work, Kononenko detected a blob of liquid at the leak site on the external radiator that wound up dispersing a number of flakes of coolant, some in his direction, some which got on a tether, others directed in the vicinity of his suit, which was quickly wiped off. The tether was placed in a bag not to be returned inside the International Space Station.
But the shaft is rotating. I can see that. But there were no idle clicking, no slips. And again, the shaft is rotating. Do you believe that there is enough depth? Look here, there are some gaps. That's how I can see it. Let me make more turns. Hold it. I'm holding. Are you sure we're not making idle turns? But again, I can see the shaft turning. Let me turn around a little. Around a little bit. Okay. It's cooler this way. Are you holding it? Yes. I can see the shaft rotation. Well, now I heard two wretched sounds. Okay, we undid it. So did you hear those clicks? Yes. Twice when I did it and twice when Nikolai did it.
Такое ощущение, что оборотов 200 сделали. Чего?
Say it again.
Оборотов 200 сделали.
It feels like you've done about 200 turns. Well, we quit counting after about 60. Okay, what's next? Here, we will secure it with wire ties. Yes. Right here, right on the lock, right? Do you see the wire ties I'm holding? Yes. Yes, I can see it. All right. Run it through. And work. Oleg, Nikolai? Yes. We received the telemetry confirming that the adapter has been installed nominally. Great news.
Então, neste momento, foi confirmado a instalação do radar. Estão aí com boas notícias, né? O radar, então, cinético foi instalado com sucesso. Os dados já chegaram lá no centro de controle, lá em Houston. Faltando, então, aí menos de 2 horas e 53 minutos para o término, então, da caminhada espacial. Então, o radar, então, aí foi instalado com sucesso.
That's enough? No. No, it's not secure yet.
Ну, как мы с вами договаривались, сначала будем работать...
Alert. Unintelligible. Say it again, Sergey.
Сначала будем работать с разъемами, а потом уже снимем привод ручной.
As we agreed, you'll start working with the connectors, and then we'll move to the manual drive. Okay. So do we need to disconnect the connectors? Say it again. They're not in order here. Which one is this? This is number 5. The one that you're holding. D made the 2 on the left side. So I'm demating 3 and 4. 2, 3, 4, and 6. It's just 3 and 4 on my side. D mate. 2, 3, 4, 6. Affirmative. All right, I'm working with number 6. Not that simple. It's not convenient to work with the left hand. Number 3. Copy.
Распаковал номер 3 и номер 4.
I debated numbers
Você
3
está assistindo o
and
canal UPTV, estamos aí com 4 horas e 10 minutos de caminhada espacial já completadas.
now hold these ones.
E pelo horário de Brasília, estamos chegando aí na marca de
3
19
and 4 are
horas.
demated. I'm working on demated number
Lembrando que já foram realizados serviços aí na parte do radiador, né? Aí do módulo de laboratório, né? Multifuncional, já foi realizado então a parte então do trabalho com o radiador e também já foi instalado com sucesso o radar cinético. Lembrando que quem está conduzindo então esta caminhada espacial de número 61 é a Rússia, com os
Let me try
cosmonautas
it with my right hand.
Oleg Kononenko e
No,
Nikolai
I almost opened it
Chub.
up.
Pelo horário de Brasília,
Almost
agora
got it.
19 horas.
Correction.
Провернул в открыто.
All right, and you turned it.
Дернул. Так,
2, 3, 4.
2, 3, 4, and 6. 6 is on your side.
E peço sempre a vocês, né, para estar deixando o like na transmissão e também se inscrevendo
Open the
no canal.
lock
Lembrando que a
first.
nossa próxima caminhada espacial está programada para o dia 30 de outubro
All right,
deste
and
ano,
I
de
see the position. I
2023,
can't
aí então
really
pelo lado
push my finger
americano,
through there.
que será na parte da manhã,
At the top.
com transmissão aí prevista para começar às 7h25
There we go. Now we've
da
got
manhã.
it open.
Поворачиваем.
Let's turn.
чуть-чуть и довернулся. Чуть.
And it has turned.
О,
There we go. 2, 3, and 4, and 6.
Это. Так, может их приподать.
Copy.
Депрогнозировать сразу.
And we can secure the caps right away
А давайте так сделаем.
near Paros. Yeah, let's do that.
так. Так, Сергей, а за
Sergey,
полезные нагрузки мы...
and the payloads adapter, can we connect to it? No.
Оставаться не можем, Коль.
No, Nikolai, you cannot secure yourself to it. Copy, I understand.
Так, а как туда дотянуться тогда?
Okay, how do we go about it? Do I have it? No. The caps for these ones, hold on.
А крышки
The caps
на парусе, да?
are on Paros.
Так, а.
Did you manage to reach it? No, not yet, but it's in progress.
Так,
Okay,
прикольно.
that's neat.
Получается дотянуть?
Did you manage to reach it? I would not risk saying that for now. All right. Have a look. That pin that you used for the latch, make sure that those pins don't escape and that they would not escape. Okay, 1, 2, 3. On the side of the handrail and handle, I see 4 locks with 4 pins, and all these pins are in their nominal locations. Also, do you see all 4? No, in total there are 4.
This is Mission Control Houston. On the left side of your screen is Nikolai Chub in the first spacewalk of his career. On the right, with the red stripes, Oleg Kononenko, veteran cosmonaut, now conducting the 6th spacewalk in his career as they monitor the
Estamos vendo então na nossa
installation
tela
of
aí
the
o
radar system
Nikolai
that you
Chub,
see,
né? Aí
the orange-colored
listra
device
cor azul aí
on
no
a
traje
payload adapter
e de
on
cor
the
vermelha
Naoka
no traje
multipurpose
o
laboratory
Oleg
module.
Kononenko, onde estão aí terminando de fazer a
There's the moon,
instalação
the ocean,
do radar
and
cinético.
we managed to get everything secured,
Aí estão no
and
módulo
we can
de laboratório
continue working the timeline.
multifuncional aí do lado russo,
And what about
na
the
Estação Espacial
Wi-Fi? Could you
Internacional.
try and
Pelo
hide it
horário
as
de
well?
Brasília, 19 horas e 6 minutos.
I've got
Estamos
a
aí
little
na
bit
marca
too
já de
many
4
items
horas e 17 minutos de
here, so I'm
caminhada.
not sure if
Lembrando que a
I
caminhada
can do
espacial então
anything
teve
with
o
the
início às
Wi-Fi.
14 horas
I
e
see that.
49 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí então aí desde então. Lembrando que eu peço sempre para vocês aí estar se inscrevendo no canal, curtindo e compartilhando a nossa transmissão. E é claro também de seguir nas redes sociais, né, para não perder nenhum detalhe da programação. Fiquem ligados.
Well, for now I removed only one wire tie, but I'm going to check. Okay, that's number 5 and it's connected to the cable. Okay, Sergey, for now, the wire tie, I'm going to attach it to the payload's adapter. Do you have anything against? No, nothing against it. And we will probably need to remove the cable slack.
Tivemos então a perda de comunicação então com a Estação Espacial Internacional. Logo voltaremos.
We are in a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system, a momentary loss of comm with the International Space Station at the 4-hour, 19-minute mark in today's spacewalk as the 2 cosmonauts, Kononenko and Chub, prepare to install a radar aperture system for scientific studies on a payload adapter on the Naoka module of the International Space Station.
4 connectors. Can I attach them to 4142? Is that okay? We currently don't have any video, but you can, if possible, attach it to pretty much any available handrail. Okay, so I guess first of all we need to connect the cables. That's what I'm doing actually. And putting it in the, laying them correctly as we need to have them. Oleg, the handrails that you tied everything to, will you be able to use UFA payloads adapter handrail? It's stripy, black and white. We'll try. It's such a huge, it looks like a huge barrel. Do you mean the docking node? Yeah, they are basically the airlock. All right, I have the cables in the right configuration, and I'm ready to hand the cover caps to you. Let me untie them. Or untangle them.
Estamos de volta aí com as imagens, então, na Estação Espacial Internacional.
Unintelligible. Well, I'm off to remove the wire tie, right? In this location? Yes. I kind of got used to working here. And let me start from the very top. This one got tangled up. All right, I have removed the wire tie from the top. Copy.
Я не могу провернуть крышку
For whatever reason, I can't really turn the cover. Well, you don't need to turn it. All you need to do is just put it on.
Она просто не держится. Если
Well, it's not holding tight. If I mean, if it gets if anything touches it, then they will just fall off. All you need to do is just install it. They don't need to be rotated, turned, or anything. Well, they're not holding. They're in place.
Может быть, нам закрыть крышками разъемы, а вот это колечко, за которое сейчас...
Maybe you can close the connectors with the caps.
Вот это колечко продеть проволочный фиксатор.
And that little ring, you thread the wire tie through it and tie it a little bit.
можно.
We could.
Так, Коль, потом фиксатор тогда дашь, да?
Nikolai, would you give me one wire tie? Of course.
Ну, я думаю, лучше разъемы установить, а потом...
I think it's better to install the connectors and then do everything else. Okay, let's start on the connectors, and then we can do whatever needs to be done with the caps. All right, we'll put it in work. Copy.
Где кабели, Коль?
Or are the cables?
Так, они как подписаны.
Let's see
Предлагаю начать в обратном порядке.
how they are marked.
А стыковать как?
How do you want us to disconnect them?
Без разницы.
Does it matter? In what order? Any order that's convenient for you.
Просто удобнее будет, если в обратном
All right,
порядке.
just 4, 3, 2,
2, 4,
2, 6,
3, 6.
3, 6.
Так,
All right, hold on.
я сейчас просто ищу, где они подписаны.
I'm looking at the nomenclature basically.
Который ближе ко мне, это какой?
What number is the high frequency one that's closest to me? Which one is that? It's number 6.
Второй.
Okay, 4, 2, 3.
Так, шестого нет? Нет, есть.
Do you have number 6? Yeah. Could you please hold it?
Да, это шестой.
All right, we have number 6.
Держать?
Got it?
Я попробую.
Let me try.
Смотри, там карабин. Шарик.
Você está assistindo ao canal UPTV, estamos aí então nos aproximando da marca de 4 horas e 30 minutos de caminhada espacial. Nós estamos acompanhando então aí a caminhada de número 61 com os cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko, né, que está aí abaixo da sua tela, e acima da sua tela o Nikolai Chub, né, eles são daí da expedição de número 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos aí pelo lado russo da estação. Nós estamos então aí no módulo de laboratório multifuncional, pelo lado russo, né? E eles estão agora terminando de fazer a configuração então aí do radar cinético que já foi instalado, né? Mais cedo acompanhamos aí também a manutenção que foi realizada então aí lá no radiador, né? Que também fica localizado neste módulo. 19 horas e 20 minutos pelo horário de Brasília.
Who's wearing the Orlan spacesuit with the blue stripes near the mini radar synthetic aperture system Oleg Kononenko just below him, wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes, as they continue to mate electrical cables for the radar system. That's the orange-colored device that was installed on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
It's right here on this end.
Once they complete those electrical connections, the various sections of that radar system will be unfurled to collect scientific data for engineers back at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside of Moscow. Earlier today, the main objective of the mission today, the spacewalk by Kononenko and Chub, was completed with the isolation of a leaking external radiator that sprung a coolant leak back on October 9th. It was isolated from the rest of Naoka's cooling loops through the configuration of several valves by the two cosmonauts. Once that was completed, Kononenko went to take detailed photography of the leak site on that external radiator that was installed back on a Russian spacewalk this past May, and discovered a blob of coolant that was basically floating around the area of the leak site, and which eventually spewed some flakes of coolant in his direction. He was instructed to back away from the area. Some of that coolant made it to one of his safety tethers that he disconnected and placed in a bag. It will not be returned inside the International Space Station. And he wiped off his Orlan suit with towels that have been provided for the two cosmonauts just in case of something like this happening. There will be other precautionary measures before the two cosmonauts re-enter the Poisk airlock at the end of the spacewalk this evening to ensure that no contaminant particles make its way back into the station once the airlock is repressurized. So that external radiator is now isolated from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka as was intended. Engineers will be studying the photo documentation captured by Kononenko to determine what their next course of action will be regarding any possible repairs to that leak site area. The external radiator provides a backup cooling capability for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module for payloads that would demand a higher amount of heat rejection capability. Meanwhile, the radiators on the body of Naoka itself that it launched with back in 2010, when it launched on the Rosviet module on the STS-132 mission, along with an experiment airlock that you see at the top of your screen. The body radiators provide the primary cooling for Naoka's systems and are functioning just perfectly.
See that they're between the connectors. That's number 2. And it doesn't reach. How come? It's a pretty long tail end.
Не допровернулся еще. Ага. А там бабушка не попала? Нет, вроде. Не дошел? Нет.
Did it fit? Nope. Let's pull it out. Oh, it's probably not the best to do it with my left hand. Nope. It does. It can be inserted, but not to the very end. Let me try and push it with my hand, but I need to make sure everything goes well, okay? Okay, Oleg, could you please verify that the fixtures fixing unit is open. It is closed. Hold on, it was closed. And verify that the pins are okay, please.
Еще нормально?
It looks good. I don't see it. There is a fat pin across from the ball. Is that what you see? That's what we see. All right, and I'm turning it. All right, done. Closed. Number 2 has been connected. And number 4 too. There we go. The connector is open. In 20 seconds, we are going to go into orbital night. We see it already. And the sun is down. All right, number 4 has been connected. Copy. Nikolai, how is the lock here? Is it in the way? Do you want me to tie something up meanwhile? Probably not.
Entramos mais uma vez então pelo lado escuro aí do planeta, né? Aí mesmo assim o trabalho continua.
Do you want me to hold it? Well, it's kind of like everything is like so tight in here and squeezed in there. All right, it's working.
E aí, portanto, a configuração então dos cabos funcionou, né? Então estamos
Number 3 has been connected.
funcionando.
Copy. So basically, you have all the connectors mated, right? Yes. That's good. And 4114 or the adapter itself? Well, the adapter itself is okay too. Is it long enough? And Nikolai, just go through the rings of the caps. That's what I'm doing.
This is adjustable. Would it be better? Let me try 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you go under it? No, it's actually better if I go above.
Você está assistindo ao canal Wilper TV? Estamos então na marca de 4 horas e 40 minutos de caminhada espacial. Na caminhada de número 61 pelo lado russo, onde estamos vendo então aí a configuração, onde tem os cosmonautas, né? Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub, nesse momento estão aí terminando de fazer os ajustes aí com os cabos de conexão elétrica do radar cinético, né? Foi instalado agora há pouco.
The one that's down there, which
E
one is it?
continuamos aí com a transmissão, né? Pelo horário de Brasília, 19 horas e 30 minutos.
Let it go above. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And this one is going to go underneath. I'm holding it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Where's the other one? Do you have enough wire ties? Yes, we have enough wire ties. And you could put it over your finger? No, on top. If you can pull through the top. Can your hand fit there? Can you please hold the bundle? Are you holding it? Yes, holding it. Okay. And my arm can't reach there. Is it fine now? Yes. Okay. Sergey, we have wire tied the respective parts to the adapter handrails, and it is also secured through the rings of the caps. Can you please take photographs of connector patch panel 13 and also secure the cable harness? Yes. Can you do it? Yes. There is this rag that's hanging out. Nikolai, you can take mine. You can take mine, and I'm going to be holding this fabric. Turning it on. It is recording now. Turning around. It is connected now. It needs to be secured. It is secured with wire ties. It's connected. Would it work it if you can go through there? Can you hold it on this piece? Yes. It's upside down, but I think they'll figure it out.
Então, agora nesse momento, né, depois que a instalação então dos cabos foram feita aí corretamente, né? Agora o Kononenko, né, e o Nikolai Chub, né, nesse momento então eles estão aí fazendo a documentação em fotografia e em vídeo, né, para ser mandado então aí para Houston e para Moscou.
Everything is already routed there. Okay, let's go ahead and remove it. Let me stow the camera away. All right, Sergey, I guess we're going to remove the unit.
E lembrando que ainda hoje, né, vamos ter aí a transmissão da missão Shenzhou 17, direto então de Ryukan, na China, hein? Então não perca, hein? Ontem tivemos em primeira mão aí o anúncio, né, da nova tripulação, né, que vai embarcar hoje lá na China, né, que lá já é dia 26. O horário de lançamento então aqui no Brasil está previsto aí para acontecer às 00h14 do dia 26, tá? Então não perca ainda, nossa transmissão começa logo depois que terminar esta daqui.
Okay, so which one? Where? Nikolai? I don't see it now. So I have untethered, one tether. Where does it go? 4114. where it is wire tied. Do you think it will be convenient to take it off? Well, we don't have to take it off. Well, we're going to carry it back, so I'm not going to need it for now. So let me just secure it on me, on myself, and then you're going to remove it from me. Sergey, we're supposed to carry 2 tethers, so one of the tethers would go on myself, and then the other one on the unit. Or do you need 2 tethers? Are we carrying 2? You have to carry 2 because we need to take all of the tethers off the adapter. So you need to swap tethers and secure them on the manual actuator. One of them is secured, and what about the other one? Is it the one that's hooked on the Paros payload? Yes, the adapter.
Могу дотянуться. Да проволоку убрать.
I can reach. To put away the wire tie. Do I need to push you? Do you need help?
Я там снизу, я не знаю, куда ее удобно.
Well, I'm not sure where to put it best. Do I need this wire tie, or can I just secure it here and remove the cables? You can just attach it there. Nikolai, you aren't going to need the wire tie. So, also you can use it to remove the slack of the cable harness, cables that have been routed. Copy that. And Nikolai, underneath your right hand. But I have removed one of them from the mini RSA unit, and then the other one, where is it? It is secured on the base panel. Where is it? It's on my side, so go ahead and remove it and put it in the adapter. So, mini RSA should be untethered from the adapter. Is that correct? Well, it should be deployed, right? But not the base panel. But, Sergey, do you copy? The 2 tethers should be attached to. Go ahead and remove the manual actuator first. It should have 2 tethers on it. Stand by. We are not asking about the manual actuator. We are asking about the tether that's going from the mini RSA unit to the adapter. Do we keep it here, or is it removed? No, it should be removed. Okay, removed. And where does it go? Go ahead and hook it on me. So I have 2 tethers now. And they are attached to the manual actuator on the other side. Okay, copy. You need to remove all of the tethers from the hardware. So you should have 3 tethers. So we have 1 more left. Is that the one that should be attached to the satellite? Yes, and it says Paros here. Okay, I see it. Okay, we've gone up a bit. Крылок bag is here. That's right. Sergey, just to check once again. Are you here? Yes, I'm here. Take a look at this. We have removed the wire tie from the mini RSA unit.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 51 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. They are wrapping up work with the installation of the mini radar synthetic aperture device on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Once this is complete, the next step and the last major task planned for the spacewalk today is the installation of a deployment mechanism in which there is a solar sail nanosatellite called pelos, which is the Russian word for sail. That deployment device basically will have a manual actuator that will pop open the top of this device and allow the nanosatellite to be spring ejected.
On the unit. Okay, copy.
This satellite is designed to collect data on solar sail technology. Once again, earlier in the day, the external radiator on Naoka that was installed during the Russian spacewalk back in May, first launched as part of the payload complement on the Rassvet module on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010, was isolated from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka when Kononenko and Chub configured a number of valves to shut off any possibility of the flow of additional coolant into that external radiator that is a backup radiator system designed to handle heat rejection for payloads in the multipurpose laboratory module. The bulk of the cooling capability for Naoka comes in body-mounted radiators that the module was launched with. After the steps were taken to isolate the external radiator from the cooling reservoir for Naoka, Kononenko made his way towards the leak site where the coolant leak on that radiator first began on October 9th and noticed essentially a pooling of coolant at what is presumed to be the leak site. He was taking detailed photo documentation of that leak site area and the resulting residual coolant that was pooled in that area, possibly disturbed by the opening and closing of valves to isolate the radiator itself. Some of that coolant escaped from the leak site in the form of flakes of coolant that made its way towards Kononenko, some of which got on one of his safety tethers, some which drifted in the vicinity of his suit. His suit was wiped down with towels, and the safety tether was removed, one of several safety tethers used to secure a crew member during a spacewalk. It was placed in a bag and will be left outside the International Space Station.
Oleg Kononenko, que é a sexta caminhada que ele está realizando hoje. E pela primeira vez, o Nikolai Chub.
Can you please attach it? What about the second one? Does it go in the same place? Well, will it be too much? There are two, and then the third one can just go here. Here. Okay, you can attach it right there. Okay, I'm handing it over. Did you get it? Yes, got it. And Sergey, were you asking something? Please check if you can remove some of the cable slack. Well, I guess we could do it here, but where would it go? Well, yes, we could do that. We could tie it up right here. There is some space if you go up. Let go. All right, so we had 5.
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
Oleg, Nikolai,
Да.
go ahead.
У нас был короткий перерыв связи.
We had a quick dropout, so I was saying that,
Да, мы поняли.
yes, we got that. So we had 5 wire ties on the RSA unit, and 4 of them are now secured on the cable
Для бандажа
of the unit, and another one is used to secure the cables that were disconnected from the connectors.
слышал?
Did you copy? Copy.
Хорошо. Коля, давай мы его этот крылок.
Nikolai, let's put this piece of fabric into a Krylov bag. Okay.
Вниз туда идти. В принципе, мы тут так вроде как закончили.
Well, I think we are done here.
Я на себя перестыковал, можно
Paros is now attached to me, so you can go ahead and release it now.
Сейчас я сюда достану.
там свободных нет.
Нет, с этой стороны, да, не оказалось.
Are there any that are not used? No, not on this side.
Надо на себе потаскаю.
Да нет,
Okay, so I can just carry it on myself. No, I'm gonna get this one now.
E lembrando que depois da transmissão da missão da Shenzhou 1 aqui no YouTube, aqui no nosso canal no YouTube, nós vamos retransmitir lá na Twitch, né, o compacto de como foi então a transmissão. Lembrando que o nosso canal na Twitch é twitch.tv/UPTV.
А вы, так, вы убираетесь вот тут.
Нет, я уж не разбираюсь.
All right, you can move over here.
Все, да, можно отстыковать.
That's it. You can untether it.
Только у вас как-то нитка странно идет, как будто через внутреннюю часть.
But the way it looks, it is strange as if it's going through the inside. Okay, is it mine? Yes.
Замоталось, что ли?
Сейчас посмотрим.
Is it wrapped around it or not? Let's check.
Это еще вполне она,
It's not this one.
другая нитка.
It's a different thread.
Угу. Я забрал.
Сейчас, да.
Okay, it's done. Yes, stand by.
Все забрал пульт.
Ага, хорошо.
I'm holding it. Okay, good.
Так.
Okay.
Что мы еще можем крылок убрать, пока мы...
What else can we put into Krylov bag? I guess we could put away the tethers here.
Кстати, почему бы и нет?
Why not?
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
Oleg, Nikolai, this is Moscow.
E completamos 5 horas de caminhada espacial neste momento,
EVA
né, no nosso canal UPTV. Então vocês aí acompanhando juntos aí esta caminhada pelo lado russo na Estação Espacial Internacional. Tivemos então finalizado aí a instalação do radar cinético e também mais cedo tivemos a conclusão do trabalho realizado no radiador aí
Okay, one of the tethers
do módulo
is attached
de
to me.
laboratório multifuncional, né, que fica localizado aí pelo lado russo, na Estação
Is it
Espacial
if you can
Internacional.
anything here?
Pelo horário de Brasília, 19 horas e 50 minutos.
Please attach adjustable tether on the parus.
Сейчас зафиксирую. Он будет у меня тогда...
Yes, we'll get it done, but it's going to be right in front of my face then.
This is Mission Control Houston. As you heard from the Russian flight controllers through the interpreter, we've passed the 5-hour mark in today's spacewalk, now at 5 hours 1 minute. And Kononenko and Chub continue working efficiently outside of the International Space Station at the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, having been working recently over the past hour or so with the installation of a mini radar system on a payload deployment mechanism and a payload attachment system on the body of Naoka, not far from the external radiator that leaked on October 9th and which was isolated through a series of valve configurations as the main objective of today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts now will turn their attention to the installation of a deployment device on a handrail on Naoka, in which is the Parus solar sail nanosatellite, which will be spring ejected and its sails unfurled to be able to provide data back to Russian flight controllers on solar sail technology.
Were you saying that once we're done with Parus, we're standing by for the panel deployment, but I'm going to wait here. Well, actually, you need to deploy the adapter panel to a 90-degree angle beneath the base panel. All right, copy that. So that's the task that remains. And Nikolai, is it going to be on your side? Yes. Can you do it on your own? Yes, I can. Also, sunrise coming up in 8 minutes. Copy.
E agora estamos esperando aí o deploy do painel solar. Estamos então aguardando o nascer do sol, né, daqui a 7 minutos lá no espaço, né, claro, né, lá no espaço, na Estação Espacial Internacional, né, o nascer do sol é diferente do nascer solar aqui na Terra. Então, dentro de instantes, aí teremos então a abertura então do painel. É porque estamos aí no lado escuro, né? No lado noturno aí da Terra. Então, temos aí a visão do Oleg Kononenko, né? E à frente dele o Nikolai Chub. Por enquanto, tudo normal aí, né? Com a missão de hoje, né? Da caminhada espacial.
A view from Oleg Kononenko's helmet camera as the International Space Station flies in darkness over Saudi Arabia,
então, às
moving from
10h50 da
southwest
noite,
and northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Please move on to plane 3. Okay. Well, I even let it go, but still it's here. Oleg Nikolai. This is Moscow. Go ahead. The telemetry shows that all the cables are mated correctly. Say again? They are connected correctly. Okay, well, that's great news. Yes, great news indeed. And now you are going to proceed towards Parus hardware. Thank you, Sergey. Moving forward. All right. The solar panel and we should go down some more.
Estamos então aguardando a abertura do painel solar. Devido então a aguarda aí do nascer do sol aí no espaço, né? Dentro de instantes.
This area is tricky. It is hard to translate in certain order.
Pelo horário de Brasília, 19 horas e 55 minutos. Está assistindo ao canal WillPTV com a caminhada espacial de número 61 pelo lado russo. Não se esqueça de deixar aí a sua inscrição no canal e de curtir e compartilhar. Lembrando que aqui nós somos o único aí a transmitir por completo para vocês a caminhada espacial internacional da Estação Espacial Internacional, aí tanto pelo lado americano quanto pelo lado russo. Então, se você gosta de assistir, então fique ligado aqui.
And also the mini RSA unit will be deploying at that time. I am at point 3 already, and I'm making way for my commander here. Nikolai, are you going to go down some? Yes, I'll move down. One by one. So.
Quem está chegando agora, estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial pelo lado russo, aqui no nosso canal WillPTV. Estamos aí com a marca de 5 horas e 8 minutos de caminhada completadas até o momento. Né? Nesse instante já tivemos concluída as seguintes missões, né? O reparo lá no radiador, né? Aí no módulo de laboratório multifuncional. Né? Tivemos então esse reparo realizado e também tivemos a instalação do radar cinético. Nós só estamos aí aguardando a volta do Sol, né? Aí na Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Para que assim possa se fazer a abertura do painel solar, né? Para a gente poder aí observar este deploy. Lembrando que logo mais, a partir das 22 horas e 50 minutos, nós vamos acompanhar ao vivo, direto da China, em Ryukan, a missão Shenzhou 17.
Below it, is it fine? Yes, it's fine. I'm moving also. And FP3 is right here. Well, are you exercising now? Sure. Sergey, is Konstantin getting ready? I see the windows. They open, close, open, but I don't see Konstantin. Sergey, please call Konstantin to make sure that he's ready for photography. And should I go around the mini RSA also? Yes, Nikolai, we passed it on.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо.
With the work with the mini radar synthetic aperture system now complete, its installation on a payload adapter having been accomplished, Next up is the installation of a deployment device on a handrail on Naoka, from which this solar sail technology nanosatellite called Parus will be spring ejected.
(20 horas) no horário de Brasília. Estamos então acompanhando aí a caminhada espacial de número 61 pelo lado russo. Então estamos só aguardando aí a abertura então do painel solar aí com a volta do nascer do Sol aí na Estação Espacial Internacional.
I'm here.
5 horas e 11 minutos de caminhada.
I believe I need 4340, right? I believe so. I'm at 4360. So I need to continue translating. Yes, you still have a distance to cover. Then you'll see the antenna there. Be careful. Yes.
Lembrando que esta caminhada aí vai ter duração planejada aí por volta de 7 horas de caminhada. Já estamos então nos aproximando do seu final. E já passamos também de 5 horas e 40 minutos aí de transmissão ininterrupto.
Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Konstantin.
E para você não perder nenhuma etapa então da nossa programação, né, do que acontece no nosso canal, né, siga a gente nas redes sociais, no Twitter, né, X e no Instagram. Já tivemos aí uma perda de comunicação em vídeo, logo voltaremos.
43, 40, yes, here it is. Okay. I need to move down somehow. Where did you see Kostya? No, actually, I didn't see him. Oh, he's maybe asleep. Or having his meal. So far, he keeps silent. Okay, the shutters are still down. Copy. Would you like me to open it? Yes, go ahead and open it. Okay, that's in work. Should I open number 9? Yes. Okay. I am in place.
Estamos aí com as imagens de volta. Vai colocar na tela cheia para gente.
Okay, Costa, now we can see you. What's written here?
Николай,
Nikolai?
Да.
Yes?
а ты расположился возле кольцевых поручней, да?
So, did you position yourself next to the
Já
circular
estamos aí com as
handrail?
imagens, novamente aí, tela cheia para nós.
На поручне 31.
Next to handrails 3112. Oh, never mind. 4312, 4313.
Estamos então já chegando
How copy?
às partes finais então da nossa caminhada de hoje.
Хорошо.
Copy you loud and clear. All okay.
Так,
Okay.
установлен.
Installed.
Что-то мне как-то сомнение вызывает. Он не попадет никуда, да?
Hopefully it won't get anywhere. Where can it get? Station
Nesse
master,
momento eles estão
space ground
instalando
one.
aí o sistema de satélite aí para
Опять нету. Где Костя?
Kostya,
que
you
usa
got
então
lost
vento
again. Where is
solar.
Kostya?
Esse bichinho aí, né?
Пока отдохните.
Nikolai,
Aí estamos
please
aguardando só
have some rest in the meantime.
o nascer do sol aí, o sol voltar.
Kostya is MLM. Let me just translate.
Вверх пойдет.
Where do you plan to translate? Sergey?
Он установлен на замке.
Installed it on the and locked.
Да, файл можно
O sol já está
Can
voltando aí
we
na estação, como
unhook the
vocês podem
tether?
observar.
Yes, you can do that, but don't do anything else.
Estamos aguardando então a liberação aí.
А что я могу
Ok.
сделать?
What else? What can I do with it?
Ничего.
Nothing. Station Moscow, space the ground one for Konstantin.
Куда пойдет? Куда пойдет?
Regarding activation of a Sony camcorder.
Костя, ты уже нас видишь?
Kostya, can you see us?
Мы его сейчас вызываем.
We are trying to call him right now.
Видит, Маша.
Yeah, well, he's waving, so he can see us.
Где он?
Space the ground one.
Вообще не видно. Вообще не видно. Вон,
Do you see window 9? Yes. Well, we want to ask you about the camcorder activation. Is it work in progress? Yes, I finished the activation of MLM.
Олег Дмитриевич,
My question is, we have one SSC on and its power source. There is no... Should I follow radiogram? What should I do?
а сейчас будем работать с парусом.
SSC is on, and what else is on?
понятно. Вот
And its power source is also on. Copy, give me a minute.
Олег Дмитриевич, повторите.
And
Я пока что
I'll clarify this. But our request is please prepare the camcorder because literally in 11 minutes we do have the TV session regarding Paris. Camcorder is ready. You are going to check it out. I just need to understand how to position it. I copy you. Okay, I'll answer your question on SSC and power source in a minute. Yes, about this antenna.
5 hours, 21 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. We are standing by for two events to happen. One, the unfurling of the panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device that was installed on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module by the two cosmonauts a short time ago. That should be followed in fairly rapid succession with the deployment of a nanosatellite for solar sail technology called pelos. That device, the nanosatellite, is in a deployment mechanism that has been attached to a handrail on Naoka. The deployment device will be detached once the satellite is on its way.
Okay. Let's do it right here. It's not ideal yet.
Олег Дмитриевич.
Oleg?
Да.
Go ahead.
Вы разместились, правильно?
So you are in the position, right?
Ну да, спиной к СМу.
Yes, my back is facing service model, and I'm looking at Nikolai. Please repeat.
Зеленый светодиод питания наблюдаете?
Do you see the green power LED? Yes?
Горит постоянно.
Is it illuminated and steady? Yes. Okay, copy. Okay, now I'm hooking to the ring, right? Right. Oleg, do not pull out the pin yet. Yes, I connect. I'm tethered to the ring. Okay. Not by the cable. Okay.
Пока чеку не выдергиваем.
Do not pull out the pin yet. I already have. So I only have to push the trigger. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, okay. Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Konstantin. Okay, Kostya. About the camera position, there is a radiogram on installation, and it has the description of the view. Try to get as close to that figure that you can see on the last page. Yes, but we talked with the EVA crew that the satellite will be flying back and to the left. Are you receiving the video? Yes. And based on what we see, we are not happy with this angle. We need to set it to give us the view as described in the radiogram. Yes. Oleg, what's the temperature? Comfortable? I like it. Okay. Copy.
Сергей, а набор миниса не раскрывали?
Sergey, did you open
Estamos então aguardando a abertura do painel.
Not yet. All our attention is now on the satellite.
Estamos então na marca de 5 horas e 25 minutos de caminhada espacial aí pelo lado russo. 20 horas e 15 minutos no horário de Brasília.
Is it time to do it?
The conversation you're hearing are the steps being taken prior to the deployment of the Parus nanosatellite out of its deployment device that is attached to a handrail on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
We are standing by for Konstantin. I saw him. I believe he is ready with the camera. No, he is setting the camera. He is setting the right view and getting the camera ready. Kostya, if you can copy me, leave it exactly the way it is now. Don't do anything else. Okay, that's the position, and that's how you'll see what you want to see. I copy you. Kostya, we have a request. Lower it a little bit so that we could see some space and we can see the Earth, not just the model. Okay, just like this. This is much better. Now keep it this way. Please, for now, keep it like this, okay? And for how long shall we wait for the camera to be set? Okay, Kostya, copy. Keep the camera in this position. Do not touch it anymore. Okay, agreed. Oleg, Nikolai? Yes? Nikolai, is your camera on? Affirmative. I see red LED. The camera is on. Copy all. So video is ready. Oleg, you are go to remove the pin. In work, removing the pin.
Nesse momento, então, estamos aguardando a abertura do painel solar aí, deste pequeno satélitezinho aí, né? Que está acoplado, então, aí no módulo de laboratório multifuncional. Nesse momento, o lacre está sendo rompido. Lacre rompido.
Right now, keep it as is, but as soon it will start flying, follow it with the camera. Now, guys,
Nos dois, então, o lacre já foi rompido aí. Estamos aí, então, aguardando a sua abertura agora.
Okay. Open the retainer. Sergey, let me put the cover in place. Okay, it's now in place. So the retainer is not on my side, right? No, it's on the handle. You see the big one. Okay, I see it. I put it in the right position. Copy. Okay, the trigger of the launch mechanism towards yourself. Launch. Okay.
E lançou.
Kostya, the launch is about to happen. Be careful. Okay, it's
E abriu
open.
então a portinha. Portinha aberta.
Copy. It came out a little bit, but there is no jettison. Do you need help? Oleg, pull the cover towards yourself. Pulling. It looks like the spring was impacted by the temperature. I'm shaking it. All right. Here it comes. Do I need to push it? No? Beautiful.
E aí sim, aí deploy.
I can see it coming out. I can see the launch.
Estamos vendo então aí
Yes,
deploy.
we are monitoring it.
Abertura
Right
então do
now,
painel
we
ali,
are
como vocês
doing
podem
the
observar.
video shoot as we requested. Okay. Where are the panels? Will they deploy? Or would it happen later? In 5 minutes after launch, it will start deploying.
The Parus solar sail technology satellite deployed at 5 hours 31 minutes into the
Então
spacewalk at
deploy aí às
6:20
5
p.m.
horas e
Central Time.
31 minutos de caminhada.
As the International Space Station
20
flew
horas e
over
21
the
minutos,
Central
então tivemos o
Pacific
deploy
Ocean.
então, do satélite.
Yes,
Que
just
vai
like
utilizar
this.
então o painel,
Okay.
o vento solar.
Just like this, we can see.
Então aí, ó, aí tá ele.
Oleg, if it's convenient for you, please turn the camera
E aí
on
tá ele.
to record everything. That's your chest camera. I don't see the red LED anymore.
Então este satélite aí utiliza então
It's
vento solar
shining
aí,
beautifully under the
a tecnologia
sun
aí de vela
rays.
solar.
Yes. Yes, it is a beautiful view under the sun. I keep monitoring. In the meantime, we begin to deploy mini Ursa monoblock. Okay.
E aí temos, portanto, o nosso monobloco aí.
Then I'll turn the camera off, right?
Bonitinho.
Well, at least I'll try because it's hard for me to reach it
Aí
with my
girando e
hand.
girando. Bonitinho aí.
Is it chasing us? Okay, main inertia started movement. Copy. Oleg, can you lift your head up so you will not be blocking the view? Is it okay now?
E quem perdeu esta transmissão, né?
Yes,
Depois
that's
aí
good.
poderá
Thank you.
acompanhar os melhores momentos, né? Que será postado então logo depois. Não
Again, this
agora,
is
né?
the
Logo depois.
Parus nanosatellite
da
for solar sail
transmissão, então,
technology that was spring
da
injected
Shenzhou
from a
17,
deployment
tá?
mechanism on a handrail on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. The solar sail arrays, if you will, are scheduled to deploy automatically in about a minute and a half or so.
Tá lá o monobloco lá, girando bonitinho.
Do you see the video now? Are you recording? Yes.
Estamos entrando na fase da última hora aí de caminhada. Vamos entrar então na fase final aí da caminhada espacial de hoje.
What about the monoblock? Mini Ursa is in the process of deployment. Yes, the panel is deployed. One panel. Just one? Yes, so far.
While this is going on, that conversation refers to the panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture system that was installed on a payload adapter on Naoka about an hour or so ago. The panel segments are slowly deploying as planned.
Коля, are you watching? Station Moscow, space to ground 1. Moscow station. Yes, Kostya, go ahead and space to ground 1. I am trying to ensure that you have a view of both the module and the satellite, but I can only see the satellite. Shall I keep it as is? No, well, I'm looking back to EVA. I'm looking at the monoblock panel, and I don't see it fully deployed. Yes, I cannot confirm the full deployment of the panel. I see it, both panels are next to each other. We saw the movement, how it was unfolding.
Коль, а можешь поснимать спутник,
Nikolai,
как он будет раскрывать свои панели?
can you
Estamos
take
aguardando
video
então a
of
liberação
the
do painel desse
satellite panel
monobloco.
deployment? I do not
E
see the
agora
satellite
não
right now. Well, it's right
aconteceu.
behind you. Okay.
Коля, повернись вот в эту позу, как я стою, смотри.
Nikolai, can you turn the way I'm positioned? Yes, just like this. We can see the monoblock right now. And please keep the same angle. Okay.
И вот он сразу тебя сейчас будет.
Standing by. Okay.
Не видно?
Can you see it? No. No, I didn't manage yet. Okay, that's where it is. I'm not sure I will be able to do a good video session.
А сколько осталось до раскрытия?
How much time is left before deployment?
Раскрытие сейчас узнаю.
Stand by.
Ну, кураторы говорят, что уже должен по идее раскрыться.
The curators are saying that it should be deployed by now. Sergey, one more time. No. I'm sorry. I was talking about mini RSA, but you're talking about the satellite. Mini RSA is not deploying yet. No, nothing is being deployed. Neither. Nothing is being deployed. Station Moscow, space to ground 1. For Konstantin.
All right, let's try and make it closer as much as possible. All right.
Олег Дмитриевич.
Oleg,
Да.
we see it really clearly.
Приступим к демонтажу
Oleg,
устройства.
let's start with the uninstallation of the jettisoning device. All right, here is the
5 hours, 42 minutes into the spacewalk, a very good view of the Parus nanosatellite for solar cell technology data collection. The two sail-type wings should have deployed by now and have not, as you can see in this view from station cameras. Russian flight controllers also waiting for the unfurling of the panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device that was installed on the Naoka module a short time ago.
Nikolai, stand by. Not ready yet, and we cannot understand what you're saying. I am on space to ground 1, and I am following your EVA with the cameras. All right, sounds good.
Костя, сейчас из поля зрения у нас объект ушел. Можешь еще его поймать? О, отлично.
All right, this is a great view. Oleg, this is Nikolai. Go ahead.
Мини-фара открыла еще одну панель.
Mini RSA
Estamos
opened
então
up one
aguardando
more
o
panel.
painel deste satélite então fazer a sua abertura, né, a sua liberação. Que ele vai fazer então a coleta de dados aí de ventos
So another
solares.
panel on the radar system that was installed
Até
has
agora ainda
unfurled.
não foi aberto.
No joy yet for the nanosatellite.
3 motors activated.
Estamos aí com 5 horas e 43 minutos de caminhada. Pelo horário de Brasília, 20 horas e 33 minutos.
Пришло раскрытие третьей панели.
All right, panel 3, one more time. Okay. And the satellite has left the observation area. Copy. Okay, it's back up again. Back again. And the antenna has not been deployed and opened. Has not been opened yet.
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
Oleg, Nikolai.
Да.
Go ahead.
Сейчас ожидаем раскрытия четвертой панели.
We're standing by for the deployment of panel 4 of the mono unit RSA.
Закрепим его.
Then it will be secured to unintelligible, and we're going to leave it there. How do you want us to secure it
Para quem
even
está chegando
more
agora, né,
securely?
estamos aí aguardando a abertura do painel solar, deste monobloco, né, que vai coletar dados aí sobre vento solar,
Stand by, let me
que foi
find out.
lançado pela Estação Espacial Internacional, agora há pouco, às 20 horas e 21 minutos,
Nikolai,
que
let's
faz
get
parte,
close
então,
and check.
do radar,
Well,
que foi instalado.
It is a struggle to translate here.
Estamos aí nos aproximando então das últimas 1 hora e 15 minutos de caminhada desta noite, aí do dia 25 de outubro de 2023. Lembrando que ainda hoje teremos aí a missão tripulada chinesa Shenzhou 1
So we're going to get
no nosso
this
canal.
mobile ring this way or the other. Okay, hold
O
on.
lançamento da Shenzhou 1 está programado para acontecer
Let us
get to
à
that
meia-noite e
mobile
14,
ring
no dia 26.
the right way.
No início da madrugada do
To
dia
recap,
26.
3 out of the 4 panels on the mini
Nós estamos
radar
aí então
synthetic
acompanhando a
aperture
caminhada
device
espacial
have unfurled,
pelo lado russo,
standing by for
na
further
Estação
word from the
Espacial
Russian flight
Internacional.
controllers
Estamos
on the
então
fourth
aguardando
and final panel.
a abertura
Meanwhile, this
do
view
painel
of the
desse monobloco.
Rus nanosatellite that has yet to deploy its solar sail.
Foi ejetado aí na Estação Espacial
Mini
Internacional.
RSA has been deployed, so you will need to get to the attachment fixture now and you can start movement. Copy. Translating.
Так. Ну, поверху шли нормально, удобно было? Я поверху не шел.
So what about Usi? Was it convenient to move there? I didn't go there. I was above it.
Lembrando que esta caminhada espacial está sendo conduzida pelos cosmonautas Oleg Kononenko e Nikolai Chub, aí da expedição de número 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional. E quem ainda não se inscreveu no canal, né, se inscreva, né? Ajude aí nosso canal a chegar aí aos 1000 inscritos. E também deixa o like na transmissão.
All right, we're going up from here, right? Correct. First of all, you need to go down the cone and unintelligible.
This view now of the orange-colored panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device that was
Temos aí o
installed
painel aí
on a payload adapter on the
do
Naoka
radar,
multipurpose laboratory
que foi
module about an hour and a
instalado.
half ago. It appears as if
Esse
all
aí é o
of the
painel do
panels
radar que
have
foi
deployed. We're
instalado.
still standing by for final confirmation of that from the Russian flight controllers.
Estamos aguardando a confirmação do monobloco.
But just be careful walking and translating. All right, look, I am on handrail
Estamos aguardando então
42
a
and
confirmação
intelligible.
aí.
This is where I am translating currently. Below the handrail, from below.
O painel solar então do radar foi instalado então com sucesso, né? Mas estamos aguardando o recebimento então de dados aí do monobloco. Desse carinha que está aparecendo na tela. Né, e para você não perder também nenhum detalhe aí da programação aí durante o mês, a semana, né? Siga a gente nas redes sociais, os links encontram-se na descrição da transmissão.
On space to ground 2. How do you copy? This is Konstantin. We'll read you loud and clear.
Então, dentro de instantes, acabou aqui, a gente já vai migrar direto para Shenzhen. Daqui a pouco, então, já vai iniciar a transmissão por lá. E não podemos perder nenhum detalhe, né?
How are you there? And there I am. Oleg, are you ahead of us? Yes. And I'm at the Strela. Boom. And I am on the handrails. Oleg, go ahead. Go ahead. Please stand by.
This is Mission Control Houston. As we approach the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, the major tasks have been completed. The isolation of an external radiator that leaked coolant back on October 9th. That external radiator has been isolated from the rest of Naoka's cooling system.
Would you be able to identify unintelligible? Identify what, Sergey?
The two cosmonauts then pressed ahead with the installation of a payload adapter upon which a mini radar synthetic aperture science device was mounted and its panels unfurled.
Let me check.
And the deployment of a nanosatellite designed to gather data on solar sail technology. The only problem is that the sails themselves, as you can see in this view, as it sails away from the International Space Station, those sails did not deploy as planned. They were expected to unfurl about 5 minutes after it spring ejected from a deployment mechanism. Those sails have yet to unfurl.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 panels are opened. 4, 3, 2, and 1. They're all lined up in one line. So if there is anything, if there is an issue, then probably it's going to be only in the center one. Well, we see it on our end as well. So you need to get back to the monoblock and fix that.
Russian flight controllers confirming that the 4 panels on that radar system have unfurled. They're checking the alignment of those panels.
The launching unit and just go there without all the items that we're carrying. And then, yes, just have the manual actuator. So tell me what we're going to need from the crew log bag. From the crew log bag, you're going to need a reel. Well, we can, and don't waste time. Well,
Estamos aí novamente com perda de comunicação de vídeo com a estação.
And take the bundle with you. Well, it's really slowing us down. We're not going
Lembrando que daqui a pouquinho, então, nós já vamos ir direto lá para a China, em Ryukan, para acompanhar aí o lançamento então da Shenzhou 17.
You probably would be able to reach. But the mini RSI is not too
Mas a gente vai sair daqui, nós vamos para outro link aí da transmissão. Dá para acompanhar por lá.
And be careful about with the tethers that may be that may have some of the residue on them. And Sergey, of the coolant on them. Sergey, where do you want us to secure the crew log bag and the drive? To the cargo Strela boom. Okay, I understand. But you're taking the crew log bag with you. Well, if we do not need the reel, why do you want me to take the crew log bag? Guys, we're going to be able to decide whether it is needed or not needed only when we're at place. And if you don't need it, then it's good. But if you do...
Estamos de volta aí com as imagens aí da Estação Espacial Internacional.
Just take the reel, attach it to yourself and go.
Estamos entrando então na última hora da caminhada espacial.
I secured it to unintelligible.
Perdemos mais uma vez o sinal. Então quem puder aí deixar o likezinho, né, para ajudar nós aí, né, e também a sua inscrição, ajuda bastante. Agradeço demais aí a todos pela ajuda de vocês e pela audiência que nós tivemos aqui durante a transmissão.
And the launch unit or deployment unit.
20 horas e 48 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos entrando na hora final aí da caminhada espacial de número 61.
Okay. So. Okay, it's scanning here.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are at the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. A clarification now from the Russian flight controllers on the unfurling of the 4 panels.
6 horas de caminhada espacial. Neste momento, computadas até o momento, né? Estamos aí com mais de 6 horas e 30 também de transmissão aqui no canal. Estamos ao vivo desde as 2h49, desde as 2h40 da tarde, no horário de Brasília. Desde as 2h25, né? Desde as 2h20, aí transmitindo para vocês na íntegra, né, aí, a caminhada espacial. Estamos já terminando a nossa transmissão de hoje, mas lembrando que daqui a pouquinho nós vamos então lá para a China.
So far, we have not heard anything further on the deployment of the sails on that nanosatellite that was spring ejected.
Foi tudo então concluído aí a nossa caminhada espacial de hoje, né? Todas as missões programadas né,
were
para hoje,
supposed
né,
to
foram aí
have
completadas.
unfurled about 5 minutes after its deployment. They did not unfurl as planned.
Né, então
And
aí
we do
estamos
not expect
aguardando
any
só
other tasks to be
aí a
attempted
confirmação
during
do
today's
retorno
spacewalk once the
do modo
cosmonauts
para entrar
take a
então
shot at
novamente
fully
da
deploying
estação.
2 of the 4 panels on the
E assim que tivermos
radar
essa
system.
confirmação, a gente sai
They
de
will
lá,
call it a day and begin
sai
to
daqui
gather
para
their
ir para lá.
tools and equipment and
Ok?
make their way back to the
Fiquem
placed
ligados aqui
airlock,
no canal, hein?
where
Daqui
they
a
will
pouquinho, em
wipe down
instantes,
their Orlon
nós
suits
vamos
and
então ir
tools
para a China.
with towels that will be bagged so that no particulate contamination can be introduced back into the airlock from the work that they did earlier in inspecting and isolating valves for the external radiator
Estamos aí com imagens
that
de
developed
volta
a leak
novamente.
back on October 9th.
Go ahead, Sergey.
Время ВКБ 6 часов ровно.
PD is 6 hours precisely.
6 horas então de caminhada.
All right. Nikolai, do you see? I can't really tell where the Strela is and where what is located. It's to the left. And then there is the fringe from the Strela.
Оно? Надо отогнать бы это все дело вообще. Вот вы сейчас проходите вперед, а я на себя. Вот у меня здесь прям.
And I have this
Давай на тебя буду вешать.
little fringe here. Let me secure it to you. And where
This
are
view
you?
once again of the mini radar system with the
Então
synthetic
esse é o
aperture that
sistema de radar
was
que foi
installed.
instalado aí,
2 of the 4
ainda
panels
foi
fully
instalado hoje,
deployed.
né? Com
Panels 1
com
and
o
2
seu painel
partially
aí,
deployed.
Where is the
The
reason?
cosmonauts will make their way
né, que
back to
foi
that area
instalado
to
aí
see
com
whether they can
sucesso.
assist
Why don't you go
in straightening out or fully deploying the other 2 panels on that radar aperture system.
Né, então já podemos
Ее надо застраховать.
And we need to secure it to something. Well, it is. It's secured there already.
então nos despedir desta transmissão,
Да.
And the fringe.
né, já que tudo ocorreu bem aí nesta caminhada de hoje, né, para que a gente possa já ir lá para a China, acompanharmos então a Longmark 2F.
Большой карабин.
A large hook goes onto the ring.
Где ты? Я вот
Where are you? I'm right in front of you.
я потяну.
All right, pull a little bit.
И за это кольцо. Это маленький.
That's a small ring.
За какое?
And which one should we?
Да, это.
This one. Nope,
Той стороной вешаем.
it's not the right side.
Где кольцо?
It is a ring.
Просто на время перестыковки.
Well, but when we are securing and unsecuring a
Вот для себя, да. Давай. Ага.
okay, here we go. Good.
Então já se encontram ali posicionados, né, para a entrada novamente ali na Estação Espacial Internacional para fazer o ingresso, né, ali na escotilha,
Да набрали всего просто нет.
né, só estão guardando as
Okay,
coisas.
we brought so much stuff with us, and we don't have one thing that we need.
Né, então com isso já podemos aí se despedir também dessa transmissão, né, já que foi tudo realizado aí, né, tranquilamente. E nós vamos ir direto lá para a China, tá? Então fiquem aí e se liguem lá. Por hora eu fui, então a gente se vê daqui a pouquinho, hein? Daqui a 5 minutinhos a gente se
All
vê
right.
lá.
Got this lock.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, Kononenko and Chub Now, 6 hours, 6 minutes into their spacewalk, wrapping things up, the first task was for the two cosmonauts to configure a series of valves to isolate the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that developed a leak of its coolant back on October 9th. They did so, isolating that external radiator, which is used for backup for science payloads in the future in Naoka. The primary cooling for the module itself comes from the body radiators that are wrapped around the module that it launched with back in 2010, before the external radiator was deployed, moved from the Rosviet module, which it was launched on in 2010, to the Naoka module during an earlier spacewalk in May of this year. Kononenko did an up-close and personal photo documentation of the area where the leak occurred back on October 9th and detected a bubble of coolant that had formed at the leak site, possibly perturbated by the valve operations that could have changed pressure in the area or some other circumstance that caused a bubble of coolant to form. The resulting bubble spewed some flakes of coolant in his direction. Some got on one of his safety tethers, which was removed and placed in a bag not to be brought back inside the station. He wiped down his suit, as he will again, along with Chub, before they re-enter the Poisk module to wrap up the spacewalk. Other mitigating work will be conducted after the repressurization of the airlock, including the activation of an air filtration system that would also be used to remove any trace contaminant particulate that may still reside in the airlock as a result of any flakes of coolant that
Now it is secured, and if it is secured, well, that
the two cosmonauts installed a device called a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture.
Então é isso, né? Nesse momento, então, agora eles só vão aguardar os equipamentos deles. Estamos vendo, então, o radar aí funcionando bem. É que foi instalado agora há pouco. Então, depois aí nós teremos os melhores momentos, né? Tudo direitinho, bonitinho para vocês. E agora nós vamos correr lá para a China, hein? Vamos correr lá para a China porque vamos ter a missão Shenzhou.
And they installed a deployment mechanism on a handrail on Naoka, from which a nanosatellite called the Parus satellite, Parus, the Russian word for sail, was spring ejected. Its solar sails were supposed to have deployed about 5 minutes after its deployment, and the last time we saw the satellite, those sails had not deployed, and we have received no confirmation from Russian flight controllers that they did in fact deploy.
All right, we've been using the upper row of handrails.
Should I hold it or hand it over to you? Hold it?